In the bustling town of Henan, beneath a starlit sky, the streets glowed with the warm red light of lanterns. Laughter filled the air as people enjoyed the night. Yet their attention was drawn to a curious sight in the center of the crowd. There sat a man who ate as though there would be no tomorrow, devouring food with tears streaming down his face. One concerned onlooker whispered that someone should stop him, wondering aloud if the man would die from eating so much, and questioning why he cried while feasting on such a hearty meal. Another bystander shook his head knowingly. He explained that this was likely the first time the newcomer had seen him, for the man was well known throughout Henan. The newcomer guessed that the man was famous for his striking appearance, but the seasoned local scoffed. He told him that a true merchant should know better than to judge people only by their looks. With a sharper tone, he added that the man clearly had much to learn. He explained that although the newcomer was not from the area, he must have at least heard of the unprecedented feat the man before them had achieved. He had unified every merchant union in all of Henan. The newcomer's eyes widened in disbelief. He repeated the words in astonishment, unable to believe that one man had unified every merchant union. The local confirmed it with certainty. He revealed the man's name and title. He was Yong of the Sky Ocean Merchant Union, the grand merchant who had brought every union under one banner. At that moment, a voice cried out behind Yong, pointing directly at Yong. The voice accused him of eating far beyond reason, claiming that while ordinary people ate 3 meals in a day, he consumed 3 days' worth in a single sitting. A woman rushed forward, clutching at his clothes with desperation. She begged him to stop eating, her voice breaking with fear as she reminded him that such gluttony would harm his health. Yong turned his tearful face toward her. His voice trembled as he explained that if he stopped eating, the memories of that nightmarish day would return to haunt him. The woman froze, her grip loosening. With anguish, she asked if he truly intended to live like this until it killed him. Huern could only respond by calling her name, his voice weak and broken. Yanhua. Later that night, the two of them left the town and sat together inside a carriage. Huern removed the jewelry from his body, setting it aside with weary hands. He admitted that all the riches and gaudy jewels felt meaningless now. His indulgence in food and wealth, he confessed, had only been a way to mask a wound that could never heal. The pain of losing people, he reflected, could only be soothed by the presence of others, yet he was still plagued by nightmares of that tragic day. Yonhua looked at him with deep concern, addressing him softly as young master. Huern gave her a small, almost bitter smile, and pointed out that it had been ages since he had become the head of the Sky Ocean Union. Yet, she still called him by the same title instead of head merchant. Yonhua's voice remained steady. No matter how much time had passed, she told him, he would always remain the master of the Tianzhong clan in her heart. Huern's thoughts grew heavy as he studied her face. Only then did he notice the wrinkles that had begun to form. He remembered how she had continued to serve him even after he abandoned his clan and married into another family. To him, she was more than a servant. She was family. Without her, he believed, he would have long since been dead. His memories surged violently. The Tianzhong clan, once flourishing, had met its tragic end. Huern recalled how he had despised his family, and most of all, how he had hated his father. He remembered the cruel words he had spoken in his youth. He had declared that a statue would stand in his place, and if his father ever asked for him, he should be directed to it instead. With those words, he had turned his back on his clan completely. As the eldest son of a martial arts family, his fate should have been different, but he had been effectively sold off to the Sky Ocean Merchant Union through an arranged marriage, and he had not refused. A few years later, the Dabi sect attacked. Huern had watched helplessly as his clan was swallowed by flames. Only then had he realized that, despite all the hatred he bore toward his father, he had loved him just as deeply. In his memory, his younger self smashed his head against the statue that had once mocked his father's authority, bleeding as Yonhua rushed forward, begging him to stop before he killed himself. Back in the present, inside the carriage, Huern spoke with a new resolve. He declared that from now on, he would change. He promised to repair the relationship with his wife and vowed to shed his excess weight. He smiled widely, scratching the back of his head in embarrassment, admitting that he worried how cold his wife might be toward him, but insisted he would serve his family from now on. He reminded Yonhua once more that she was like family to him. Yonhua's eyes softened with relief. She began to reply, telling him that she would continue to stand by his side, but before she could finish, Disaster struck. The body of an old man suddenly crashed through the carriage, slamming into her with such violent force that she was killed instantly. The blow was so powerful that even Heir himself was thrown outside. The old man, bloodied and broken, landed on his feet and braced himself against a tree, coughing blood. He muttered bitterly that his organs were in tatters. Almost immediately, a group of masked men rushed into the scene. One of them lunged at the old man with a blade, but the old man caught it with his bare hand, stopping it from cutting into him. The masked assailant coldly reminded him that he had been warned there was no escape. The old man roared back in fury, demanding to know how they dared betray him. Before he could finish, several more blades stabbed into his body. One of the masked men sneered that this was the end of the almighty demonic master. He mockingly bade him farewell, calling him "Dear Master." The old man's voice grew heavy with rage. He cursed them, swearing vengeance on the Blood Demon Castle, promising that if he failed to grind them down and drink their blood, he would not be worthy of his name as the demonic master. His fury erupted in a surge of red aura that sent the masked men flying. Meanwhile, Heir, injured and groaning on the ground, tried to rise. His eyes caught sight of Yonhwa's lifeless body lying in a pool of blood. Panic overtook him. He stumbled forward, screaming her name, and lifted her into his lap, his tears spilling freely. His anguished cry tore through the night as he cursed his stroke of misfortune. The old man, still barely alive, staggered away but collapsed to his knees. His breath was shallow as he admitted to himself that he needed a new body before his heart stopped. He muttered that he must use the spirit possession technique, though his voice trembled with doubt. Was this where his journey would end? A chilling voice interrupted his despair. Heir, blinded by grief and fury, shouted at the old man. He accused him of dragging Yonhwa into this mess, of fighting here and causing her death. He demanded an answer, his hands shaking as he grabbed the old man by the collar. His voice cracked as he screamed that his family had just been taken from him. The old man's lips moved faintly. He told him he should not. With sudden speed, he struck Heir's pressure point with his left hand. Heir gasped in shock, realizing what had happened as his body went limp. He collapsed to the ground, whispering in disbelief that he could no longer move. The old man walked slowly toward him, his voice rough yet mocking. He told Heir that he should not treat an injured old man so harshly. Heir's inner voice cursed himself. He had known the old man was a martial artist, but in his anger, he had lost control of his temper. The old man sat down beside him and confessed his intentions. He admitted that he had planned to use the spirit possession technique one final time, hoping to seize the body of someone young and talented so he could live longer. But since death was moments away, he had no choice. Even if it were the body of a pig, he would take it. He began the technique. The old man gathered 160 years' worth of martial essence into his left hand, pure chi, condensed into its peak. With his right hand, he summoned the culmination of his soul, his very spirit. He thrust both into Heir's body. A violent red aura shot upward into the sky, shaking the ground. After a few moments, the aura vanished, leaving the old man's body lifeless. Heir's body twitched, then sat upright, shoving the corpse away. He raised his hand, flexing it in disbelief, before a twisted smile crept across his face. His eyes glowed with a sinister light as he whispered that he had succeeded. But suddenly, his expression faltered. His body began to resist. Inside him, two voices clashed. The old man's spirit muttered in frustration that Heir should already have been suppressed by his immense chi and spiritual power. Yet, Heir's own spirit roared back, refusing to yield. He swore he could not die like this. He had to survive. He had to avenge his clan. The two spirits collided violently, battling for control. Heir's spirit began to crumble under the strain. The old man mocked him, saying that although his will was surprising, it was ultimately futile. Heir gasped that his consciousness was fading away. Outside the struggle within, one of the masked men had returned. He approached the possessed body and sneered. He recognized the technique and admitted that the demonic master had indeed lived up to his reputation. The demons of the three heavens had revered him for a reason, but he declared that his parasitic life would end here. He lunged, driving a blade straight into Heir's neck. The possessed body collapsed instantly. When consciousness returned, it was under a sunny sky. A man groaned, clutching his head, muttering that it felt like it was about to split. He opened his eyes slowly, confused about where he was. Looking around the room, he realized he was in an apothecary. His throat burned with thirst, and he grabbed a cup to drink. The liquid was bitter, unmistakably medicine. As he lowered the cup, he noticed his hand. His eyes widened. He stared at it for a long moment, before suddenly shouting loud enough to shake the building, shattering the cup. He looked down at his hands in disbelief, asking what was wrong with them. A young woman rushed into the room, startled by the sound. She called out to him as, "Young master," asking if he was all right, worried that something had broken. The man immediately stood and grabbed her shoulders with urgency. He stared into her face and asked in shock if she was Yeonhwa, demanding to know why she looked younger. Yeonhwa sighed softly and reminded him that he must have had another nightmare. His mind raced. Could this truly be a dream? But when he stepped on the shards of the broken cup, the pain seared through him too vividly. His eyes widened. The pain felt real. Could it be that this was not a dream at all? He rushed outside, despite Yeonhwa's frantic protests that he should not move with a wounded foot. He approached a statue, trembling as he raised his hand toward it. His memory surged violently, his younger self, headbutting that very statue in defiance of his father. Tears streamed down his face as he whispered Yeonhwa's name. He asked her when this statue had been placed. She blinked in confusion, then replied that it had been 5 days ago. His chest heaved as he repeated her words in disbelief. 5 days? He muttered that he would find out for himself. He lowered his head and smashed it into the statue with full force, breaking it apart. Gasps erupted around him as everyone, including Yeonhwa, shouted his name in shock. Blood trickled down his forehead, but his teeth were clenched with fierce determination. This was no dream. Somehow, impossibly, he was back in the past. He realized then that he had 3 years before the day the Tianzhong clan would fall. His voice shook with resolve as he swore to protect his people and his clan at all costs. The man who made this vow was none other than Yong. The Tianzhong clan was a once proud martial clan that had lived near Tianzhong Mountain in Henan for generations. Many households had taken the mountain's name as their own throughout history, but it was the Yong clan that managed to unify them all. Back then, people across Henan called them the Tianzhong Yong clan. Those who remembered those times still spoke of their glory, but those days had long since passed. The clan's reputation had fallen, and no one praised them anymore. Now they were known simply as the Tianzhong clan. Inside the main hall, Yong, the current clan head, sat drinking tea with a weary expression. He sighed heavily and admitted that 30 years had gone by, yet not a single martial expert had risen from their line. After Elder Yong Gosang, once known as the Supreme Dragon of Henan, their clan had become nothing but a shadow of its former glory. Even the people now looked down on them. He confessed with bitterness that it was a truth they could not deny. His wife poured tea into his cup and tried to console him. She said that they should put their hopes in Hwarin, praying that he would recover and someday lead the clan into a better future. Bayang shook his head. He reminded her that she knew how much Hwarin hated him. Everything he had done had been out of consideration, yet his son saw it as nothing but cruelty. He blamed himself, believing it was his fault for remarrying too quickly after his first wife's death. He admitted he had not even properly grieved for her before bringing another woman into the household. His wife gave him a gentle smile and told him that perhaps all they needed was patience, that Hwarin might simply need more time. Biyang frowned and confessed that he had thought the same thing at first, but the rift between them only seemed to grow deeper as the years went by. Just 5 days ago, when he went to see his son, Hwarin had placed a statue in the garden and told him to pretend that the statue was him instead. With a bitter laugh, he apologized to his wife, saying that he was complaining too much. At that moment, Yeonhwa came running toward them in a panic. Her eyes were wet with tears as she cried out for the clan head. Biyang was startled by her sudden appearance and asked why she was in such a hurry. Yeonhwa struggled to catch her breath as she tried to speak, tears streaming down her face. Biyang snapped at her to stop crying and explain clearly what was wrong. Through her sobs, she revealed that young Master Hwarin had hurt himself and had fallen unconscious. Both Biyang and his wife froze in shock at the news. The clan head's eyes widened as he exclaimed in disbelief. Back at Hwarin's quarters, the young man lay unconscious on his bed. Beads of sweat dripped from his forehead as he tossed in the grip of a dream. In his dream, he found himself standing near a beautiful waterfall. A younger version of himself was laughing happily as he splashed in the water, while his real mother sat nearby, watching him with a smile. She called out softly, asking if he liked the cascading rapids of the waterfall that much. Hwarin, as a child, shouted back joyfully that he did. He showed her the koi fish swimming everywhere, then proudly held up a massive fish he had caught. He beamed and cried out for his mother to look at how big it was. But as soon as he turned to her, his expression collapsed. She was no longer sitting upright. She had collapsed to the ground. The scene shifted, and now he was in her room. She lay pale and frail on the bed, her breathing weak. Tears streamed down the boy's face. She reached out to him gently and told him to come closer. She apologized, saying she could not accompany him to the waterfall anymore to catch koi fish. Hwoaran buried his face in her chest, sobbing, calling her mom. She stroked him weakly, whispering that she was fine and begging him to stop crying. But suddenly, her voice grew twisted and deep. It ordered him to stop his damn tears, calling him a weakling. Her soft features shifted and twisted into something monstrous. In her place stood a demonic old man, his face filled with cruelty and a sinister smile twisting across his mouth. He declared that he would take Hwoaran's head as a trophy. Then, with his sharp teeth bared, he opened his mouth impossibly wide. The boy screamed in terror, his voice echoing as he shouted for help. With a gasp, Hwoaran jolted awake from the nightmare. He sat up immediately. As he panted heavily, he glanced around the room, still shaken, and realized where he was. The surroundings were familiar but also strangely foreign. He recognized it as his room from when he had been younger. As his breathing slowed, a thought crept into his mind. If this was truly his old room, then it meant he had really gone back to the past. It was the time when he had hated his father, when he had cut himself off from his family, and when the clan had eventually fallen to ruin. But now, if he truly had returned to this time, then perhaps he could stop all of that from happening. He clenched his lips with determination, vowing that he could change the fate of his father, his family, and the clan since he knew what the future held. Just then, a burning heat surged inside his body. His eyes widened as the sensation spread. Outside, a group of attendants whispered among themselves about what had happened recently. One said that young Master Hwoaran had destroyed a statue by headbutting it. Another scoffed, saying that it was impossible since Hwoaran had always been frail and bedridden, never even learning martial arts. Yet another swore he had seen it herself. Their murmurs grew anxious, with one insisting that he must have been possessed. Suddenly, the door to Hwoaran's quarters slammed open. The women gasped when they saw him trembling inside. One tried to speak, stammering as she called him young master, but her words faltered. Inside, Hwoaran clutched his head and stomach as his body twitched uncontrollably. His inner thoughts raced in panic. Something was wrong. His body burned with heat, and the energy surged from his lower dantian like wildfire. His eyes widened in horror as the thought formed in his mind he needed a woman. The realization horrified him. The energy was overwhelming, surging with uncontrollable yang power. He cursed inwardly. This was the demonic old man's energy. It was too much. If he did not do something about it, he would lose control. His body twitched violently, the heat spreading further. He thought desperately that if he did not restrain himself soon, he might do something he would regret. Without another thought, he bolted past the attendants and ran outside. The attendants gasped in shock, exclaiming that it was still freezing cold outside. Their young master was barely clothed and should not be running around like that. If anything happened to him, they would be the ones held responsible. But Hwoaran did not stop. He kept running, his body trembling with heat, until he finally reached the bamboo forest. He gritted his teeth, forcing himself forward. If he did nothing, the old man's energy would consume him entirely. He finally arrived at a familiar place, the waterfall. Without hesitation, he leapt into the rushing water. Steam rose instantly from his body as the cold water clashed against the burning heat inside him. Relief spread across his face as he let out a shaky smile. Inwardly, he thanked the heavens. He was saved. But a voice suddenly pierced the air. Hwoaran! His eyes widened when he turned. It was his father, Yong, rushing toward him. Father? Hwoaran whispered in disbelief. Yong entered the water, his face pale with fear. He grabbed his son and held him tightly, tears streaming down his face. He shouted at him, asking if he had truly wanted to die. He reminded him that even if he hated him, he should not throw his life away like this, not on such a freezing day. His eyes searched Hwoaran's forehead desperately, asking if he was all right after injuring himself. For a moment, Hwoaran stayed silent. Inside, his heart trembled. He had missed his father more than he could admit, but he could not suddenly act affectionate or everyone would find it strange. For now, he decided, he would simply try to get closer to him naturally, step by step. Slowly, he wrapped his arms tightly around his father. His eyes burned with emotion as his inner voice whispered that he was truly back. If this were a dream, he wished to never wake up. If this was an illusion, he prayed he would never open his eyes. 3 months passed. On a quiet afternoon, Hwarin sat with his younger half-brother, Yong Kijun, on a wooden dock as they fished together. Kijun chuckled and teased that he was going to win their bet. Hwarin laughed along, asking if Kijun had been fishing all his life to be this confident. Inwardly, Hwarin reflected on how different things had become. Over the past 3 months, he had grown much closer to his family. In his previous life, he had never even spoken much to Kijun. He remembered clearly that his younger brother had once trained in the clan's secret martial technique, but later suffered from chi blockage. After that, Kijun had been unable to progress further, and the Tianzhong clan had lost much of its influence. Eventually, they had become nothing more than a branch of the Yuchi clan. At that time, Hwarin had already become a son-in-law of the Sky Ocean Merchant Union, and had been too busy. By the time he learned of it all, it was already too late. Kijun's voice pulled him back from his thoughts. The boy asked if it was really all right for Hwarin to have stopped taking the medicine he had been prescribed. Hwarin replied casually that those medicines were what had made him fat. Kijun tilted his head in confusion. "When were you ever fat?" he asked innocently. Startled, Hwarin stammered and quickly corrected himself, saying that he only meant he might become fat if he kept drinking them. Kijun grinned and showed him the fish he had caught in his basket. He teased that he liked how Hwarin had been lately, especially since he often gave him extra allowances under the excuse of making bets. Then he asked triumphantly if he had won, showing off his full basket, but Hwarin smirked mischievously. With a sudden movement, he threw his own basket high into the air and shouted that he could not lose again. Kijun's jaw dropped in outrage. He yelled that his brother was cheating. Hwarin only laughed and grabbed him with a wide grin, declaring that he had caught an even bigger fish already. Then, with a sudden leap, he pulled Kijun into the lake with him. Both of them splashed into the water as Kijun screamed, while Hwarin burst into laughter. Inside, Hwarin reflected sorrowfully. He had never realized before what a bright and cheerful child Kijun truly was. In his previous life, he had placed too much of a burden on his brother's shoulders. Quietly, he apologized in his heart. Time passed, and Hwarin devoted himself to training. He pushed his body daily, building his strength before beginning his martial training. He often worried about the demonic old man's energy that still lingered within him, but it had yet to cause him trouble again. However, because of the incident where it had once surged uncontrollably, he had developed the habit of meditating beneath the waterfall every morning to stabilize his chi. One day, after completing his meditation, he noticed his younger half-sister Xiaolan approaching with a towel in her hands. Hwarin walked toward her and told her that she did not need to do this for him. She chuckled shyly and replied that she enjoyed it, that she liked being friends with him now. As he looked at her smiling face, Hwarin's heart sank with regret. In his past life, he had treated her cruelly despite her kindness. Xiaolan had always been lively and friendly. She loved attending events like fireworks festivals, and she had often offered to take him with her. But each time, he had rejected her harshly. The memory returned vividly. She had once asked him sweetly if he wanted to go with her to the festival. He had glared at her with cold eyes, cutting her off before she could finish. He had told her that he had no time to waste playing with her, and with a sinister look, he warned her never to ask him again. That had been the last meaningful interaction they ever had. She had gone alone to the festival, where she was murdered. His father had personally investigated her death, but not long after, he too had been assassinated. Now, in the present, as Hwarin pulled on his upper robe, he turned to her and asked if today was not the day of the moon festival she had mentioned. Her eyes widened with joy. She exclaimed that she thought he had forgotten. When he confirmed that he would go with her, she jumped with excitement. Hwarin smiled and added that they should go shopping for her before the event. Xiaolan clapped her hands and cried out happily, urging him to go immediately. As he looked at her cheerful face, Hwarin's heart hardened with determination. This was another chance to live differently. He could not allow the same tragedies to unfold again. If he were to protect Xiaolan, Kijun, his father, and the entire Tianzhong clan, then he needed strength. He needed to become strong enough to shield his family and restore the clan's former glory. Back at the training yard, Hwarin was running laps alongside the other young men of the clan. As his feet struck the ground, he thought about how different his life had become. In the past, he had done nothing but drink medicine in his room and bury himself in books, never stepping outside. But now everything had changed. Ironically, it all seemed to be thanks to the ominous aura of the old man. His body itched to move, his muscles longed to be tested, and he wanted to measure the improvements that had taken root within him. His thoughts were interrupted when his father's voice suddenly called out to him. Turning his head, Hwarin saw Yong standing nearby, smiling warmly, his eyes glistening with pride. "You really have changed," Byung declared, his voice filled with emotion. "My son has truly grown up." Embarrassed by the attention, Hwarin quickly glanced at the other disciples around him and muttered that the others were watching. But Byung ignored the concern, stepped forward, and firmly grabbed his son's shoulder. "And what does that matter?" He laughed loudly for all to hear. "Hwarin, how about you stop merely exercising and officially begin to learn the martial arts of our family?" Hwarin paused for a moment before nodding. He admitted that he had been thinking of the same thing. Byung's face lit up with joy. "Really? Then I will arrange for an instructor for you immediately," he exclaimed. Hwarin hesitated, however, and after a moment confessed that he already had someone in mind. This piqued his father's curiosity, but before he could ask further, Solon suddenly ran toward them. With a bright smile, she threw herself into her brother's arms. Her father, half amused and half jealous, scolded her playfully. "So now you only look for your brother and ignore your father?" Solon laughed and spun in a circle, showing off the new clothes she wore. "Brother picked out these clothes for me. How do I look, father? Aren't they pretty?" Byung sighed and admitted helplessly that he could not argue with that. Solon chuckled and told him sweetly that she loved him. The sound of laughter filled the yard, and Hwarin stood there quietly, smiling warmly at the scene. Yet, in his heart, he reminded himself that just because his body had changed did not mean he could protect the ones he loved. To shield them, he needed real strength. He needed martial arts. Elsewhere, in a quiet and worn training ground, a graceful figure was practicing. A fine lady moved with elegance as her sword cut smoothly through the air, each strike flowing like water. When she noticed someone approach, she paused and turned. "What brings you to this place, young Master Yong?" she asked coolly. This fine shit was Mo Byung, known as the Dragon Flower Sword. Hwarin greeted her with a smile, admitting that it had been a long time since they had spoken. He explained that he had something to ask of her. His tone was awkward, as if uncertain how to begin. Byung studied him carefully. She thought to herself that the rumors about his recovery must be true. She had never spoken to this twisted young man before, and she could not imagine what kind of request he might bring. When she asked him directly what he meant, Hwarin surprised her. Bowing deeply and speaking with a firm voice, he declared, "I wish to learn your sword skills. Please take me in as your disciple." Byung froze in shock. She had heard whispers that he had changed in recent months, and though he did seem different, she wondered whether a man could truly transform so easily. Many endured difficult lives yet remained upright, while Hwarin had once wallowed in hatred, cutting off his ties to both family and clan. After a long pause, she turned away and refused him. Hwarin was stunned. He quickly asked her for the reason. Byung explained calmly that she was too busy investigating the stagnation of the Tianzhong clan's secret arts to take on a disciple. As she walked away, she apologized silently in her heart. She did not believe people could change so suddenly. Hwarin's chest tightened at her rejection. He thought bitterly that she must still consider him pathetic. In the past, Mo Byung had rarely interacted with others, and even within the clan, not many understood her true skill. Yet Hwarin, who had lived that future once before, knew her strength better than anyone. The depth of her martial ability far exceeded anyone else in the clan. In desperation, he fell to his knees before her. Byung spun back and shouted furiously, demanding to know why the eldest son of the clan would abase himself so over such a trivial matter. But Hwarin murmured quietly at first, then raised his voice. "No, this is not an insignificant matter to me." He thought back on the past he had lived. Mo Byung had been the one who contributed the most in the battle against the Dabi sect. For her valor, she was given the title Dragon Blood Flower, a name not meant for a woman, but she had accepted it and fought on. She gave her all to rebuild the Tianzhong clan, only to die a mysterious death. She had sacrificed her life for the clan. Hwarin clenched his fists in resolve. He swore that he would not allow her to meet the same fate again. He would protect her, and he would protect his clan. Byung gazed at him carefully. His demeanor was not the same as before. Could it be that he truly had turned over a new leaf? At last she spoke, saying that she would accept his request but only under one condition. Huaren's heart leapt as she explained. If he could touch her even once during a spar, she would accept him as her disciple. She would not use qi nor the martial arts of the clan, but even then, she was certain he would never succeed. Huaren hesitated, but his determination rose. He accepted the challenge. Moments later, he lay defeated on the ground, unable to even graze her hair. He thought to himself in disbelief that the gap was that enormous. Yong began to walk away, declaring that she had won and that she would take her leave. But Huaren, gritting his teeth, could not accept defeat. With a roar, he lunged at her again, shouting that their duel was not over. She easily deflected him, striking him down each time he tried to rise. With each word he spoke, she struck him again, reminding him of his weakness. At last, he collapsed fully, though he still clutched his sword. She looked down at him and admitted that his effort was commendable. As she turned to leave, something unexpected surged within him. A sudden aura flared from his body, crimson and wild. Yong stopped instantly, startled. "Red aura?" she gasped. "That is not the martial art of the Tianzhong clan. Just what is that?" Alarmed, she shouted for him to come back to his senses, but Huaren did not respond. In a blink, he was standing directly in front of her, his wooden sword raised for another strike. She barely managed to dodge, her eyes widening in shock. His speed had grown terrifying. Again he struck, and again she evaded, but the relentless pressure forced her back toward the wall. Realizing the danger, she decided she had no choice but to counter him seriously. She drew her blade and began to summon her technique. She prepared to unleash the first form of the Soaring Dragon Emperor sword, but before she could strike, Huaren's wooden sword brushed against her hair. Yong froze in disbelief. Huaren, grinning weakly through exhaustion, declared, "I touched you. Dragonflower sword." "No, Master Mo Yong." Then he collapsed unconscious at her feet. Yong stood stunned, unable to believe what had just occurred. She turned toward the wall behind her, where she saw the damage his wooden sword had left. The wall was smashed and broken by sheer force. Her eyes widened further as she whispered in shock, "Just what was that?" A few days passed, and Huaren continued to practice his sword techniques with relentless focus. His body glistened with sweat, each breath heavy as he swung the blade through the air. From a short distance away, Mo Yong silently observed him. Her sharp eyes traced every movement, and in her heart, she marveled at what she saw. She thought that she had not expected the young master to possess this much talent. In just a few days, he had already learned the forms of the Soaring Dragon Emperor sword and the Azure Bamboo sword. Once, he had seemed to have no martial talent at all, yet now he handled the forms with startling ease. When Huaren finally lowered his weapon, gasping for breath, he turned to her and asked eagerly how he had done. Yong's tone remained firm as she answered that although he had not yet awakened to the true secrets of the techniques, he was already using both swords without any visible flaw. Considering how little time he had been practicing, his achievement was excellent. Huaren chuckled lightly, brushing off her words and saying that she praised him too much. Her gaze suddenly sharpened, however, and she fixed him with a serious look. She remarked that his progress was unbelievable, that she could hardly reconcile the image of him now with the sickly young master who had once been bedridden. His speed in learning was remarkable, and she admitted bluntly that he was incredible. Then her expression darkened as she recalled the red aura she had seen from him before. Huaren scratched the back of his head awkwardly and insisted once again that he did not remember what had happened. He explained that he had suffered so many blows from her during their spar that he could not recall anything clearly. He added playfully that only she would treat the eldest son of the clan so harshly with her dragonflower sword. But Mo Yong did not laugh. She remained stern and silent for a long moment before finally turning away. She told him that since he refused to answer, she would not pry further. However, she reminded him that she was still responsible as one who served the Tianzhong clan, and for that reason, she would observe every moment of his life. Huaren smiled awkwardly and admitted that it sounded a little frightening. That night, alone in his dimly lit chamber, Huaren sat at his desk with martial arts manuals spread before him. His candlelight flickered as he pored over every word, his mind racing with thoughts. After wielding both the Soaring Dragon Emperor sword and the Azure Bamboo sword, he could feel it clearly. The martial arts of the Tianzhong clan were incomplete. He reasoned that it was inevitable, since their roots had not been purely orthodox. In his mind, he traced the origins of their clan's art. Long ago, the progenitor of the Tianzhong clan had been a wandering martial artist seeking justice in Henan. He had obtained the demonic arts from the master of the hidden saint cult, which was neither fully orthodox nor truly demonic. Though he had studied demonic techniques, the progenitor had worked tirelessly to reshape them, transforming the arts into the soaring dragon sword and the azure bamboo sword while striving to remain on the path of justice. The power of those arts had been reduced in the process, yet they still produced the greatest swordsman in Henan at that time. But the truth remained. Using demonic martial arts alongside orthodox cultivation left the system incomplete. The progenitor had reached a peak, but not the supreme peak. To prevent unrest, he had hidden the true origins of the martial arts, and over the ages, that truth had been buried. But now it resurfaced, casting its shadow over the Tianzhong clan. The realization thrilled Huaren. He smirked widely, clenched his fists, and thought to himself that he alone could complete these unstable and incomplete martial arts. Only he, someone who had experienced the future, possessed the knowledge to do so. The next day, Huaren sat with his father and stepmother in the garden, sharing tea as sunlight filtered through the trees. Calmly, he announced his intention to visit the Jaegal clan. His father looked up in mild surprise and asked what business he had there. Huaren explained that since he had recovered his health by learning martial arts, he believed it was proper to visit the Jaegal clan and pay his respects, especially as someone who had been arranged to marry one of their daughters even before his birth. Yong leaned back with a thoughtful sigh. He agreed, remarking that time truly flew quickly. It had been decided long ago that Huaren would wed into the Jaegal clan. He recalled that the daughter's name was Jaegal Yong. When Huaren confirmed it, Biyang smiled warmly, saying that he had been close friends with Jaegal Yugyol and that his friend would be delighted to see Huaren. He had heard that Yong was an incredible beauty. Then he asked his son when he intended to leave. Before Huaren could answer, his stepmother objected. She insisted that he had only just recovered, and that it would be better for him to rest longer. Biyang, however, laughed heartily and countered that his son was of age now. He explained that traveling and meeting friends were part of a young man's life, recalling how he himself had met Jaegal Yugyol at around the same age. Reluctantly, his wife relented, though she added sternly that Huaren must be careful. The journey would take more than a month, and so he would need a reliable bodyguard. A few days later, Huaren met again with Mo Biyang, who was looking at him with a faintly irritated expression. He greeted her happily, but his curiosity rose when he noticed the two unfamiliar men standing behind her. He asked who they were. The two men approached slowly, circling him as they examined his physique. One of them muttered in surprise, while the other commented that, though his frame was not large, his body was flexible. They remarked together that the rumors of him practicing martial arts were true, and that he truly seemed different from before. Huaren quickly recognized them as the rising ghost blades, Hongwook and Namwook. He bowed slightly and said it was an honor to meet them. One of the men laughed and assured him cheerfully that he and the dragon flower sword would do everything in their power to protect him. The other tilted his head and noted that Huaren's body had potential for more strength. Huaren thought privately that they looked like muscleheads, but he also knew their skill was real. The rising ghost blades specialized in the technique known as Ghost Blade, and his father had clearly gone to great effort to select them as his protectors. When the time came to plan their departure, Huaren gathered them and declared that he would be the one to designate their path. He asked only that they follow without question. Jungwook met his eyes for a long moment before nodding firmly and answering that, of course, he would obey. With their agreement sealed, Huaren prepared to leave. Before departing, he went to say farewell to his family. Solon burst into tears as she clung to him, asking if he truly needed to go. He gently patted her head and promised that when he returned, he would take her to the festival. She asked if he meant it, and he smiled, assuring her that he did. He then turned to Kijong, gripped his shoulder, and told him to protect Seolan and the rest of the family in his absence. Kijong looked up at him in surprise, thinking that his brother seemed taller than ever before, then answered with determination that he would guard their family with his life. Finally, Huaren bowed to his parents, saying his farewell and preparing to mount his horse. Just as he was about to depart, a cry rang out. Someone was running toward him, breathless, shouting for him to wait. Huaren turned to see Yunhua rushing forward. She skidded to a stop, panting, and begged him to let her come with him. For a moment, Huaren paused in silence. Yong quickly interjected, advising him to refuse and insisting that the journey was far too dangerous for a girl. But Hwarin raised a hand to stop him. He stepped down from his horse and walked toward Yonhwa. When he reached her, he extended his hand. Yonhwa flinched, bracing as if expecting a blow, and whispered an apology. Instead, Hwarin drew her into a tight embrace. She gasped in surprise, her eyes wide. He spoke softly to her, saying that she had always wished to be by his side and that he was deeply grateful for her presence. But, he explained, the path he was taking was extremely dangerous, and at present, he did not yet have the strength to protect her if she accompanied him. He confessed that he did not want to place her in harm's way, because she was his beloved family. He asked her to stay behind with his parents, Kijong and Seolin, and to wait for his return. Tears welled in Yeonhwa's eyes, but she smiled as she promised that she would. At last, Hwarin mounted his horse again and set off with his companions. As they rode away, he thought to himself that when he returned to the Tianzhong clan, much would have changed. He vowed to protect his family and prevent the fall of his clan, and all of it would begin with completing the incomplete martial arts. He admitted inwardly that visiting the Jaegal clan was merely an excuse. Their true destination lay beyond. The Jaegal clan was close to Wudang Mountain, and it was there, on that sacred peak, that he believed the secret to perfecting the martial arts of the Tianzhong clan awaited. He clenched the reins tightly and whispered in his heart. They would be heading to Wudang. Days later, Hwarin lay in the shallow waters of a stream, his eyes fixed on the vast and beautiful sky above. The stillness of the scene felt strange to him, almost unsettling. In a quiet murmur, he admitted to himself that this place was unusual. Slowly, he rose to his feet and began to walk through the rippling current, until he noticed a broken wooden sign lying half buried in the water. He picked it up and brushed away the dirt. His expression hardened as his gaze froze on the letters carved into the wood. It bore the name of the Tianzhong clan. A sharp chill seized him. In the next moment, the calm stream dissolved into a horrific vision. The Tianzhong clan appeared before his eyes, engulfed in flames. The night sky glowed crimson. Buildings collapsed into fire, and the air reeked of smoke and ash. Hwarin dropped the wooden sign in shock as his heart began to pound violently in his chest. He stumbled forward and shouted in disbelief. "No, no!" His cries echoed as he ran frantically through the burning ruins, calling out as though searching for survivors. Then, a deep, chilling voice cut through the chaos. The words struck him like a hammer. Hwarin froze instantly. The voice was unmistakable. It was the old demonic man, the very one who had possessed his body in his past life before he regressed. His presence made every nerve in Hwarin's body tremble. The old man's tone was filled with scorn. He declared that even after receiving the greatest possible opportunity, one that defied the heavens themselves, Hwarin still wasted his time on childish pursuits. He said nothing could be changed and demanded that Hwarin hand over his body. Fear gripped him, and Hwarin stammered in disbelief. He recognized the voice and asked how the old man had returned. Before the demonic figure could finish his command, the vision shattered like glass. A sharp slash interrupted his thoughts, dragging him back into reality. Mo Byung's voice cut through the haze as she demanded to know what he had been thinking about during their spar. Startled, Hwarin pulled back, his eyes wide as he realized he had been lost in a trance. He admitted in a quiet voice that he surrendered. Mo Byung studied him carefully. She told him that he seemed unable to focus again and asked whether he was feeling unwell. Hwarin looked away and admitted softly that he was fine, but explained that his sleep had been disturbed over the past few days. Nearby, Jungwook and Namwook were training with heavy stones, their bodies straining with effort. Between breaths, Jungwook glanced toward Hwarin and suggested that if the young master did not feel well, he could join them in their training. He explained that the exercises, called the matching river and the lifting thrust flow, were meant to build strength. Namwook added instructions while panting, reminding his brother to utilize his side muscles and ensure the stones stayed perpendicular as they lifted. Watching them, Hwarin let out a nervous laugh and shook his head. He told them perhaps next time, but then his expression grew serious. He announced that he had something important to tell them about their journey. Later, as they rode along a dirt road on horseback, Hwarin revealed his plan. He explained that before heading to the Jaegal clan, he wanted to stop at Mount Seven Sages. Jungwook turned in surprise and repeated the name of the mountain. Hwarin elaborated, saying he had read a book written by a renowned herbalist. According to the text, there was a part of Mount Seven Sages where 100-year-old ginseng could be found. The book also mentioned the existence of a rare treasure called monkey wine, which was nearly impossible to find elsewhere in the Jianghu. At the mention of monkey wine, Jungwook and Namwook's mouths watered. They repeated the words dreamily, as if already tasting it. Hwarin smirked and teased them. He remarked that he had heard of their reputation, saying the two of them were known as the two rising drunken ghosts because of their love for liquor. Flustered, Jungwook cleared his throat and attempted to respond, insisting they supported the journey. But before he could finish, Mo Byung interrupted sharply. Her tone was stern, as she reminded Hwarin that Mount Seven Sages lay near the territories of demonic sects. For an orthodox clan like the Tianzhong to go there, she warned, could invite disaster. Hwarin countered her calmly. He asked how anyone would know they belonged to the Tianzhong clan. If they were caught, he reasoned, they could claim to be from some other group. Mo Byung grew furious. She demanded to know how the heir of the Tianzhong clan could speak so lightly of such dishonor. She argued that the pride of their clan was not something to be discarded. But Hwarin cut her off coldly. He asked if pride was really so important when survival was at stake. If a great enemy demanded his origin, he said, he would not hesitate to claim allegiance to a demonic sect if it meant surviving. Jungwook stepped in and supported Hwarin's reasoning. He argued that there was no reason for an orthodox sect to fear demonic ones and insisted that following the young master's judgment was the wiser choice. Mo Byung accused them of being motivated only by their eagerness for monkey wine. Hwarin, exaggerating his sincerity, placed a hand on his chest. He claimed his true intention was to bring ginseng back for his parents, confessing he had caused them much trouble in the past and wished to make amends. Mo Byung faltered at his words, her anger softening. After a pause, she reluctantly agreed. If he insisted, she said, then they would head to Mount Seven Sages. Relieved, Hwarin thanked them all and told the group they should make preparations at a nearby inn. But deep inside, his lips twisted into a sly grin. He admitted to himself that he had lied. There was no ginseng or monkey wine waiting at Mount Seven Sages. What truly awaited was something far more valuable, the demonic poison stone flower. He recalled its nature clearly. There were places where poisonous insects gathered to die when their time came. Over centuries, their venom pooled and hardened into a crystal of poison. When a seed fell upon such a crystal, it sprouted into a flower imbued with venom and demonic energy. This was the demonic poison stone flower, and according to what he knew, it was hidden somewhere within Mount Seven Sages. That evening, at the inn, rumors spread among martial artists. From a nearby table, Hwarin overheard a group whispering about demonic masters gathering near Mount Seven Sages. One man leaned closer to his companions and revealed in a hushed voice that a rare medicine had been discovered there. Its name was the demonic poisonstone flower. Hwarin stiffened in shock. His mind burned with frustration. How could the whole world already know of it? Later that night, as they drank together, Mo Byung spoke gravely. She reminded Hwarin that he must have heard the rumors of demonic masters converging on Mount Seven Sages because of the flower. She insisted that it was too dangerous to head there now. Hwarin admitted silently that she was right. The demonic sects would surely fight fiercely for it. But he reassured himself that he did not need to join their struggle. He only needed to defeat Gochok, who would be the last to claim the flower. In his previous life, Gochok had advanced from first rate to the peak within half a year. The demonic poisonstone flower. It will undoubtedly be an ingredient optimized for his martial arts. The martial arts of Tianzhong are ultimately demonic arts. He raised his cup and declared firmly that nothing had changed. They would still head to Mount Seven Sages. Mo Byung sprang to her feet in disbelief. She asked if he had not heard that the demonic sects were already gathering there. Hwarin replied calmly that Mount Seven Sages was one of the routes to the Jaegul clan. Since the Jaegul clan would surely be involved, he argued, it might not be a bad idea to meet them there. Mo Byung reluctantly agreed, but with one condition. If they encountered martial artists stronger than themselves, they must evade immediately. Hwarin nodded and assured her that he would avoid dangerous confrontations. He glanced toward Jungwook and Namwook, only to find the two Ghostblades already passed out drunk at the table. Shaking his head, he repeated his promise to stay cautious. A few days later, they finally arrived at Mount Seven Sages and checked into a nearby inn. Hwarin told his companions that they would stay there for the time being. Secretly, he admitted to himself that the mountain surroundings were like a gallery of chaos. Though he was still too weak to enter recklessly, he smiled darkly, reminding himself that whoever had the last laugh would be the true victor. Earlier that day, he had given instructions to his group. He told them to investigate inns and taverns run by the Serpent Dragon sect and to find ones with few customers but many horses. He reasoned that Gochok, as the young sect leader, would not move alone. He would bring his men, and for that, they would need horses and stables. Even if Gochok obtained the flower, he would not transport it immediately. He would first stop at an inn to secure it, and it was highly likely the inn would be managed by his sect. If such a place could be identified, Hwoaran thought, they could intercept Gochok before the flower was hidden away. In the past, Gochok had been the one to claim it, but this time, Hwoaran intended to take it for himself. Later that day, Hwoaran and Jungwook stood on a balcony, watching the street below. Namwook approached and asked what they were observing. Jungwook pointed at a figure in the crowd and told him that it was none other than Gochok, the young sect leader of the Serpent Dragon sect. Hwoaran's eyes widened. He thought to himself that Gochok should already be at Mount Seven Sages fighting for the flower. Why was he here instead? In the distance, one of Gochok's men leaned close and whispered something into his ear. Hwoaran strained to listen but could not make out the words. He cursed in irritation. Suddenly, Gochok's eyes widened, and his voice thundered across the street. He barked orders to his men, demanding that the Serpent Dragon 8 swords and the Serpent Dragon slashers be gathered immediately to give chase. Even Jungwook was startled by his commanding tone. He explained to Hwoaran that those were the two strongest forces of the Serpent Dragon sect. Gochok had shouted with such force that even he had heard it clearly. Hwoaran's expression narrowed. If something urgent had just occurred, it meant there might be new opportunities. The chances of him obtaining the demonic poison stone flower had just increased. With calm determination, he told his companions to prepare, declaring that they would follow. Mo Byong appeared at once, her face filled with protest. She demanded to know if he truly intended to chase the demonic sects, reminding him it was far too dangerous. She scolded him for involving himself in increasingly perilous situations, but Hwoaran's voice remained steady. He told her that soon the Jianghu would face great upheaval, and to survive within that chaos, they would need to become stronger. The demonic poison stone flower, he insisted. Mo Byong cut him off sharply. She argued that the Jianghu was at peace, and that they were not so weak as to rely on poisonous herbs for security. Hwoaran's voice turned cold. He declared that she was wrong. They were weak. He asked if she truly lacked desire for the flower, and answered for her. Of course not. No martial artist could resist such a treasure. The truth was that they were simply too weak to participate in the struggle openly. He then spoke of his dream. He vowed to obtain the flower, grow stronger, and protect their clan from outside threats. Stepping closer, he fixed her with a piercing gaze. If she truly believed in him, the heir of their clan, then she should follow his command. Mo Byong stepped back, shocked by the determination in his voice. She admitted silently that the young master, who once could barely manage himself, now stood before her with a resolve she had never seen. She questioned whether she had failed to see him as a proper adult until this moment. Jungwook suddenly burst into laughter, clapping with delight. He admitted that he never knew their clan heir carried such a bold pledge in his heart. Both Jungwook and Namwook bowed respectfully, pledging themselves to his leadership. They introduced themselves formally as the two rising ghost blades and swore to follow the command of their young clan leader. After a long pause, Mo Byong lowered her head as well. She told Hwoaran she would also follow his will, though she warned him gravely that the Jianghu was not a place to be taken lightly. Hwoaran nodded calmly and told them to set forth. Inside, however, his thoughts darkened. He reassured her silently, for in the entire Jianghu, no one understood its cruelty better than him. After all, he had already lived through it once. Hwoaran and his companions trailed behind the Serpent Dragon sect, keeping a cautious distance. As they moved through the cover of the forest, Hwoaran observed the enemy with narrowed eyes, thinking to himself that he had not expected so many of their members to be gathered here. While crouching in the bushes, Mo Byong whispered to him with concern. She pointed out the movement of the Serpent Dragon sect, and Hwoaran quietly replied that Gochok and his men appeared to be forming the inescapable net formation. Jungwook's eyes widened with alarm as he muttered the name of the formation, while Namwook nervously suggested that they should leave before it was too late. Hwoaran, however, shook his head. He explained that the main squad of the Serpent Dragon sect had not yet made their move, and that they would likely act only once they spotted someone suspicious or the person carrying the miracle medicine. For now, they needed to remain patient and wait for the right timing. Moments later, a loud commotion erupted in the distance where the Serpent Dragon sect was stationed. Huaren listened carefully and concluded that the enemy had found the person carrying the miracle medicine. He quickly instructed his group to move closer to the riverbank instead. When Namwook asked why, Huaren explained that a person on the run would more likely escape toward the water than into the dense forest. He also pointed out that the shouting from the Serpent Dragon sect had ceased, which meant they were closing in on their target. He reminded the others to be as stealthy as possible from this point onward. Not long after, a man appeared at the opening of the river. He stumbled forward weakly, gasping for air and crying out for help in a broken voice. Before he could escape, a surge of purple aura materialized out of nowhere and struck him down instantly, killing him on the spot. The explosion that followed shook the ground, and when the dust finally dispersed, a single figure was revealed. Standing in the middle of the riverbank was a man shrouded in a menacing purple aura. In his hand, he clutched the demonic poison stone flower, its sinister glow feeding into his already dreadful presence. Yong's face paled as she recognized him immediately. She whispered in shock that this man was none other than the flying demonic bloodlion. At her words, fear and unease rippled through the group. Huaren studied the man closely and remarked that his aura was ominous, then asked Yong if she knew more about him. Jungwook answered instead, explaining that among the martial artists of the demonic world, the flying demonic bloodlion was a notorious figure and one of the most feared. Huaren, however, noticed something else. He pointed out that the man's state did not seem stable, and then his eyes widened as he realized what the man was holding. The demonic poison stone flower was in his possession. Their thoughts were interrupted when the Serpent Dragon sect arrived swiftly and surrounded the flying demonic bloodlion in tight formation. Gochok stepped forward to confront him, his voice ringing with accusation as he declared that the bloodlion had killed the most elite warriors of their sect. He admitted that he never imagined he would be forced to corner such a figure, but now that moment had come. The flying demonic bloodlion only laughed mockingly. He ridiculed them, saying he had not expected to be cornered by weaklings and that if not for interference from the Tang clan, he would have ripped them apart with ease. In response, Gochok reached into his pocket and revealed a small weapon. He asked if the bloodlion recognized it, announcing it to be the 1,000-needle downpour. At the sight of it, the bloodlion's expression changed to shock as he demanded to know how Gochok had obtained such a weapon. Gochok smirked and explained that they had spent a considerable fortune to acquire it, and warned him not to think they only had one. In perfect unison, every man in the Serpent Dragon sect pulled out the same weapon. The bloodlion's shock quickly twisted into anger. He snarled that such inferior weapons could never bring him down, and his arms burst with a violent, relentless energy. Gochok gave the order without hesitation, commanding his men to fire. The air erupted in a deafening series of explosions as the 1,000-needle downpour unleashed its deadly rain. Countless sharp projectiles poured down toward the flying demonic bloodlion. In response, the bloodlion roared, channeling his chi into a massive barrier of purple aura that spread out to engulf nearly the entire riverbank. From their hiding place, Huaren's eyes widened in disbelief. His thoughts raced as he wondered if it could truly be possible that the bloodlion possessed such overwhelming strength. The Serpent Dragon sect's attack clashed against the barrier, but the bloodlion deflected every strike. A shockwave erupted, forcing even Gochok to brace himself as he cried out in disbelief, demanding how his opponent still possessed so much chi. The bloodlion then leapt high into the air, looking down at them with wild eyes as he burst into manic laughter. He mocked the Serpent Dragon sect, shouting that they were nothing compared to him. Grinding his teeth, Gochok roared an order for the second Serpent Dragon squad to fire. Once again, the 1,000-needle downpour was unleashed, this time targeting the bloodlion while he was still suspended mid-air. The projectiles struck him directly, and his body plummeted down into the river below. One of the Serpent Dragon sect members shouted triumphantly that the flying demonic bloodlion had fallen. Without wasting time, Gochok barked further commands. He ordered the 8th sword of the Serpent Dragon and the Serpent Dragon bladesman to finish him off and retrieve the miracle medicine. The warriors surged toward the river where the bloodlion had landed, yet the man rose again despite multiple needles piercing him. He smirked defiantly. With a chilling laugh, he declared that they would never find the miracle medicine. He roared at them to come, vowing to drag them all down to hell with him. What followed was a brutal slaughter. The flying demonic bloodlion faced the Serpent Dragon sect's forces alone, tearing through them with savagery as they swarmed him. From a distance, Hwarin and his group watched in grim silence. Mo Byong thought to herself that she had never witnessed such a horrific bloodbath before. She turned her gaze to the young master and wondered how, despite his inexperience in the Jianghu, he could remain so calm while witnessing such carnage. Eventually, the tide turned. The blood lion was struck repeatedly until his body could no longer endure. With countless arrows embedded in him and the sword lodged deep in his back, his blood spilled freely into the river, turning the waters red. His strength failing, he staggered before finally collapsing into the crimson-stained river. His lifeless body drifted as Gochok shouted at his men to search him immediately. The search party quickly responded in panic, stammering that the miracle medicine was not on his body. Gochok, furious, yelled for them to search again. He was certain they had been close enough during the chase that the blood lion would not have had the chance to hide it anywhere. He ordered them to look around with greater urgency. Meanwhile, Hwarin signaled his companions to follow him as he explained his deduction. He reasoned that the miracle medicine was not on the blood lion's corpse, because it had likely been sent down the stream. He reminded them that earlier, the blood lion had formed a water barrier. While the barrier may have blocked the incoming weapons, it also blinded him to his enemies. Normally, someone of his skill should have used Qinggong to dodge the attacks instead. Hwarin concluded that the only reason the blood lion had chosen that tactic was so he could release the miracle medicine into the current, ensuring that he could retrieve it later. Before they could discuss further, a loud noise echoed nearby. Hwarin urged his companions to move quickly, warning that the serpent dragon sect would soon realize the same conclusion. At the end of the river, Hwarin and his group finally arrived. There, floating in the water, was the very flower they had been searching for. Hwarin immediately reached for it, exclaiming that it was indeed the demonic poison stone flower. Before storing it away, he pulled out a vial of poison from his pocket, along with a small container. Searching the area, he plucked an ordinary flower and poured the poison over it. Before their eyes, the flower transformed, taking on the exact appearance of the demonic poison stone flower. Mo Byong stared at him in shock and remarked that it was not proper for an orthodox martial artist to carry poison. Hwarin calmly explained that poison was a useful tool. He placed the fake flower inside the container and said that while it might not fool the demonic sects for long, it would deceive them long enough for the group to escape with the real one. Jungwook muttered in amazement, remarking that obtaining the flower had been far too easy. He compared their fortune to the men who had just fought with their lives for it, admitting that he never imagined they would be the ones to secure it by simply trailing behind. Hwarin only smiled faintly and said that they had merely been lucky before instructing the group to leave quickly. Just as he tightened his grip around the container, it suddenly vanished from his hand. The group froze in shock as a familiar figure appeared before them. The flying demonic blood lion, his body battered and drenched in blood, stood tall once again. His chilling voice echoed as he declared that the demonic poison stone flower belonged to him. Mo Byong suddenly rushed toward Hwarin, her voice breaking with panic as she called out for the young clan leader. Hwarin, however, stood frozen in shock. His mind raced as he realized that the man before them was truly the flying demonic blood lion. His thoughts stammered in disbelief, for the serpent dragon sect should have already finished him. Before he could react further, the blood lion lunged without warning, striking Hwarin with such force that he was sent flying through the air. The blood lion caught the container in his hand, crushing it instantly and leaving only the flower intact. His voice thundered with rage as he shouted at Hwarin and his companions, calling them greedy rats who did not know their place. He growled that he had intended to take his time to absorb the flower properly, but circumstances had forced him to burn away his life as true Qi. Since he no longer had that luxury, he declared he would rip apart every human before him and replenish his energy with their blood. As he devoured the demonic poison stone flower in one swift motion, a menacing and relentless aura exploded from his body, pressing down on everyone present. Mo Byong froze where she stood. Her entire body trembled, and her clothes were soaked in cold sweat. Her thoughts screamed in terror as she admitted to herself that this was the first time she had ever faced an opponent so overwhelmingly powerful. At this rate, she was certain that she would die here. At that moment, Namwook and Jungwook stepped forward calmly, their demeanor entirely different from hers. Namwook spoke first, saying that ever since his birth, he had always acted before thinking, which was how he had earned the title of Ghostblade. Together, the brothers announced themselves as the two rising Ghostblades, warriors of the Tianzhong clan, and vowed to protect their young leader, even if it meant standing against the demonic monster before them. They declared their intent to defeat the flying demonic blood lion. Mo Byung cried out, her voice cracking as she tried to stop them. She pleaded that he was far too strong and warned that they would surely die if they tried. Jung-wook cut her off, his tone sharp and steady. He told her to do what needed to be done, calling her by her title, the Dragon Flower Sword. Namwook turned to her with a faint smirk and reminded her that their enemy had just consumed poison. Her eyes widened as the memory struck her. She thought back to what Hwarin had done earlier, when he had secretly swapped the real flower with another that had been laced with poison. The realization strengthened her trembling resolve. Namwook went on to explain that not only was the blood lion gravely wounded, but he had also burned away his life energy as true chi, and now he had poisoned himself on top of that. If they could simply stall him for long enough, they might have a chance. Jung-wook shouted that they would attack first, and the two brothers charged forward with their blades drawn. The blood lion's eyes gleamed with cruel admiration. He admitted that he respected them for not running away, but sneered that their courage was meaningless. With a sudden movement, his arms stretched outward and his aura surged, seizing both Jung-wook and Namwook in its grip. Before the deadly force could crush them, a yellow aura surged in the middle of the battlefield, expanding into the form of a barrier. The blood lion was forced backward by the sudden pressure. Mo Byung had stepped in, her sword flashing as she invoked her technique. Her voice rang as she called out the name of her attack, the Soaring Dragon Emperor Sword. Without pause, she followed it with another strike, unleashing the Heavenly Lightning Ascension. Her blade pierced into the blood lion's left arm, drawing a roar of agony from him. The demonic warrior leapt back to gain distance, but blood gushed from his mouth as he coughed violently. His thoughts turned inward in confusion. He realized that the sensation coursing through his body was poison. He wondered if the Tang clan's old crone had gotten to him, but quickly dismissed the thought. The Tang clan's poison would have already melted his organs by now. This meant the source was different. His eyes narrowed in fury as he stared at Mo Byung and the two ghost blades. Clenching his teeth, he bellowed in rage, demanding how they dared trick him in such a way. His words turned into a threat as he vowed to grind their bones into dust. His declaration was cut short by another violent cough. From a distance, Mo Byung steadied her breath and thought carefully. Ghostblade had been right, she realized. The blood lion was at his absolute limit. If they could just endure a little longer, victory might come. Suddenly, the blood lion erupted into loud, bitter laughter. For a moment, his laughter echoed with strength, but it soon faded into a broken rasp. He muttered aloud, wondering if this truly was to be his grave. He clutched his head with both hands, snarling that it could not be. It was unthinkable that he would fall not to the Tang clan, nor to the weaklings of the Serpent Dragon sect, but to a group of nameless nobodies. His sinister gaze lifted again, and he fixated on them with hatred. He hissed that the one he had sent flying earlier must have been holding the real demonic poison stone flower. If so, then he would tear open that person's stomach and drink the contents to seize the power for himself. His body trembled with violent energy as he began to advance slowly. His pace quickened into a sudden leap as he hurled himself forward. His target was Namwook, and he struck without hesitation. Mo Byung tried to intercept, her sword flashing again, but the blood lion shifted his position using his deadly technique, the shifting step. In an instant, he vanished from her path and reappeared in front of Jung-wook. Jung-wook had no time to react before the blood lion's fist slammed into his face, sending him crashing through the air. With Jung-wook down, the blood lion turned his bloodthirsty focus toward Mo Byung and charged at her. Fear consumed her as her body froze. Her thoughts screamed in despair that she could not dodge in time. Just as his hand reached for her, a flash of steel tore through the air. Hwarin appeared out of nowhere, his blade moving faster than the eye could follow. In a single decisive strike, he cut clean through the blood lion's left arm. Earlier, after the flying demonic blood lion struck him down, Hwarin lay slumped against a tree that had splintered from the impact of his body. He coughed blood heavily, his breath ragged, his limbs refusing to move. His mind reeled at the thought that the blood lion had gone so far as to expend his very life essence as true chi just to pursue him. He cursed inwardly, desperate to move, but found that his broken and battered body would not obey. His left leg was dislocated, and every groan he forced out was filled with pain. He admitted to himself that no one in all of Jianghu understood the price of such power better than he did. Staring up at the sky with blood running from the corner of his mouth, He muttered bitterly to himself. He said that he had acted as if he understood everything, only to find himself broken and helpless in this moment. As his head tilted back, he noticed warm liquid dripping from his forehead. His eyes widened when he realized it was blood. Suddenly, a chilling voice echoed in his ears, commanding him to hand over his body. The voice repeated again and again, urging him to surrender. A red aura began to circle his battered frame, swirling like a sinister mist. Huaren's thoughts raced. He had long been vaguely aware that deep inside his body resided a foreign energy. It was the same power he had glimpsed in that mysterious old man before his regression. He had drawn upon it once during his battle with Instructor Mo. Now, he realized, he could use it again. If he did, it might be enough to defeat the flying demonic bloodlion. The chilling voice continued to echo, demanding his body. Huaren clenched his teeth. He could feel the force trying to take control of him, dragging his mind toward unconsciousness. If he gave in, if he closed his eyes even for a moment, he feared this power would completely overtake him. But at the brink of surrender, he forced his eyes wide open and shouted inwardly at himself. He asked if he was really going to rely on this power once again. He commanded himself to get a grip. He refused to become dependent on an unknown force. Since when, he asked himself, had Yong Huaren relied so much on something he could not trust? The phantom voice pressed harder, demanding his body, but he roared back, shouting for it to shut up. Struggling to his feet, he declared that this body was his own, and he alone was its master. The voice was nothing but a phantom from the past. He vowed that he would protect those dear to him by his own strength. With that, his aura flared. In an instant, he leapt forward, bursting back onto the battlefield, and his blade slashed with precise fury. In one decisive stroke, he severed the left arm of the flying demonic bloodlion. The bloodlion screamed in pain, staggering backward and staring at the severed limb. His voice rose in rage as he cursed the boy. Then his gaze locked on the red aura radiating from Huaren. His eyes widened in horror, and he stammered as he recognized the energy. Trembling, he shouted the name of the demonic master. Stunned, he demanded to know how this youth could possibly wield such a force. Before his body convulsed, and he vomited blood. Nearby, Mo Byung's eyes widened as she observed. She thought to herself that the energy was the same as before, the same power Huaren had once revealed. Jungwook and Namwook, still battered but alive, staggered back to their feet. Jungwook grinned through his exhaustion and shouted that the young clan leader had arrived at the perfect time. The group regrouped quickly, their swords drawn once again as they faced the weakened bloodlion. Mo Byung assessed the situation aloud. She pointed out that the bloodlion was poisoned and that quite some time had passed since he had burned away his life essence. His body would soon collapse. Huaren's expression hardened. He spoke clearly and firmly, giving his first order as heir to the clan. He commanded them to survive. The group responded in unison, promising their obedience. The bloodlion's gaze locked on Huaren. For a long moment, he studied him silently, before tilting his head back and speaking with an unsettling calm. He admitted that he had encountered countless mysteries in the world of Jianghu, but this situation was something even he could not comprehend. Then, with grim resolve, he announced that from this moment onward, he would forfeit his survival. The bloodlion raised his hands toward them, gathering a crushing wave of energy as though preparing one final attack. His voice thundered with scorn. He told Huaren that he did not know how the boy had reclaimed such power, but he ordered him to squirm as hard as he could, for it would not save him. Huaren and his companions braced themselves, and at the same time, with blades raised and spirits burning, they all leapt forward into the clash. Later, the serpent dragon sect finally arrived at the battlefield. Gochok's furious voice rang out as he cursed. He muttered bitterly to himself that he had not expected the bloodlion to go so far as to expend his life essence. As he advanced across the ruined ground, his eyes widened at the lingering aura still saturating the battlefield. His expression hardened. He recognized it instantly, and whispered in disbelief. It was the bloodlion arts. One of his soldiers called out to him, reporting that they had found the body. Gochok approached, his steps heavy, and looked down on the corpse of the flying demonic bloodlion. Another soldier, pale with fear, informed him quietly that the man was dead. Gochok demanded to know about the flower. The soldier hesitated before answering, his voice trembling. Gochok's fury erupted, and he warned that if the soldier told him it was missing, he would cut off his head where he stood. The soldier finally stammered out the truth. The flower was not there. Enraged, Gochok swung his sword, nearly cutting the man down, but stopped himself at the last moment. His eyes darted over the battlefield, sharp and calculating, and his thoughts seethed. He wondered who it was, who had dared interfere, which fool had fought against the flying demonic blood lion and stolen the demonic poison stone flower. Hwarin and the group fled the battlefield on horseback. Hwarin, too injured to ride on his own, leaned heavily against Mo Byung's back, while Namwook rode supported by Jungwook, who was bloodied but grinning despite his exhaustion. Jungwook laughed breathlessly, saying he could not believe what had happened. With disbelief still laced in his voice, he declared that they had actually defeated the flying demonic blood lion. Mo Byung quickly snapped back, asking what he meant by such words. She reminded him that if the blood lion had lasted even a little longer, all of them would have died without question. Jungwook admitted it had been close, his grin fading into a more solemn tone. Still, he added with quiet resolve that in the end, only those who survive are the ones considered strong. Mo Byung answered coldly. She said that the flying demonic blood lion was just one martial artist in all of Jianghu. He himself had understood that fact, and that was why he had fought with every ounce of strength he had. Behind her, Hwarin suddenly coughed up more blood, the crimson spilling against Mo Byung's back. Startled, she asked if he was all right. Hwarin forced out a faint laugh and admitted she was right. Things were not as easy as they seemed. He said that he never expected they would end up facing someone like the flying demonic blood lion. Inwardly, his thoughts grew heavier. He admitted to himself that any one of them could have died in that battle. Yet, despite the danger, his vow remained unshaken. With determination, he spoke aloud. He declared that his promise to protect his family and clan from harm had never been empty words. With his hand, he pulled out the demonic poison stone flower and gripped Mo Byung's shoulder firmly, his voice filled with conviction. He acknowledged that their journey would not be easy, that days like this where their very lives were at risk would surely come again. For that reason, he told instructor Mo and the two brothers that they must become stronger. Jungwook responded immediately with confidence, promising that they would. Mo Byung, however, shifted the mood with a colder tone. She said there was something else the young clan leader needed to explain. Hwarin was caught off guard and asked her what she meant. Mo Byung glanced back slightly while still riding her horse. She asked him directly what that ominous chi was. Jungwook supported her suspicion. He said that the energy they had witnessed earlier had not seemed like the true energy of the Tianzhong clan. Instead, it had felt darker and more sinister, closer to the aura of the flying demonic blood lion himself. Mo Byung turned her head fully this time, her voice sharp and filled with accusation. She demanded to know if the young clan leader had learned demonic arts. Hwarin froze, struggling inwardly. His thoughts raced. He realized that the only way to tell the truth would be to reveal his regression, but revealing such a truth could alter the future in unpredictable ways. Now was not the time. After a brief silence, he finally answered. He told them no, but promised that he would explain everything when the time came. Mo Byung's voice rose with anger. She reminded him that they had just risked their lives together, demanding to know what more there could be to hide. Before he could say more, Hwarin vomited blood again, his body weakening further. Alarmed, Mo Byung called out to him, asking if he was all right. In a strained and quiet voice, he replied. He admitted that they had all risked their lives and promised that, when the right time arrived, they would be the first to hear the truth. Mo Byung went silent, unsettled but unwilling to press further. She wondered if Hwarin was merely avoiding the question. The group continued their ride in uneasy silence. Hwarin's coughing worsened, and eventually, Mo Byung commanded the group to stop. She said they needed to rest for a while. After helping him down from the horse, she observed him closely and voiced her concern. She told him he did not look well and suggested they go to the Jaegal clan to seek a physician. Hwarin shook his head. He refused firmly. He explained that Gochok and the Serpent Dragon sect would still be searching for them. If he went to the Jaegal clan while being pursued, it would only cause greater trouble for them. Instead, he said, they would go to Mount Wudang. Mo Byung frowned and asked if there was truly a physician there. Hwarin confirmed it. He said he had heard of a skilled physician with the family name Heir who lived there. Far away on Mount Wudang, a cat darted quickly through the woods, leaping from side to side. A boy chased after it, calling for it to stop. He shouted the cat's name, Baxiol, warning it that Mount Wudang was dangerous. But the cat looked back at him mischievously before running ahead again. The boy grew more desperate and yelled louder for the cat to wait. Baxiol suddenly stopped in front of a bush, staring at it curiously. When the bush began to shake, the cat startled and froze in place. The boy finally caught up, lunging forward to grab the cat in his arms. With a triumphant voice, he declared that he had caught it. But then a rustling sound came from the bush. The boy hesitated and peered into it cautiously. Suddenly, the figures of Hwarin, Yongwook, Namwook, and Mo Byong burst out from the undergrowth. Hwarin reached out to the boy with trembling hands, his face pale and streaked with tears. His voice was weak and desperate as he whispered that they had finally found a person. Both the boy and the cat recoiled in shock at the sudden encounter. Elsewhere, in a small wooden house, Hwarin lay beneath a blanket at the center of a room. When he awoke, he shot upright instantly, screaming the name of the flying demonic blood lion. A few moments later, he steadied himself and realized he was no longer in danger. Looking at his hands, he thought inwardly that his wounds had been treated. He wondered whose care he had fallen under. The door creaked open, and the boy from before entered. The boy said he was glad to see Hwarin awake. He explained that Hwarin had been injured, so he had carried him here first. This place, he added, was a small home he ran with his grandfather. He then told Hwarin to wait while he brewed some medicine. Hwarin studied the boy carefully before speaking. He asked if by chance the boy's grandfather's name was He Dukgong. The boy nodded and confirmed it. Hwarin's eyes narrowed. He asked if the boy was then He Cheolryung. The boy looked startled. He asked how Hwarin could possibly know his name. Hwarin clenched his fist, his heart racing with realization. He thought to himself that this was the very reason he had needed to come to Mount Wudang. Using the Jaegal clan as an excuse had only been a means to this end. The truth was that it was because of this child. Hwarin's mind reflected on the future he had already lived. He knew that this boy was the key to completing the unstable martial arts of the Tianzhong clan. More than that, he was destined to become the future strongest man under the heavens. This child was He Cheolryung, the One Supreme. In his previous life, Hwarin remembered, there had been a great struggle over a martial arts tome. That conflict had spanned years and had drawn in even the unorthodox and demonic clans alongside the 5 great clans. The scale of the fight had been unprecedented. The reason was simple. The tome contained a completely new principle about martial arts. It spoke of the coexistence of both good and evil within every human, and when good and evil became one, a power greater than any ordinary martial strength could be drawn forth. It was said to be the legacy of Zhang Sanfeng, the progenitor of the Wudang sect, who had ascended to the heavens. Its name was the Yin-Yang Depth Heaven Tome. In Hwarin's past life, this child had obtained it. His family had stumbled across it by chance while gathering medicinal herbs, and with it, He Cheolryung had risen to become the strongest martial artist beneath the heavens. The tome encompassed both good and evil. If Hwarin could obtain it, he believed he could finally complete the Tianzhong clan's dream. Although he thought to himself, he had expected a far more dramatic meeting with someone destined for such greatness. As he considered this, He Cheolryung was busy brewing medicine. A fly landed on the boy's face. In one swift, effortless motion, he caught it with his hand without even breaking focus. Hwarin's eyes widened in shock. He immediately recognized the motion. His voice trembled slightly as he asked if the boy had already begun learning martial arts. He Cheolryung explained with a smile that the movement had been taught to him by his grandfather. Hwarin's eyes widened in disbelief. Stammering, he asked how such a thing was possible. At that moment, an elderly man passed by the doorway. He looked inside and spoke calmly, remarking that Hwarin was finally awake. Hwarin's thoughts stirred instantly. Inwardly, he recognized the man. It was He Dukgong. Later, Hwarin stepped outside the small clinic with the elder. Outside, he saw his companions waiting. Jungwook lifted his broken hand and waved at him with a bright grin, calling out to the young clan heir. All 4 of them, Hwarin, Mo Byong, Jungwook, and Namwook, bowed respectfully toward He Dukgong. With formal courtesy, Hwarin introduced himself as Yong Hwarin of the Henan Tianzhong clan. He offered his gratitude for being treated. He Dukgong shook his head and replied that there was no need to thank him. Treating injuries was his duty. However, he repeated the clan name with curiosity. He asked what had brought the Tianzhong clan's young heir all the way here. The group exchanged uneasy silence, no one speaking at first. Then Hwarin forced a bright smile and answered. He said he had come to find ginseng. He Dukgong studied him carefully. He admitted that he did have medicinal herbs, but explained that wild ginseng was not something so easily obtained. Narrowing his eyes, he asked Hwarin what he needed it for. Hwarin turned his gaze aside for a moment before grinning faintly. Then, with sudden emotion, he pressed his hand to his chest and began to weep. In a trembling voice, he explained that his mother was gravely ill. He said his parents had always cared for him when he was young, despite his poor health, and because of their efforts, he had finally been able to leave the clan and experience the world. But then, he continued, he received word that his mother had fallen victim to a deadly illness. Rumors claimed that ginseng could cure her. In desperation, he had climbed Mount Wudang, only to stumble and fall along the way. Mo Byung observed him with confusion. Her thoughts whispered that his story did not make sense. She remembered clearly that his mother had been perfectly healthy when she bid them farewell. She wondered why the young clan leader would fabricate such a lie, and what would happen if Hei Dukgong discovered the truth. Yet, to her astonishment, the elder's eyes welled up with tears as he listened. Mo Byung realized with surprise that the lie had worked. Crying heavily, Hei Dukgong declared that Hwarin was a true son. Deeply moved by his devotion to his parents, overcome by emotion, he rushed back inside the clinic to gather his equipment. He shouted that they would go search for wild ginseng immediately. Hwarin smirked slightly at the sight, while the rest of the group behind him stood in shock. Later that day, after hours of fruitless searching, Mo Byung was drenched in sweat and gasping for air. She thought to herself that she had believed Hwarin was lying about searching for ginseng, but now, seeing the determination in his eyes, she wondered if perhaps he truly meant it. Hwarin was crawling desperately among the rocks and bushes, searching with sharp intensity. When he spotted Mo Byung standing idly, he snapped at her to join him. He told her not to simply stand around, but to start searching as well. He caught himself almost speaking the truth, but corrected himself mid-sentence, saying he needed the ginseng for his mother. Mo Byung jumped in surprise at his tone and agreed awkwardly. As the sun began to set, Hei Dukgong sighed and announced that they would have to descend the mountain for the day. The group returned to the clinic exhausted. Hwarin wiped the sweat from his chin and admitted to himself that he had known it would not be easy. He said aloud that it was unfortunate, realizing inwardly that even knowing the future did not guarantee success. Hei Dukgong looked at him with sympathy. He promised that if he found ginseng, he would send it to Hwarin's clan. He asked if he should send it directly to the Tianzhong clan residence. Hwarin gave a small bow of thanks and said that would be appreciated. He then looked out at the mountain for a moment before turning back to the elder. With a respectful tone, he apologized but asked if it would be possible to stay for a few more days so he could continue searching on his own. The next morning, Hwarin sat cross-legged inside his room, a red aura swirling faintly around him as he meditated. His thoughts turned inward. He resolved to search the places Hei Dukgong usually visited, convinced that if he explored those areas, he would eventually find traces connected to the tome. Without this lead, he might have spent years searching aimlessly. When he finished meditating, he rose and stepped outside. He bowed politely to Hei Dukgong, who was seated outside, and greeted him with a calm, "Good morning." They spoke quietly together at the doorway. Hei Dukgong asked if Hwarin planned to hike with him again that day. Hwarin replied that he intended to search by himself this time. The elder gave a nod and told him to feel free. The morning air was bright and fresh, and a cool breeze drifted past them. Hwarin glanced around and asked where Ryung had gone. Hei Dukgong began to answer, but just then, the boy came running toward them. He was panting heavily, holding Baexiol the cat tightly in his arms. Both Dukgong and Hwarin stood quickly, alarmed by his haste. Dukgong asked if he had run into a tiger. Ryung shook his head and explained, between gasps, that he had gone hunting with Baexiol in the morning, but some people had tried to capture the cat, so he had run away. Dukgong's expression hardened. He repeated Ryung's words, realizing aloud that some martial artists on Mount Wudang had recognized the cat as a mystic animal and attempted to seize it. He turned his gaze toward Hwarin with concern. At that moment, the group of martial artists arrived at the clinic, their voices raised. One of them shouted loudly that they had found it. A young girl stepped forward, speaking with authority. She called Ryung fast for a mere boy and asked if he was the owner of the cat. Without hesitation, she demanded he sell it to her. Ryung clutched Baexiol tightly and shouted back that the cat was not for sale. The girl frowned with irritation. She said she would pay him handsomely, insisting that he hand it over. Ryung refused again, his voice firm. His cries drew Jungwook, Namwook, and Mo Byung out of their rooms, alarmed by the commotion. Dukgong stepped forward with a calm but stern expression. He apologized politely, but declared that Baexiol was family to them, and they could not sell him. The girl scoffed loudly. She said that if it had been anyone else, they would have simply taken the cat by force. He should be grateful, she added arrogantly, that it was her asking, and he should hand it over. Hwarin observed her carefully, his thoughts sharp. He noted to himself how arrogant she was, and yet she reminded him of someone familiar. In truth, she seemed similar to his younger self. He stepped forward and addressed her firmly. He told her that it was not right to demand that someone sell what they had already declared was not for sale. Immediately, one of the girl's guards drew his sword and barked at Hwarin to back off. He demanded to know if Hwarin realized who he was speaking to. Hwarin held his ground and asked in return just who they thought they were to make such a threat. The guard straightened his back and declared that they were from the Jaegal clan. He announced that the girl was none other than the youngest daughter of the clan head. Hwarin froze for a moment as the words sank in. His mind turned swiftly. He realized with shock who she must be. She was Jaegal Yohai, the younger sister of his fiancée, Jaegal Chongyong. Hwarin thought to himself that it was no wonder the Jaegal guard acted with such boldness. The arrogance made sense if he was serving the daughter of the clan head. Still, Hwarin chose to maintain respect. He bowed politely and said that it was an honor to meet a lady of the Jaegal clan. The guard looked down on him with disdain and arrogantly demanded to know where he came from. Before Hwarin could answer, Jungwook stepped forward with a frown. He declared that he could not allow such behavior to pass and rebuked the man, asking if he was not being far too bold for a mere guard. Jungwook pressed his forehead against the guards and shouted that they were from Henan Tian. Hwarin immediately ordered him to stop. He said firmly that they were nothing more than visitors on Mount Wudang and should not reveal more. Yohei's patience wore thin. With a dismissive huff, she declared that she had no interest in speaking with anyone who refused to reveal their true affiliation. Her gaze then shifted toward Cheolryung. In a commanding voice, she gave him two options. She leaned closer and told him he could either take her money and hand over the cat, or she would seize it by force. Cheolryung clutched Baekseol tightly and stepped backward. At that moment, he noticed Hwarin signaling him discreetly from the side. The signal was clear. Hwarin would create a distraction, and Cheolryung should throw the cat. Cheolryung understood. When Yohai reached forward to grab Baekseol, Hwarin quickly stepped in front and cleared his throat. He told her that there was a third option. Annoyed, Yohei turned back toward him and asked what he meant. Seizing the moment, Cheolryung hurled Baekseol into the air and shouted for the cat to run. Baekseol landed on the ground and darted into the forest, vanishing into the trees. Yohei shouted in fury and spun toward Hwarin. She demanded to know how he dared interfere. Hwarin only scoffed and replied that if the cat had run away, then she simply needed to catch it. He added that the boy would have no grounds to complain if she succeeded. Yohei clenched her fist tightly in frustration and gave an angry order to her guards. She commanded them to capture the cat. Without hesitation, the guards dispersed into the forest. Hwarin glanced back at Cheolryung and gave him a thumbs up. The boy grinned and returned the gesture, visibly relieved. Later that day, the guards returned in complete disarray, their clothes torn and their faces tired. One of them admitted that they had failed. Yohei's eyes flared with anger as she shouted that warriors of the Jaegal clan could not even capture a single cat. Another guard stepped forward cautiously and explained that it was no ordinary animal. He said it was undoubtedly a mystic creature. Yohei scowled, but decided on her next move. She announced that she would head to the Wudang sect and ordered her men to continue pursuing the cat until they captured it. Mo Byung quietly approached Hwarin and whispered in his ear. She said that if the girl truly was the youngest daughter of the Jaegal clan, then she must be Jaegal Yohei, a figure so notorious for her temper that she was known by the nickname Jaegal Witch. Hwarin thought to himself about her reputation. Despite her harsh demeanor, she had surpassed the other young talents in her clan to become a vice division leader. Aloud, Hwarin told his companions that it would be better to keep their identities hidden for now. They did not know how she might react if she discovered the truth, and there was still something they needed to find on Mount Wudang. Noticing Cheolryung's sad expression, Hwarin walked over to him. He knelt down so their eyes were level and asked gently if he was worried about Baekseol. Cheolryung admitted that he was. Hwarin patted his head with a warm smile and told him not to worry. He assured him that Baekseol would never be caught, reminding him of how fast the cat was. Mo Byung watched this scene from a short distance. She thought to herself that Hwarin had truly changed. That night, Dukgong approached Jungwook and Namwook, carrying a jar of liquor in his hands. He thanked them sincerely for their help earlier in the day and offered the liquor as a gift, explaining that he had brewed it himself with fine medicinal herbs. The two men's mouths watered at the sight. Jungwook said eagerly that there was no need, though his tone betrayed his excitement. Dukgong began to say modestly that it was nothing, and asked them not to refuse. Before he could finish speaking, Both Yongwook and Namwook snatched the liquor eagerly from his hands. The elder blinked in surprise. Yongwook lifted the jar with delight, repeating that there really had been no need, even as he downed the liquor without hesitation. Mo Byung observed from the corner, then turned silently and walked away. Dukong watched the two finish the drink almost immediately. He stammered that they should wait while he fetched more. Meanwhile, under the moonlight outside, Mo Byung wandered the grounds. Her eyes widened when she spotted Hwarin and Cheolryong facing each other, each holding a wooden stick. She thought to herself that they must be sparring. She noted Cheolryong's stance and realized the child had clearly learned martial arts. Cheolryong leapt forward and swung his stick toward Hwarin. With effortless movement, Hwarin deflected the strike, sending the stick flying from the boy's hands. From her vantage point, Mo Byung was shocked. She thought about what she had just witnessed. Though Cheolryong was still so young, he already possessed martial skill, and the young clan leader himself had been forced to use the azure bamboo sword technique against a mere wooden stick. It was extraordinary. She reflected that while geniuses were said to grow at unimaginable speeds, what she had seen was far beyond normal. The next morning, Hwarin stepped outside, yawning. Standing before him was Yohai, her arms crossed firmly across her chest. Hwarin greeted her with a light smile and addressed her respectfully, calling her Miss Jaegal and wishing her a good morning. She gritted her teeth and replied coldly that it was anything but good. With anger in her eyes, she clenched her fist and told him that he should just wait, because she would capture the cat with her own hands. Hwarin smiled calmly and asked why she was not already continuing the search. Crossing her arms again, Yohei explained that she had duties to attend to. However, she promised that she would return in the future to catch the cat. She turned sharply and began to walk away. As she did, Hwarin waved at her and told her cheerfully to take care. Yohei stopped mid-step, glanced back at him, and asked suspiciously what sect he belonged to. Hwarin responded humbly, saying that he came from a small sect in Henan that she would not know. She looked away dismissively and gave a soft huff before walking off. Watching her go, Hwarin thought to himself that she was truly frustrated. He hoped sincerely that he would not encounter her again at the Jaegal clan. Meanwhile, Yohai was fuming inwardly. She thought bitterly that he was lying even to the end. He had claimed to come from a small sect, but the amount of chi he displayed was proof enough that it could not be true. Even his companions, she noted, seemed formidable. Finally, she snapped at her guards, ordering them to investigate everything about him. She told them to find out where they came from, their family backgrounds, and the martial arts they practiced. She wanted to know everything. The guards bowed and answered in unison that they understood. In the middle of the day, Hwarin walked alone through the dense forest of the Wudang Mountains. His eyes scanned the ground and the rocks as he searched tirelessly for the elusive tome. After days of searching, he still had not found a single clue. He sighed to himself, thinking that with each sunset another day passed, and he could not remain in that place forever. At this point, he wondered how much longer he could afford to delay. Later, he returned to the clinic where his companions waited. Gathering them together, he spoke in a steady voice and told them to listen carefully. He said that as soon as their preparations were complete, they would be leaving. Hearing this, Yongwook and Namwook stretched their arms with eagerness. Yongwook remarked that he had been itching to move again. From the side, Mo Byung thought quietly that it was time to pack their belongings. While the group was making their preparations, Cheolryong suddenly came rushing from the forest. His face was pale, and his breath was ragged. He shouted desperately for help until he finally reached Hwarin's side. Alarmed, Hwarin asked him what was wrong. Cheolryong's eyes filled with tears as he held out a small piece of fur stained with blood. He said through sobs that Baekseol must have been injured. He added that the cat should have already returned by now, but it had not, and he feared that it might have been badly hurt. Hwarin examined the blood-stained fur and clenched his teeth. In his thoughts, he acknowledged that Yohei's men must have been pursuing the cat relentlessly, and now it seemed the creature was wounded. Turning back to Cheolryong, he asked if the boy knew where Baekseol's territory might be. Cheolryong repeated the word uncertainly, so Hwarin explained that he meant the place where the boy had first met the cat. Cheolryong nodded quickly and said that he did know the spot. Without hesitation, Hwarin told him that they would go. Cheolryong looked up at him in surprise and asked if he really meant it. Hwarin smiled at him and said that since Baekseol was like family to the boy, of course, he would help. Hwarin lifted Cheolryong onto his back and carried him swiftly through the forest. When they neared the area, Cheolryong shouted that it was just ahead. They landed in front of a massive rock formation at the base of a mountain. Hwarin looked at the rugged cliffs and remarked that the place was quite far and hidden. Cheolryong confirmed it with a nod. Together, they began to call out loudly for Baekseol at the bottom of the rocky mountain. Their voices echoed against the stone walls as they called the cat's name again and again. After some time, Cheol-ryong spotted something and called out to Hwarin. He pointed to a patch of fur on the ground streaked with blood. He said in alarm that it was Baekseol's. Hwarin crouched down to examine the traces and thought to himself that they were close. He began to call again for the white cat, reassuring Cheol-ryong that the signs proved Baekseol had been nearby, and that if they kept searching, they would find it. Then Hwarin's attention shifted. A large, suspicious boulder loomed in front of them. He stared at it intently and told Cheol-ryong that this must be the place. He approached the rock and placed his hands against it. As he pressed, he felt a faint breeze coming from behind. He told Cheol-ryong that there was an opening on the other side of the boulder, and asked him to step back. Using all of his strength, Hwarin tried to push the massive stone aside, but it did not move at all. Gritting his teeth, he admitted in frustration that it would not budge. Inwardly, he cursed and thought that he could not move it with the amount of chi he currently possessed. He wondered if he should fetch Instructor Mo or the Ghost Blades to help. At that moment, Cheol-ryong noticed something beside the rock. He crouched down and said that there was already a hole. Hwarin, trying to keep his pride, laughed lightly and claimed that his effort must have created a gap. Cheol-ryong shook his head and said that it had always been there. Hwarin fell silent for a moment at the boy's remark. Cheol-ryong insisted that Baekseol must have gone through that opening. Determined, Hwarin bent down and crawled into the narrow passage. He told Cheol-ryong to wait outside, since it was dangerous, and that he would check it himself. Cheol-ryong nodded reluctantly. Hwarin squeezed through the tight hole until he reached the other side. Rising to his feet, he looked around in surprise. He whispered to himself that the cavern was far more spacious than he had imagined. He wandered deeper into the cave, his eyes scanning the stone walls. In his thoughts, he marveled that such a vast chamber had been hidden behind a single boulder. Suddenly, a light shone upon him. He raised his head in alarm and saw a figure standing in the glow. His eyes widened when he recognized the symbol carved behind the man. It was the yin and yang emblem. His breath caught as realization struck him. The figure before him was none other than Sage Zhang Sanfeng. Excitement surged within him as he realized he had finally discovered the hidden resting place of the Taiji depth, Heaven Tome. Nearby, his eyes fell on a familiar form. He cried out when he saw Baekseol lying there, the cat's white fur streaked with blood. Outside the cave, Cheol-ryong waited anxiously. He paced near the small opening, his ears straining for any sound. At last, he heard movement from within. He called out nervously, asking if it was Baekseol. A moment later, Hwarin emerged from the narrow hole. Cheol-ryong's eyes widened in shock before they filled with tears. Hwarin looked at him and said gently that he had found Baekseol. Cheol-ryong rushed forward, crying out the cat's name in relief. Cheol-ryong sat on the ground with Baekseol in his arms, tears streaming down his cheeks. He whispered brokenly that she was so weak. His cries echoed softly in the clearing as he clutched the injured cat against his chest. From a short distance away, Hwarin stood watching in silence. His gaze lingered on the boy for a moment before he slowly turned away. In his hand, he gripped the tome he had been searching for all along. Earlier, within the cave, Hwarin had approached Baekseol carefully. He crouched beside the cat and scolded gently, asking if she knew how worried Cheol-ryong had been. With relief, he realized that the wound was not deep and could be treated. He studied her closely, wondering if perhaps she was one of the mythical creatures raised by Jang Sambong. He lifted the weak animal into his arms, murmuring that they should return quickly. Baekseol needed treatment, and he himself had to go back as well. At that moment, the mysterious figure sitting nearby began to crumble into dust. Shocked, Hwarin rushed forward, only to discover that a tome had been left where the figure once sat. His eyes widened as he recognized it and cried out that it was the Taiji Depth Heaven Tome. That was how he found it. Back outside, Hwarin reflected on what had just transpired. He thought to himself that if he had not come searching for Baekseol, he never would have found the tome. The version of himself from his previous life would never have chosen to help that child either. He looked up at the sky and admitted quietly that he had changed, yet he resolved that he still needed to change much more. He vowed that the Tianzhong clan would rise to become the greatest clan of Henan and avoid its downfall. He swore that his family would live in happiness and that he would make it so. Later at the clinic, Baekseol was lying patched with bandages. Elder Dukgong examined her carefully and declared that he had done all he could. The injury was not as severe as it had first appeared, so he was certain the cat would heal quickly. Cheol-ryong stroked her fur and whispered her name softly, his eyes red from crying. Hwarin stepped outside and found the rest of his group waiting for him. Mo Byong's face was set in anger, and she demanded to know if he realized how long they had been waiting. She scolded him, saying that at the very least, he should notify them before rushing off to do something on his own. Clearing his throat, Warren apologized. He admitted nervously that he had been in a rush after hearing that the cat was injured. Turning away, he added that they had found the cat and, more importantly, obtained what he had been searching for. He told them it was time to leave. Mo Byung replied that they were ready to depart, but asked curiously what he meant by obtaining something. She wondered if he had found the ginseng they had been searching for. Warren shook his head and answered with a smirk that he had discovered something far better. Mo Byung asked skeptically what could possibly be better than ginseng. Warren looked back at her and said with quiet confidence that what he had found was a future. Then he walked away, leaving the others confused. Before they departed, Warren approached Elder Dugong and Cheolryung once more. He bowed slightly and thanked the elder for everything he had done for them until now. Cheolryung looked at him with a sad face and asked if he was really leaving. Warren reached into his pocket and pulled out a jade plaque. Handing it to the boy, he explained that if Cheolryung ever needed help or found himself in trouble, he should bring it to the Tianzhong clan in Henan. He assured him that a day would come when he would need it, so he must not lose it. Cheolryung accepted it eagerly and promised to keep it safe. Warren turned away and told them he would see them again. But before he could leave, Elder Dugong suddenly called out. His eyes were cold as he demanded to know why Warren was being so kind to them. He reminded him that they were nothing more than country folk who gathered herbs and treated the sick. He asked bitterly why someone like Warren would bother to help people he did not even know. Warren faltered, caught off guard by the question. For a moment, he could not answer. In his thoughts, he admitted that at first it had been because of the scripture hidden in the secret technique. But after recalling the time he had spent with them at the clinic, he finally answered aloud. He said that it was because Cheolryung reminded him of himself. Dukgong was visibly shaken by the reply and fell silent, unable to find words. Cheolryung waved his hands high in the air and shouted for Warren to visit them again. Warren lifted his hand and waved back with a faint smile. As the group prepared to leave, Mo Byung glanced at him suspiciously and asked if he had truly given the boy the jade plaque of the Tianzhong clan. She pointed out that such a thing was not something to be handed out lightly. Warren answered calmly that he had learned much from Cheolryung and that the boy was worth far more than a single plaque. For a brief moment, Warren's mind drifted to a memory. He recalled the day he had first met Yonghua. He had been drinking in the afternoon when a young woman approached him with a lively smile. She bowed politely and introduced herself as Yonghua, announcing cheerfully that she would be serving him from then on. She greeted him warmly, saying it was nice to meet him. Warren had been taken aback by her energy at first, but then he smiled and returned the greeting. Back in the present, the group mounted their horses and set off. Mo Byung noticed that Warren seemed unusually cheerful. She asked him what had him smiling all this time. Warren laughed lightly and asked if he truly looked that way. Jungwook then asked if they were heading to the Jaegal clan next. Warren shook his head and replied that they would return home instead. Mo Byung exclaimed in surprise, saying she thought they were supposed to be meeting his fiancé. She protested that they were practically at the doorstep of the Jaegal clan, so turning back made no sense. Warren explained that he felt it was too early to visit them and to see his fiancé. Jungwook countered that it might be a good idea to show the clan that he was healthy now. But Warren remained firm, repeating that they were going back home. Suddenly, all of them stiffened as the metallic scent of blood filled the air. Their expressions hardened at once. In unison, they muttered that it was the smell of blood. Mo Byung pointed quickly in one direction and said it was coming from that way. They spurred their horses forward and soon arrived at a horrific scene. Bodies lay scattered across the ground. Warren's face darkened, and he cursed the martial artists who had committed such slaughter. Inwardly, he asked how they could kill so easily, as if it meant nothing. Jungwook looked to him anxiously and asked what they should do. Warren's eyes narrowed, and his voice turned cold. He said there was no need to get involved in another person's fight, and he urged them to move on. He rode ahead on his horse, though the others hesitated behind him. Mo Byung called out after him, addressing him as young master. Warren pulled his reins and lowered his voice. He admitted quietly that, in truth, he could not just ignore the scene. When Mo Byung asked what he meant, his expression turned icy. He declared that the corpses on the ground belonged to the guard martial artists of the Jaegal clan. As the group continued moving forward, Mo Byung suddenly cried out that there was a battle happening nearby. Warren immediately raised his hand and ordered everyone to leave their horses behind. They dismounted at once and began advancing deeper on foot. The Ghostblades stretched their arms and rolled their shoulders, preparing themselves for combat. Jungwook clenched his fists with determination and remarked that this would be their second battle after the one against the flying demonic lion. He shouted that it was time to fight. Namwook muttered softly, almost to himself, that another battle awaited them. Warren, however, lifted his sword in front of him, and stopped them. He instructed that they should observe the situation first before rushing in. Jungwook hesitated but eventually nodded, agreeing reluctantly. From the shadows, they watched the fight unfold. Hwarin's eyes sharpened when he recognized familiar faces. In his thoughts, he exclaimed that he had spotted Jaegal Yohai and, beside her, the first son of the Jaegal patriarch, Jaegal Byuk. He realized with surprise that he had not seen them during the events at Wudang Mountain. In the distance, a masked man raised his hand. A sudden blast of energy flew toward Yohei and Byuk. An elderly man stepped forward to protect them, taking the attack directly to his body. Blood poured from his mouth and seeped through his robes. Yohai screamed for her Uncle O. Her expression grew desperate, drenched in sweat as she struggled to catch her breath. Watching the scene unfold, Hwarin turned to Mo Byung and asked if she recognized the men in white. She shook her head and admitted she did not. Hwarin's thoughts raced. If their identities were unknown, then this group was still operating in secrecy. He noted the horned green snake masks and white clothing. His memory sharpened, and he realized with certainty that they were the Green Blood Viper Squad. He recalled the history that would later unfold, after a man named Duke Sang obtained a pill of life from the mythical creature known as the Green Blood Viper. He ascended into the divine realm. With his newfound power, he founded a group of assassins, using the Green Blood Viper as their symbol. They would later become infamous for their cruelty, as well as their flawless execution. Yet Hwarin wondered in confusion why they were attacking the Jaegal clan now. He cursed silently, thinking that if he had more information on them at this point in time, he might be able to come up with a proper solution. He focused intently on the battle, his expression sharpening. For a moment, he remained perfectly still. Then, suddenly, he rose to his feet. He walked forward slowly, each step deliberate, while his hand drew his sword from its sheath. Inwardly, he scolded himself. He called his own actions foolish. He reminded himself that he already possessed the Taiji Depth Heaven Tome as well as the demonic Poison Stone Flower. He had sworn to return home, refine his household's martial arts, and change the future. He had promised himself that, and yet, despite everything, his feet were carrying him forward. He questioned why, despite all his resolutions, he was advancing into danger now. A masked man lunged toward Jaegal Byuk and Yohei. Just as the attack was about to land, the man's head flew from his shoulders. Hwarin appeared before them in an instant, sword drawn and blood dripping from its edge. Both Jaegal Byuk and the leader of the Green Blood Viper Squad froze for a brief moment in shock. Yohai's eyes widened, and she shouted in recognition, asking if it was truly him. Hwarin turned back to face them and introduced himself clearly as Yong Hwarin of the Tianzhong clan. The leader of the Green Viper Squad snarled and ordered his men to kill him. One of the masked assassins leapt forward, but Mo Byung, Jungwook, and Namwook rushed in to defend Hwarin, blocking the strike. After the clash, Jaegal Byuk looked at Hwarin with disbelief. He asked if it was really him, saying he had thought Hwarin was too unwell to even move around. He admitted it had been a long time since they last met. Hwarin cut him off firmly, saying it was not the time for conversation. Byuk kept his thoughts to himself, astonished by how much Hwarin had changed in only a year. The leader of the Green Viper Squad tilted his head curiously and demanded to know who Hwarin really was. Hwarin simply pointed his sword and replied that they were just travelers who happened to pass by. The masked leader scoffed and said it did not matter, since all of them would die here anyway. Hwarin thought quickly. He knew they could not win in a direct clash. The enemy did not have overwhelming numbers, but the Jaegals were already too exhausted to fight. He told himself that his priority was to make sure everyone got out alive. To do that, he needed a strategy. Before he could decide, Mo Byung stepped forward. She declared that she would fight. The squad leader sneered and taunted her, asking if she was so bold only to hide behind another. Hwarin's temper snapped. He shoved Mo Byung behind him and roared at the masked man, demanding when he had ever hidden. He shouted that he would fight. The squad leader grinned and called them young fools. Hwarin leapt forward with a roar, ignoring Mo Byung's cries for him to stop. She called after him in panic, but Namwook grabbed her shoulder and shook his head. He told her to wait and watch, saying that the young master they had once known was gone. They needed to see who he had become. Hwarin, filled with rage, bellowed that he would kill the enemy with a single strike. Namwook sighed under his breath, muttering that perhaps not. The Green Viper Squad leader licked his lips with a cruel grin and prepared himself. When Hwarin's strike came, he deflected it effortlessly. He mocked him, asking if that was all it took to make him lose his composure. Hwarin gritted his teeth and pressed forward, striking again and again. The leader shouted at him, demanding to know what he was scheming. But as he moved, His footing slipped for a brief instant. Huaren seized the opportunity and launched an attack. His blade sliced across the leader's hand, severing one of his fingers. The Green Viper squad members cried out in alarm, yelling for their leader. Even Huaren's allies gasped in shock at what he had accomplished. Huaren clenched his jaw tightly. He admitted inwardly that he had intended to cut off the entire arm, but the enemy had minimized the damage by twisting his body, even with his vision obstructed. Despite that, Huaren smiled. He thought to himself that he had achieved the goal he wanted. Mo Byung once again tried to stop him, calling out that it was too dangerous. This time, Jungwook stopped her, insisting that they should let Huaren continue. Mo Byung faltered, but said weakly that she still could not stand by. Huaren continued to advance slowly toward the squad leader. His mind was calm now. In his heart, Huaren repeated the words to himself. He urged himself to think carefully, to find a way to ensure that everyone present could survive. Against the future's most notorious assassination organization, he would need more than strength. He would need cunning. What he needed was not an immediate victory, but a single moment of advantage. From this point onward, everything would be a gamble. The squad leader glared back at him, locking eyes. For a long moment, the two simply stared. Then, Huaren spoke directly into the man's mind. He told him to deliver a message to squad leader Deoksang. The masked leader froze, his eyes widening as he realized he was hearing the words inside his head. Huaren continued calmly, saying that he too was from the Hidden Saint cult. Meanwhile, at the back, Jungwook squinted as he watched Huaren. He whispered that the young master seemed to be saying something, though he could not hear what it was. He guessed that it was probably some kind of special technique. Mo Byung, her eyes fixed on Huaren, confirmed softly that it was the sound transmission technique. Inside her thoughts, she admitted her astonishment. It was not a skill easily mastered, so she wondered when Huaren had learned it. Huaren continued to communicate directly with the Green Viper squad leader using the technique. He told the man that if he relayed the message to Deoksang, then forgiveness would be granted. He warned the masked leader to leave immediately. The Green Viper squad leader ground his teeth in frustration. He spoke aloud, demanding to know how Huaren was aware of the squad leader's name. His tone was sharp as he asked again who Huaren truly was. Huaren grew tense inside. He thought bitterly that even though he had revealed Deoksang's name, the leader was still doubting him. After a moment's hesitation, he declared that 5 years earlier, when the Hidden Saint cult had been eradicated by the three demonic heavens, he himself had been present at the scene. He asked if the Green Viper squad was not one of the groups striving to revive the cult. Then, with conviction, he announced that he, too, was a man from the Hidden Saint cult. The masked leader moved suddenly. In a single step, he lunged forward and pressed the edge of his sword against Huaren's neck. At the back, his companions shouted in alarm, calling for their young master. The Green Viper squad leader narrowed his eyes. He mocked Huaren, saying that he was nothing more than a child, barely grown. Yet despite that, he knew the squad leader's name as well as the secrets of the Hidden Saint cult. The masked man admitted that he found it difficult to believe. However, he said he would accept Huaren's claim if he could answer one question. He demanded to know which heaven of the Hidden Saint cult he belonged to. Huaren paused, his thoughts racing. He realized he was being tested. According to the information he had from his knowledge of the future, the Hidden Saint cult at this time was not a single unified group, but rather a loose alliance of three factions. The Sun Saint cult sought power above all else. The Moon Saint cult pursued religious ideals. The third, the Hidden Saint cult, acted as mediator between the two. The problem was that no one knew which faction the Green Blood Viper squad belonged to. Huaren reasoned through it carefully. He doubted that the Hidden Saint cult, or the Moon Saint cult, would establish an assassination organization, though it was possible. However, it made perfect sense for the Sun Saint cult to do such a thing. He admitted inwardly that this was a gamble, but he had always chosen the most likely bet. He decided to risk everything on this choice. After a tense silence, Huaren smiled faintly and declared that he was from the Sun Saint cult. The two men stared at each other for a long moment. Then, at last, the Green Viper squad leader withdrew his blade and announced that they were retreating. In an instant, the entire squad vanished into the shadows. As the danger passed, Huaren's body betrayed him. Blood trickled from his nose and mouth, and he cursed under his breath. He realized the internal injury from the earlier strike was worse than he thought. His vision blurred, and as Mo Byung rushed toward him, he began to lose consciousness. Later that day, Huaren's eyes fluttered open. He sat up slowly, looking around at the busy scene of people tending to their tasks. Beside him stood Jaegal Yohai. When he noticed her, he called her name softly. Without a word, Yohai threw something at him. Startled, He caught it and looked down at the object in his hand. Yohai explained curtly that it was her clan's healing medicine. It would help with his internal injuries. Hwarin frowned and told her that he had not helped her, expecting anything in return. Yohai turned sharply and shouted at him, asking if he would only accept it if she begged. She ordered him to just take it. Without waiting for his response, she walked away. From a distance, her voice dropped to a softer tone as she muttered a quiet thank you. Hwarin smiled faintly as he heard it. Inwardly, he admitted that he had not known Yohei had such a cute side to her. At that moment, Mo Byung appeared behind him, peering curiously at the medicine. She remarked that it was a rare remedy reserved only for the direct lineage of the Jaegal clan. She confessed that she had not expected Yohei to give it to him. Hwarin sighed and complained that she should make her presence more obvious, as she had startled him. Mo Byung ignored the protest and scolded him sharply. She said she had been terrified when he charged at the assassin, believing he had lost his mind. Hwarin replied simply that he had only been trying to save everyone. Mo Byung sank down beside him and leaned lightly against his back. Her hand rested on his shoulder as her voice softened. She asked why he had changed so much. She reminded him that only a few months ago, he had resented the world and himself, living each day as if it were hell. That was the Hwarin she had known, but today, he had risked his life to protect them all. She said she was impressed and proud of him, but also deeply curious. She wanted to know what was pushing him to act this way. Hwarin hesitated. He answered quietly, his words faltering as he began to recall his past life. After a long pause, he finally spoke. He said that he was doing his best only so that he would not regret things in the future. The following day, Hwarin's group departed together with the Jaegal clan, moving steadily along the road. As they rode on horseback, Jaegal Byuk turned to Hwarin with a grateful expression. He said that he was thankful for Hwarin's decision to accompany them back to their clan. Byuk admitted openly that their family lacked people capable of fighting. If the assassins had chosen to strike again, their clan would have been in serious trouble. Hwarin responded calmly that it was no problem, since he had been planning to head to the Jaegal clan regardless. Byuk nodded, then mentioned lightly that Hwarin must be coming to meet Yong. Before Hwarin could reply, a window of the carriage opened and Yohai leaned out, her voice sharp with curiosity. She asked what exactly Hwarin liked so much about Yong. Was it her strength, or was it simply her beauty? Her mocking gaze lingered on him as she waited for an answer. Hwarin remained silent, refusing to take her bait, and instead redirected the conversation by asking Byuk a question. He inquired why the assassins had targeted the Jaegal clan in the first place. At once, both Byuk and Yohaya froze. Their expressions turned uneasy as they exchanged nervous glances. Hwarin pressed the point further. He remarked that the Jaegal clan was without a doubt one of the most powerful families, and this region could be considered their very front yard. He questioned what reason the assassins could possibly have to travel so far just to attack here. Yohei faltered before offering a weak response. She stammered that it must have been nothing more than a coincidence. But Byuk shook his head firmly, contradicting her. He said that it was not a coincidence, and that Hwarin had risked his own life to save theirs. Because of that, Byuk believed Hwarin deserved to know the truth. He admitted that he was uncertain about the exact reason, but it seemed the assassins had been attempting to kidnap Yohei. Hwarin frowned and repeated the words, surprised that the lady of the Jaegal clan herself had been the target. Byuk explained further. While the assassins had slaughtered their warriors without hesitation, they had gone out of their way not to harm Yohei. He was certain, he said, that some hidden force bore ill will against their family. Hwarin reasoned aloud that if kidnapping Yohei had been the goal, then she must have been intended as a bargaining chip. Whoever was behind this must want something in return. Byuk narrowed his eyes, his grip tightening on the reins as his thoughts turned grim. He admitted inwardly that he had already suspected an enemy was aiming for their clan. But this incident crossed the line. He wondered if the attacks from martial artists were linked to sensitive information being leaked. After some time, the group finally reached the territory of the Jaegal clan. As the gates came into view, Hwarin's heart stirred. Inwardly, he thought about the reunion awaiting him. It had been an extremely long time, and now, he was about to see Yong again, his dear Yong. Memories from his previous life surfaced. Back then, their marriage had been arranged before either of them had even been born, but their lives had grown apart. He had been frail and sickly, while she had pursued martial arts with unwavering focus. She had drifted further and further away from him, until at last they had been nothing but distant figures bound by obligation. His thoughts were interrupted when Jaegal Byuk addressed him, calling out to the Yong clan heir, and asking him to come greet the clan head. Hwarin nodded and turned to his companions. He instructed them to rest while he went ahead. Inside the grand estate of the Jaegal clan, Huaran bowed respectfully. He began to introduce himself formally, stating that he was Yong Huaran of the Tianzhong clan. Before he could finish, the clan head suddenly leapt from his seat, clasped Huaran's shoulders firmly. The man burst into booming laughter. His voice filled the chamber as he declared how unbelievable it was to see Huaran looking so healthy. He said it was the complete opposite of the last time they had met. This man was none other than the Jagal clan head, known as the heaven-ruling sword, Jagal Cheok. Huaran greeted him respectfully, remarking that it had indeed been a long time. Cheok nodded and asked if the Tianzhong clan leader was well. Huaran answered that his father was in good health and had sent his regards. As they spoke, Cheok's sharp gaze studied Huaran's body. He chuckled and noted that Huaran's physique was strong, evidence that he had been training in martial arts. He said that Yong would surely be pleased. Huaran cleared his throat awkwardly and claimed that he was unworthy of such praise. Cheok waved the words aside. He remarked that he had already taken up too much of Huaran's time, and that it was wrong of him to delay when there was someone waiting eagerly for him. Huaran bowed again, acknowledging the point. Before Huaran could leave, Cheok added one more comment. He mentioned that another guest had arrived earlier. The guest was of similar age to Huaran, and Cheok suggested it might not be a bad idea for them to talk. Huaran replied that he would do so. Once Huaran had left the room, the atmosphere within shifted. Alone now with Byuk, Jagal Cheok's laughter faded. His tone turned serious as he commanded Byuk to speak. Meanwhile, outside, Huaran descended the estate's steps, his mind still focused on the meeting ahead. He thought to himself that he had now greeted the clan head, and the time had truly come to meet her. As he walked further, a commotion near the gates caught his attention. An attendant raised his voice angrily, insisting that the clan's members were absent. A guest retorted that he only wished to announce his name. When Huaran turned his head, his eyes narrowed in recognition. He identified the man instantly. The man noticed Huaran as well and scoffed. With a mocking smile, he addressed him. He remarked that the person before him was none other than the heir of the Tianzhong clan. Introducing himself as Jiao Guang of the Songchun clan, he extended his hand. Huaran did not accept immediately. He stared at the hand, his tongue clicking in irritation as he realized that this must be the guest Jagal Cheok had mentioned. At last, he spoke, acknowledging Jiaoguang's name. Jiaoguang smirked and asked if Huaran had come to see Lady Chongyong. He claimed that since he had arrived first, the meeting ought to be his. Finally, Huaran shook Jiaoguang's hand, but his grip was firm and unyielding. With a polite smile that did not reach his eyes, he replied that it was nice to meet him. He remarked that he had heard many things about the Songchun clan. Then, still gripping the man's hand, Huaran declared coldly that he had come to see the woman who had been promised to him as his fiancée before he was even born. He admitted he had not expected to find Jiaoguang here. Jiaoguang faltered under the intensity of the handshake, though he quickly covered it with a smirk. He said he had heard of Huaran's poor health in recent years. At that moment, Jagal Byuk arrived and noticed the tension. He asked both men if they were there to see Chongyong. He informed them that she was most likely in the courtyard. Both Huaran and Jiaoguang repeated the word at once. With determination, they rushed forward, each trying to outpace the other. Just as they approached, a sword came flying through the air, nearly striking Jiaoguang. Both men stopped abruptly. Huaran's eyes widened as he took in the sight before him. In the courtyard, Chongyong stood tall, her sword poised against the neck of her sparring partner. The defeated opponent raised his hands in surrender, his voice trembling as he admitted defeat. Chongyong withdrew her blade and sheathed it with an air of casual ease. Her tone was calm but edged with disappointment, as she muttered that the fight had been boring. Huaran's thoughts drifted back to the past, to the very first time he had laid eyes on Chongyong. She had returned triumphantly to their territory, and the air was filled with deafening cheers from the gathered crowd. People shouted her title with unrestrained excitement, their voices overlapping again and again. The snow blossom blade of the 12 martial blossoms has returned with the demonic human's head. One man among the crowd exclaimed in astonishment, asking aloud how the Jagal clan could possibly have produced such an outstanding martial artist. Another quickly agreed, replying that he had heard she was consumed by an obsession with martial arts. The name spread through the masses like wildfire until someone spoke it clearly. Jagal Chongyong. Among the spectators stood Huaran of the past, frail and weak, his body betraying his poor health. From the distance, he fixed his gaze upon her. And in that moment, Chongyong turned her head. Their eyes met for the briefest instant, before the memory dissolved and gave way to the present. Inwardly, Huaran reflected on her achievements. Because of her immense dedication to martial training, she had earned the title of Snow Blossom Blade. By the age of 40, she had risen to become one of the 3 strongest female martial artists. In swordsmanship, she had long surpassed him. The sound of a loud voice pulled him back to his thoughts as Zhou Guang rushed toward Chongyang, shouting her name. He called out with a forced familiarity, saying that it had been a while. Chongyang looked at him with a blank, unamused expression and asked curtly why he visited their clan so often. Zhou Guang laughed nervously, claiming he only wished to see her. Before he could continue, Chongyang cut him off sharply. She told him to stop, declaring that she already had a fiancé. Her gaze shifted past Zhou Guang, settling directly on Huaren. She called out his name, her tone holding both surprise and uncertainty. Stepping forward, she approached him carefully and asked if it was truly him. Huaren greeted her with composure, replying that it had been a long time. Chongyang studied him closely, her voice softening as she asked how he was even standing before her. She wanted to know if he was truly healthy again. Huaren explained that he had recently recovered and was now traveling across the land. He admitted that he had stopped by for the sole purpose of seeing her. Chongyang asked if he would be staying for several days, but Huaren paused, staring at her for a long moment before answering with a faint smile. He told her, no. He intended to leave early the next morning because his visit had only been to see her. He began to add something more, hesitated, and then turned away. Instead, he suggested they speak again the following day after her training, since there was something he needed to tell her. Chongyang's eyes lingered on him as he walked away, her expression unreadable. Behind them, Jiaoguang's face twisted with jealousy and anger. His fist clenched tightly, unable to hide the storm within him. That night, inside his quarters, Huaren sat quietly reading through books when a visitor arrived. Without lifting his eyes, he asked if Zhou Guang had come because he had something to say. Zhou Guang stepped inside and sat opposite him, wasting no time on pleasantries. He declared outright that he was in love with Chongyang. Huaren regarded him coolly, remarking that it was bold to confess such a thing. Zhou Guang pressed on, asking if Huaren truly intended to wed her. Huaren answered with a sharp tone that Zhou Guang lacked manners. Zhou Guang scoffed, then continued with growing irritation. He pointed out that Chongyang loved martial arts, and therefore sought strength in a partner. He then mocked Huaren, saying he was weaker than him. Zhou Guang claimed that he had already made a name for himself over the past few years and had been given the title of Azure Cloud Dragon Blade. He demanded to know what Huaren had accomplished, saying that he had only just barely recovered. Leaning forward, Zhou Guang sneered further. He accused Huaren of not even loving Chongyang in the first place. Huaren's gaze grew chilling as he shoved Zhou Guang's hand away. He told him that if he was finished speaking, then he should leave, as Huaren was quite busy. Zhou Guang's anger deepened, though he quickly masked it. Hidden from view, his hand gripped a small vial that looked suspiciously like poison, concealing it within his sleeve. He stood up and warned that Huaren would regret this. Without another word, he turned and left the room. Alone again, Huaren clicked his tongue in irritation. From the look in Zhou Guang's eyes, he could tell the man would soon cause trouble. His eyes fell on the Taiji Depth Heaven tome lying before him, and he murmured that he might have to use it sooner than he had originally planned. Before long, another visitor entered. Huaren turned toward the door, ready to voice his annoyance, but paused when he saw who it was. It was Yohei. She asked softly if she had disturbed his rest. Inwardly, Huaren reflected on her. She seemed far more refined than when he had last seen her, appearing every bit a proper lady. It was a peculiar change, completely different from the mischievous girl he had encountered at Mount Wudang. When he asked what had brought her there so late at night, she explained that she had heard he would be leaving in the morning. She bowed respectfully as she spoke. Huaren told her that staying longer might interfere with Chongyang's training, and besides, he had other matters to handle at home. Yohei nodded with understanding, but then her demeanor shifted abruptly. Leaning forward, she teased him by asking if he was truly going to marry her sister. Huaren's annoyance grew, though he said nothing. Her gaze pressed him further, sharp and persistent, until he sighed inwardly. He wondered why so many people were so concerned about his marriage. He decided that it was time to make things clear. The next morning, Huaren and his group prepared to depart. Standing at the front to see them off were Jaegel Buke, Chongyang, and Yohei. Buke asked if Huaren truly needed to leave so soon. Huaren replied that he had already greeted the clan head and met with Chongyang, so it was proper that he take his leave. Buke joked that Chongyang would surely be disappointed. Chongyang lowered her gaze, her expression clouded with sadness. Huaren called out to her gently, asking if they might speak privately. Before she could answer, a loud shout rang out from the distance. The voice cried out his title, calling him the heir of the Yong clan. It was Jiuquang. He strode forward with a smirk, bowing theatrically before Huarun. He declared himself as Jiuquang, the Azure Cloud Dragon Blade of the Songchun clan, and formally requested a duel with the heir of the Tianzhong clan. The crowd gasped in shock when Jiuquang publicly issued his challenge. Voices rose all around the arena, some shouting in disbelief at the audacity of a duel. Chongyung's voice rang out above the noise, sharp and cold. She declared that he truly had no shame. Her eyes fixed on him with disappointment as she accused him of challenging someone who had only just recovered from serious injuries. She told him that if he truly wanted to fight, then he should behave properly and set a date in advance. Jiuquang only smirked. With mocking laughter, he shouted back that there was nothing shameful in challenging the heir to a martial clan. He raised his voice so all could hear, claiming he merely wished to witness the famed soaring dragon emperor sword of the Tianzhong clan. Since Huarun was preparing to leave, he had no choice but to act now, or else he might never get another chance. With another bow, his eyes gleaming with arrogance, he asked if Huarun would accept. The crowd broke into murmurs, whispering heatedly as they waited for the heir's response. Huarun narrowed his eyes. Inwardly, he knew Jiuquang's true aim was not to test swords but to humiliate him in front of everyone. His body was still not fully healed. Even so, his thoughts lingered on his companions Zhongwook, Namwook, and Mo Byung, who stood nearby. Their expressions betrayed no worry. Instead, they looked eager, as if they already knew what Huarun was capable of. Zhongwook, in particular, thought to himself that it was time Huarun revealed that his sword had been repaired. A faint smile touched Huarun's lips. Turning his gaze to Mo Byung, he asked if his instructor was not going to stop him. Mo Byung responded casually, at first advising him to decline since he had not yet fully recovered from his battle with the assassins. Then, stepping closer, her expression shifted as she admitted she already knew what his choice would be. She said she was aware that he would accept the duel regardless, because he always carried the best intentions for the Tianzhong clan. As a member of that clan, she pledged to follow him on whatever path he chose. With conviction, she told him that she believed in him, Yong Huarun, and urged him to accept and win. Her words left Huarun momentarily stunned. Had she truly changed? For the first time in a long while, he smiled warmly. He stepped forward and declared in a clear voice that he, Yong Huarun, heir of the Tianzhong Yong clan, would accept the duel. Later, at the open arena, Jiuquang and Huarun faced each other at the center. Between them stood Jaegal Byuk, Yohai, and Chongyung, acting as overseers of the contest. Yohai announced the rules with solemn authority. Since it was to be a friendly duel, Qi was permitted, but sword Qi and lethal techniques were forbidden. A loss would be decided if either combatant dropped their weapon or if their sword broke. Furthermore, if a blade shattered because it could not withstand the flow of Qi, that too would count as defeat. Jiuquang smiled confidently, hiding his thoughts. He knew this would give him an advantage. Because of Huarun's internal injuries, his ability to manipulate Qi was limited. Jiuquang resolved to take his time and toy with him. Before the duel began, Huarun added another layer to the contest. He proposed a wager. The loser would never be allowed to step foot in the Jaegal clan again. Jiuquang scoffed but accepted readily. He taunted Huarun, reminding him that if he lost, he would be the one forbidden from returning. Huarun answered calmly that the wager must be honored. Yohai blinked in surprise at the sudden twist. Inwardly, she thought through the implications. If Huarun won, Jiuquang would be barred forever from setting foot in their clan. If Huarun lost, it would hardly matter, since he would eventually live with Chongyung anyway. To think of such a plan in such a short moment, Yohei could not help but be impressed. Jaegal Byuk ordered the two combatants to prepare themselves. The crowd roared as anticipation surged through the arena. Yohai leaned toward her brother, asking who he thought would win. She reminded him that Huarun had defeated assassins not long ago. Byuk shook his head and replied firmly that the heir of the Yong clan would lose. Yohai stared at him in shock, demanding why. Byuk explained that while Huarun certainly had a brilliant future, his injuries left him weakened. Meanwhile, Jiuquang, though flawed in personality, had several years of real experience. He was known as the Azure Cloud Dragon Blade, whose sword produced a sound like a dragon's cry, and whose Qi resembled drifting blue clouds. His skills, Byuk said, were already comparable to elite rookies of the great sects. If they were to fight here and now, Huarun would surely lose. Byuk then turned to Chongyung, asking if she agreed. She remained silent, her gaze fixed on the sky. At the center of the arena, Jiuquang smirked with confidence. He declared his name proudly, Jiuquang, Azure Cloud Dragon Sword of the Songchun clan. Huarun answered with equal calm, giving his own name, Yong Huaran of the Tianzhong Yong clan. Narrowing his eyes, Zhou mocked the prestige of Huaran's lineage. He sneered, questioning why the Tianzhong were called the Dragon Clan when they were nothing more than worms now. Huaran's face hardened. With quiet determination, he promised to show him why. Both men drew their swords, their stares locked, filled with intensity, before they leapt forward at the same time. Their blades collided in a ringing clash. Zhou smirked as he unleashed his technique, calling out as he executed shifting attacks. Huaran struggled, yet somehow managed to dodge and deflect the incoming strikes. Staggering back, he steadied himself, but Zhou pressed harder, leaping forward with another roar, telling him they should have some fun. Despite his injuries, Huaran evaded again, deflecting what he could. Zhou irritation deepened. Inwardly, he cursed. How was Huaran blocking his techniques? It was impossible for him to follow the trajectories with his injuries. Huaran's eyes were sharp with focus, every move of the blade visible to him. He could see Zhou sword clearly. This was insight, an ability that emerged when qi began to influence one's sight. Yet he clenched his teeth, acknowledging that he should not have reached this stage yet. Was this, too, thanks to the old man's teachings? Zhou shouted again, calling Huaran as fast as a rat. Before preparing another strike, he declared that this time, he would see if Huaran could block. His sword erupted with blue qi as he performed another mighty technique. From the side, Yong exclaimed aloud, recognizing it as the mighty azure cloud sword. Huaran watched closely, concern flickering in his eyes. So this was the sword of the Songchun clan. Zhou smirked, demanding that Huaran come at him with everything he had. Huaran steadied himself, allowing golden qi to envelop his own sword. The two shouted their techniques as they launched their attacks. Zhou called upon the mighty azure cloud sword, while Huaran invoked the soaring dragon emperor sword. Their blades clashed violently, filling the arena with sparks of qi. Zhou screamed mockingly, asking if this was truly all the Tianzhong clan's sword amounted to. His attacks came in a relentless barrage. Huaran struggled to withstand them until finally one blow sent him flying backward. Zhou seized the moment, roaring that this would be the end. He unleashed a secret move, severing sphere, engulfing the entire arena in surging blue qi. When the dust settled, Huaran still stood. His body was covered in wounds, blood dripping from his arms. His companions and the Jaegal siblings watched with visible concern. Yet Huaran's eyes were calm, even as blood trickled from his lips. Zhou rage only grew. He clenched his teeth, eyes wide in disbelief. Internally, he cursed again. He had intended to take at least one of Huaran's arms, but the man had even managed to block the clan's secret technique. Huaran tore a strip of cloth from his garments, wrapping it tightly around his arm and his sword for support. He raised his weapon again and declared that it was not over yet. He pointed his blade at Zhou and invited him to come. Zhou's rage boiled over. He admitted openly that he had never liked Huaran. He despised the man's superior air, his calmness, his know-it-all demeanor. At first, this had been about Yong, but now it was personal. He screamed that he simply wanted to crush him. His aura erupted violently, overflowing with killing intent. From the side, Yong cried out in protest. She insisted this was no longer a friendly duel, and turned desperately to her brother. She begged Buick to stop the match before it went too far. Buick remained silent. Yong turned to Chongyang, pleading for her to intervene, but her sister only stared at the battle unfolding before her. Huaran watched, then slowly lowered his sword. His thoughts churned deeply. Zhou was right. He had been lying to himself. He had acted calm before death, pretending to know the future, when in truth, the future was uncertain. He admitted inwardly that he was no saint. He had stolen a child's future. Yet as he stepped forward, his resolve hardened. He would not run from this. He would walk straight into the storm. He would no longer flee from his pathetic past. Though he was not a saint, he vowed to do everything he could to help those he could still protect. Holding his sword firmly, qi surged thickly around the blade. He declared to himself that this was the path he would walk from now on. Zhou faltered for only a moment at the sheer presence radiating from him. Then rage overtook him once again, and he screamed in fury, demanding what nonsense Huaran was speaking of. His attacks came faster, more furious than before. Huaran lifted his weapon with unwavering determination. His voice carried across the arena, calm yet resolute, as he told Zhou that he would show him why the Yong clan was truly known as the Clan of Dragons. As the clash between Hwarin and Jiuguang intensified, a sudden gust of wind swept across the arena, carrying with it an overwhelming pressure that made the crowd tremble. Yohei shouted in alarm that this was no longer a friendly spar and insisted it had to be stopped. Yong immediately drew her sword, prepared to interfere if things went any further. While the blue qi continued to flood the arena, a different energy began to emerge at the center of the duel. Yong fixed her eyes on it, curiosity flashing across her expression. As the qi slowly took the shape of a dragon, the entire audience froze in shock. Yohei stammered aloud, asking what it was, and then whispered in disbelief that it looked like a dragon. Hwarin's companions, however, smiled with pride at the sight. The qi of both men collided with such intensity that Jiuguang felt his composure breaking. Alarm spread across his face as he realized that Hwarin was absorbing his energy and growing stronger. His thoughts raced in panic, cursing the situation, for at this rate, he would surely lose. Just as the atmosphere reached its breaking point, a loud commanding voice rang out through the arena, shouting for them to stop. A figure appeared in the middle of the arena. With a single gesture, he pulled both energies into his hands and dispersed them in an instant. The man revealed himself as Jaegal Cheok. After dispelling the qi with ease, he stood tall with a proud smile and declared that the duel would end there. The Jaegal siblings immediately called out in respect, addressing him as their lord. Jaegal Cheok's tone grew sharp as he warned that if the fight had continued, someone would have truly died. Jiuguang's expression twisted in disbelief. He clenched his teeth and raised his voice toward the clan head, insisting that he had won the duel. He shouted that if Cheok had not interfered, he would have defeated Hwarin. Jaegal Cheok turned a cold gaze upon him and asked if he truly believed that. He reminded him that, according to the rules, a broken or dropped sword meant defeat. Jiuguang's eyes widened as he looked down and realized in horror that his blade was snapped in half. His face went pale as his voice trembled in denial. He muttered that it could not be true, then tried to justify himself by accusing Hwarin of using sorcery. He claimed he had felt it that Hwarin had been gravely injured and incapable of drawing on his power, but had suddenly gained unnatural strength. Jiuguang shouted that it must have been demonic arts. Before his rant could continue, Chongyang stepped forward with cold precision. She raised her sword and pressed the tip near Jiuguang's neck, telling him firmly to stop causing a scene and to leave at once. She reminded him of the wager he had agreed upon and asked if he had already forgotten it. The crowd stared in silence as Jiuguang froze in place, his pride shattered. After several moments, he finally turned his back, walked out of the arena, and departed in humiliation. Jaegal Cheok clicked his tongue in disappointment and muttered that the Songchun clan had truly fallen, questioning how someone like Jiuguang could ever claim to be the Yong clan heir. But when his gaze shifted toward Hwarin, his expression changed to a wide smile. He laughed heartily and praised the young master of the Yong clan, declaring that the duel had been splendid and that he was genuinely shocked by his performance. Placing a hand on Hwarin's shoulder, he noted that, despite still recovering, Hwarin had displayed remarkable martial prowess. Yet his eyes narrowed slightly as he explained that it was precisely because of that display of strength that he had been forced to intervene. He reminded everyone that they could not allow a duel within the Jaegal clan to end with a corpse. Hwarin smiled faintly and bowed respectfully, thanking him for the acknowledgement. Jaegal Cheok burst into loud laughter. As Hwarin wiped his mouth, he noticed blood dripping from his lips. Jaegal Cheok clicked his tongue and scolded him, asking if he truly intended to leave in such a state. He advised Hwarin to rest in the main estate for the night and depart the following day. He also told him to use the time to have a proper conversation with Chongyang. Hwarin once again bowed respectfully and accepted, though quietly. As he stepped down from the stage to rejoin his companions, Jaegal Cheok watched him closely, his eyes gleaming with interest. A wide grin spread across his face as he thought to himself that the Tianzhong clan truly held a dragon within their ranks. He reflected that they were indeed worthy of being called the Dragon Clan. Yet when he glanced at his own hand, he noticed it was wounded and bleeding. He recalled vividly the moment he had suppressed Hwarin's qi, and his eyes narrowed in deep thought. Could it be? He wondered silently. His contemplation quickly turned into a booming laugh that echoed across the courtyard. After a long moment, he summoned his son with a commanding tone. He called out for Byuk and declared that they would need to push forward their plans sooner than expected. Byuk bowed and answered without hesitation that it would be done as commanded. Later that night, Hwarin sat in his quarters tending to his wounds. He stared at his scarred body and muttered that he had gained many more injuries from the duel. Suddenly, a knock came from outside his door. Hwarin quickly composed himself, dressed properly, and called for the visitor to enter. The door opened slowly, and Yong stepped in gracefully, her presence calm and elegant. Hwarin turned to her and said quietly that she had come. Yong entered Hwarin's quarters and sat gracefully across from him. For a moment, she simply studied him in silence before finally asking how he felt. Hwarin raised his injured hand, looked at it, and admitted with a faint smile that he had gone a bit overboard in the duel, but he reassured her that he was fine. An awkward silence settled between them, stretching until Hwarin finally attempted to speak. At the very same time, Yong also spoke, breaking the quiet. Yong remarked that Jiokguang had not been an easy opponent. Hwarin looked at her in surprise, and she elaborated. She explained that the Azure Cloud Sword of the Songchun clan was a fearsome martial art, one designed to tear opponents apart with overwhelming qi. In addition to that, Jiokguang's martial prowess was certainly not lacking. Yet, despite being injured, Hwarin had managed to defeat him. She continued by mentioning the technique Hwarin had displayed at the end. To her eyes, it had resembled the soaring dragon emperor sword, but something about it had felt different. She confessed that as she watched him absorb his opponent's energy little by little, she wondered if he had secretly learned some martial art from the Wudang sect. She asked with earnest curiosity how he had managed to train to such a level when it had not been long since his recovery. Hwarin smiled faintly to himself as he thought inwardly that Yong's obsession with martial arts remained as strong as ever. He sighed internally, acknowledging that he had expected this line of questioning from her. Yong then caught herself and asked if she had spoken too much, before reminding him that he had something he wanted to say to her. Hwarin admitted that she was right. He straightened his posture and told her that he had something important to share. He explained that after recovering and resuming his training in martial arts, he had come to realize a goal. Or perhaps, he said, it had always been the same goal he carried deep within. He raised his right hand high and declared that his desire was to protect his clan and family, and that he would do whatever it took to achieve that. A smile touched his lips as he turned toward her, and added that she, too, must have a similar goal. He told her that he hoped she would live with freedom in order to pursue her own path. Yong tilted her head in confusion and asked what he meant. Hwarin looked at her seriously and told her that he believed she would become an exceptional martial artist and that he did not want to stand in her way. Yong paused in silence for a moment. Then her expression darkened as she asked in a sharp tone whether there was another woman. Hwarin coughed awkwardly and quickly clarified that it was nothing of the sort. He explained that the truth was simpler. They did not love each other. She loved martial arts, while he loved his clan and family. That was why he wished for her to live the life she truly wanted, unbound by obligations that might hinder her pursuit. The two of them locked eyes for a long moment. Then Yong closed her eyes and exhaled softly before revealing that she had a wish she wanted him to fulfill. Hwarin looked at her in surprise and asked what this wish might be. Later that night, beneath the silver glow of the moon, Hwarin and Yong stood together in the training court. Yong's request had led them there. Hwarin scratched the back of his head in disbelief and asked if her wish had truly been to duel with him. Yong's eyes gleamed with intensity as she told him that he should know well the truth. There was much one could learn through the clash of blades. She explained that by crossing swords, one could understand what the other was thinking, and even what they wished to say. This, she said firmly, was her answer. She lowered herself into her fighting stance with her sword ready. Hwarin's lips curved into a small smile as he, too, raised his weapon and settled into his stance. He told her, without hesitation, that of course, he would grant her wish. In the next instant, the two lunged toward each other, blades colliding under the moonlight. The sound of steel echoed through the courtyard as they exchanged blows. Yet, alongside the clashing of swords, there were smiles on both their faces. They were enjoying themselves, laughing silently through the exchange, as if speaking to each other through every strike. Within his own heart, Hwarin whispered a silent farewell. He thought to himself, "Goodbye, Yong." The following morning, Hwarin and his companions stood near the exit of the Jagal clan grounds. They bowed respectfully toward the Jagal family before mounting their horses. As they prepared to depart, Hwarin turned one last time to look behind him. There he saw Yong watching from a distance. She smiled warmly at him, and he returned the smile. With that unspoken farewell, he and his group rode off. Back at the training courtyard, the swords they had used in their spar remained embedded in the ground. They stood side by side, basking quietly in the golden rays of the sun. After their long journey, the group finally found themselves lounging inside an inn. The air smelled of liquor, and laughter occasionally broke through the noise of cups clinking. Jungwook leaned forward, eyes bright with curiosity, and asked Hwarin when he had found the time to train so much. Namwook added his own question, wondering aloud what those strange techniques had been during the duel. Jungwook insisted that the final strike was unmistakably the soaring dragon emperor sword, but at the same time, it had felt different from the art they knew. Hwarin laughed lightly at their questions and reminded them that he had been with them the entire time. He asked how he could possibly have practiced on his own. Inwardly, however, his thoughts told a different story. He admitted silently that what he had used was indeed the soaring dragon emperor sword, but when his chi had run out, the Taiji depth heaven arts had interfered. The soaring dragon emperor sword was meant to overwhelm an opponent with raw force in the form of a blue dragon. Yet when combined with the Taiji depth heaven arts, it had transformed into a style that consumed his opponent's chi in order to suppress them. Of course, he reflected, the Jegal clan head had stopped it in time. Still, if his mastery of the Taiji depth heaven arts had been greater, it might have devoured even the chi of the clan head himself, growing into an uncontrollable power. His thoughts spun further. The soaring dragon emperor sword, the azure bamboo sword, and the Jegal clan head's chi. If he could combine all of them. His musings were cut short when Jungwook raised his cup high. With a satisfied grin, Jungwook declared that Hwarin had awakened through this duel, his understanding of martial arts deepening significantly. Beside him, Mo Byung remained quiet, her eyes lingering on Hwarin. Memories of their journey together filled her mind, and she thought of the Tianzhong Yong clan, once the greatest clan in Henan. A small, hopeful smile touched her lips. She wondered if it might truly be possible for that greatness to return. Lifting her own cup, she drank deeply, slammed it firmly against the table, and addressed the group. She told them that they all must work harder so as not to fall behind their young clan leader. Jungwook immediately added his voice, slamming his hand on the table with excitement. He shouted that no one could have imagined this turn of events just a few weeks ago. No one had believed that their young clan leader would defeat the flying demonic Blood One to claim the special flower, let alone overcome the Azure Cloud swordsman. His voice rose with pride as he declared that Hwarin was growing stronger with each passing day. Laughter broke out across the table, filling the inn with warmth. Meanwhile, above them, on the upper floor of the inn, a cloaked figure stood silently by the window. His gaze was fixed on the lively group below, but after a moment, he turned away and entered a dimly lit room. Inside, a man sat hunched before a table, with other cloaked figures standing guard at his sides. The one who had entered stepped forward and bowed, saying he had something important to report. The man seated at the table murmured under his breath, his tone twisted and heavy with obsession. He muttered about witchery and sorcery. His bare fingers scratched the surface of the table until they bled, leaving fresh gouges in the wood. With a warped expression, he raised his voice in a harsh cry, insisting once again that it was sorcery. The next day, Hwarin and his companions rode their horses through a forest path. Mo Byung grew frustrated as Hwarin's horse pulled far ahead of the group. She called out to him, warning that if he kept forcing the pace, his horse would die of exhaustion before they ever reached the clan. Hwarin reined his horse to a stop and looked back apologetically. He admitted that perhaps he had been too eager. Mo Byung urged him to relax, reminding him that if he rushed blindly, he might lose something far more important along the way. Hwarin smiled at her words and agreed, addressing her respectfully as Instructor Mo. He pointed to a small spring nearby, suggesting that it would be wise to rest there and give the horses water. The group dismounted and began to make camp by the spring. Jungwook, Namwook, and Mo Byung busied themselves collecting water while Hwarin settled into meditation. Jungwook remarked to the others that their young clan leader seemed utterly absorbed in martial arts these days. Namwook replied that it was a good sign. Mo Byung added that such a phase would not last forever, and that if one missed this opportunity, breaking through the wall of progress later would be far more difficult. Hwarin sat in peaceful stillness, but suddenly his senses sharpened. A chilling presence stirred near the trees, and his eyes widened. His hand shot to his sword as he called out, demanding to know who was there and ordering them to reveal themselves. His crew rushed to his side in alarm, asking what had happened. In the blink of an eye, several cloaked men appeared from the shadows of the forest. The crew froze, stunned by their sudden arrival. Mo Byung immediately denied that they were mere bandits. She shook her head and declared that no bandit could hold such immense chi. These were assassins. Jungwook asked if they were the same enemies they had fought before. Hwarin narrowed his eyes and told them no. Their masks and bearing were different, but inwardly, he was unsettled. The aura these men gave off did not feel like that of assassins. It felt closer to the presence of an orthodox sect. From deeper within the forest, a voice called out, low and hateful. The words repeated again and again. Someone said they had found him. calling him a wrecked demon. Slowly, a man emerged into the light, his face at last revealed. Huaren's expression stiffened in shock as recognition struck him. He called the man's name. It was Jiaoguang. As the pressure around him intensified, Huaren clenched his teeth, feeling the immense weight of the hostile energy pressing in. His sharp gaze swept across the group of men surrounding Jiaoguang, and recognition flashed in his mind. Azure Cloud, the Songchun clan, he thought bitterly. So they're not even bothering to conceal their identities? Raising his voice, Huaren shouted across the tense field, demanding to know if Jiaoguang had come to take revenge for what had occurred at the Jaegal clan. Jiaoguang's furious roar cut through the air. "Silence," he commanded. His eyes, filled with rage, locked on Huaren as he pointed his finger at him and declared that Huaren was a practitioner of demonic arts. He claimed that while others might not sense it, he, the Azure Cloud Dragon Blade, could. With a trembling voice filled with conviction, he announced that he had come to slay the demon. From the rear, Mo Biang observed the deranged look in Jiaoguang's eyes, and muttered that he didn't appear to be in his right mind. Huaren immediately added that Jiaoguang's mind was clearly unstable. He pointed out the bulging veins, the turbulence in his inner qi, and concluded that the man had fallen into qi deviation. Huaren called out again, reminding Jiaoguang that he had already lost to him once, and taunted him by asking whether he truly believed the outcome would change this time. Jiaoguang began to laugh slowly, his expression twisting with madness. "You still don't understand your situation, do you?" he sneered. Then, with a wicked grin, he asked mockingly, "So, how did the poisoned spring water taste?" The realization hit Huaren's group like lightning. Each of them attempted to circulate their qi, only to find it unresponsive. Mo Biang gasped in shock, shouting that her inner qi was no longer moving. Namwook, standing nearby, stammered that his qi was also frozen. Huaren's mind raced. "Gentleman's poison?" he thought in horror. "He poisoned the spring with gentleman's poison!" Enraged, Huaren shouted at Jiaoguang, demanding to know if poisoning them had been his plan all along. "As if threatening us wasn't enough. You used poison too?" he yelled furiously. "You dare call yourself an orthodox martial artist after this?" Jiaoguang's anger exploded. "Shut up!" he screamed. "To slay a demon I'd do far worse. You have no idea what I've endured to reach this level of cultivation. I didn't devote my life to martial arts just to lose to scum like you." His face twisted in fury as he raised his sword, shouting that the might of the Azure Cloud sword was invincible. At the back, Jungwook's voice trembled with tension. He said the situation was dire. They had all drunk from the poisoned spring. With a dozen armed warriors against them and Jiaoguang in a state of qi deviation, their enemies were clearly determined to kill them all. Huaren thought quickly. Even if Jiaoguang's qi is unstable, we can't win without our own inner energy. He began to issue an order, but before he could finish, Namwook stepped forward and placed a firm hand on his shoulder, saying that they were his guards and it was their duty to protect him. Mo Biang, Namwook, and Jungwook all took their positions in front of Huaren, preparing to fight. Mo Biang turned her head slightly and told him firmly that while they held the enemies off, he must escape. "There is absolutely no way you will die before we do," she said with conviction. Huaren froze for a brief moment, his expression darkening before his tone shifted into one of command. "No," he said sharply. He began walking forward, his expression resolute. "Not today," he thought. "Today, no one will die." As he passed his companions, Mo Biang's eyes widened in realization. She shouted at him in panic, begging him to stop, but he ignored her. Suddenly, Huaren's pure qi began to swirl violently within his body. It compressed rapidly until it became unbearably dense, then expanded explosively, its color shifting to a dark crimson as it surged uncontrollably. "Because I'll make sure of it," he swore silently. Seeing the transformation, Jiaoguang's body twitched in rage and fear. "I knew it!" he shouted. "You demon!" Blood began to trickle from Huaren's nose as he continued forward. "This is the first time I've ever forcibly drawn out my own qi," he thought. "Such overwhelming, domineering energy. It's equivalent to 60 years of cultivation. If I lose focus for even a moment, this power will consume me entirely." Jiaoguang, his face contorted with hatred, screamed an order for all his men to attack. "The Songchun clan will personally purge this demon," he roared. In an instant, the masked warriors behind him charged forward. From the rear, Mo Biang, Namwook, and Jungwook shouted in alarm, calling out to their young lord. As the masked men closed in, Huaren steadied his breathing. "I need to take them down as fast as possible," he thought. With a single fluid motion, he drew his sword and unleashed a powerful slash, instantly cutting down the first wave of attackers. Jiaoguang pointed his sword at him and screamed again, ordering the remaining men to kill him. Another wave of masked warriors lunged forward. The field erupted into chaos as the battle intensified. Hwarin moved like a storm, slicing through the attackers with ruthless precision. He leapt and spun, his sword flashing crimson in the air as bodies fell one by one. Then he vaulted high into the air, soaring directly above Jekwang. Blood dripped from Jekwang's mouth as he glared upward, his teeth clenched. "He must die!" he screamed. "We attack together!" The masked warriors jumped again, surrounding Hwarin mid-air. But in the next instant he vanished, reappearing on the ground within their formation. The masked men immediately shifted into a unified stance, shouting their technique in unison. Combination attack formation, unified circular assault. Hwarin found himself surrounded. The coordinated assault came from every direction. He blocked furiously, sparks flying as blades clashed in rapid succession. A sword came from behind, and he barely dodged it by twisting his body at the last moment. As the relentless battle continued, he managed to cut down one of the attackers. The moment his blade struck, Jekwang leapt into the fray, his sword descending in a heavy vertical slash. Hwarin raised his blade just in time, their weapons clashing with a deafening sound. "So this is the Yong clan you spoke of?" Jekwang snarled as he pressed down with raw force. Hwarin struggled to resist. "Damn it, my body's getting heavier. Their formation is one problem, but this chi, the old man's chi is consuming me. If I don't shake it off now." Suddenly, a cry from the distance drew his attention. "No! Master Mo!" Jungwook's voice rang out in panic. Hwarin turned his head and saw Mo Byung locked in combat. One of the masked men struck her across the shoulder, and she staggered backward. His eyes widened in shock. Without hesitation, he abandoned his duel with Jekwang and sprinted toward her. "Master Mo!" he shouted. "Don't let him escape!" Jekwang bellowed, and his men immediately lunged after Hwarin. A loud crash echoed through the area as the masked men surrounded Hwarin completely. Mo Byung shouted desperately, "Young Lord!" Hwarin was immobilized, trapped on all sides. From above, Jekwang leapt high into the air, raising his sword. "You bastard! This is the end!" he screamed. At that moment, a massive explosion of demonic chi erupted from the center of the formation. "Heavenly lightning ascension! Demonic!" Hwarin roared as the power burst skyward, shaking the entire battlefield. The blinding flare of energy pierced the clouds, then began to collapse inward. The area fell silent, enveloped in dust and smoke. Kneeling on the ground, Mo Byung stared in awe. That was definitely the heavenly lightning ascension, she thought. Even I can barely imitate that advanced sword art. How did he manage to perform it? She turned to the side and shouted to Namwook and Jungwook, who were still struggling to rise. "Two rising ghost blades! Are you all right?" Namwook groaned, rubbing his head. "Other than this pounding headache, I'm fine." Jungwook nodded weakly beside him. "But what on earth was that?" As they stood, they saw the vast crater that had been left behind. At its center stood Hwarin, still surrounded by dark, swirling demonic chi. "The shockwave didn't reach us," Namwook said in disbelief. Mo Byung looked closely and nodded. "It seems the young lord managed to control it just before the end." In the middle of the crater, Hwarin remained motionless. Yet within his mind, he was shouting frantically, "Master Mo! Master Mo!" His vision blurred, and the world around him dissolved. When it cleared, he found himself sitting in a vast open expanse filled with endless puddles reflecting a pure blue sky. Confused and disoriented, he looked around slowly. "Where is this?" he whispered. Within the depths of his consciousness, Hwarin slowly realized where he was. Looking around at the endless expanse of reflective puddles beneath the open sky, he whispered to himself that this was a mind space. He clenched his teeth, determined, and declared that he had to return. Master Mo and the two rising ghost blades were still fighting, and he could not abandon them. Suddenly, the tranquil surface of the puddles began to ripple violently. A demonic aura seeped upward, and in an instant, the water turned a deep, unsettling red. Before he could react, Hwarin felt his body being pulled down into the crimson depths. Below the surface, countless pale hands reached out from the darkness, grasping for him as he sank deeper into the void. Outside his mind space, Hwarin's chi burst forth uncontrollably, surging with violent intensity. The ground trembled from the force of it. Nearby, Dokong watched in alarm and asked what was happening. Mo Byung, her expression grave, replied that they had to stop it, that the being before them was no longer the young lord. She admitted that she did not know what that entity was, but insisted that they could not allow it to move freely while controlling Hwarin's body. Dokong shouted that they had no inner chi left. How were they supposed to stop such a monstrous force? Mo Byung snapped back furiously, asking if he intended to simply stand there and watch as the young lord was devoured. Before either could act, Namwook pointed ahead and exclaimed that Hwarin was moving. Their gazes turned to the figure approaching the bloodied Jekwang, who sat slumped against a tree. Hwarin's movements were eerily calm, his eyes devoid of emotion. Without hesitation, he lunged forward with his sword, aiming straight for Jiukwang's heart. Meanwhile, within the mind space, Hwaran continued to sink through the crimson water. Just as the cold darkness was about to swallow him completely, a soft light appeared. A delicate hand touched his back and pushed him upward. He opened his eyes slowly and saw the familiar face of his attendant smiling faintly at him. "Yan Hua?" he murmured in disbelief. The moment her name left his lips, he felt warmth return to his body, and his consciousness snapped back. He awoke to the sound of Mo Byong's desperate voice echoing in his ears. "Young lord, wake up, Yong Hwaran." He realized he was being supported by the twin rising ghost blades and Mo Byong, all of whom struggled to hold him steady. Mo Byong continued shouting, urging him not to lose control. "Do not let that power consume you. Overcome it. You said it yourself. You wanted to protect your family and make the Tianzhong clan the greatest sect of all?" Hwaran's breathing steadied, and he managed to speak in a faint voice. "Master Mo, my acupressure points." Understanding immediately, Mo Byong pressed several points along his body with precision. The violent chi slowly began to dissipate, fading like smoke in the wind. Hwaran's eyes fluttered shut as he lost consciousness. Just before his mind faded completely, an eerie, aged voice echoed from within him, whispering coldly, "Next time, it won't end so easily." A tense silence followed. Dukong finally exhaled deeply and remarked that it was fortunate the young lord had regained consciousness. Mo Byong, kneeling beside Hwaran, explained that if she had struck the pressure points while he was still lost in deviation, his chi would have turned berserk and destroyed him entirely. Dukong clicked his tongue and admitted that when Hwaran had tried to kill Jiukwang, he had nearly lost his composure. Jiukwang might have been insane, he said, but the Songchun clan was still part of the orthodox faction. If word of Jiukwang's death reached their ears, the consequences would be severe. When Dukong turned toward Jiukwang, he froze. Mo Byong was already standing over the wounded man. Jungwook called out uncertainly, but Namwook quietly muttered one word, "Antidote." Jungwook blinked and replied, "Oh." Mo Byong approached Jiukwang, her expression dark. She clenched her sword tightly and said in a cold, hollow tone, "Even now, your first thought is to look for an antidote?" Without hesitation, she swung her blade. The sharp sound of steel sliced through the air, and Jiukwang collapsed lifelessly to the ground. The twin rising ghost blades stood frozen in shock. Dukong shouted in disbelief, demanding to know what she was doing. She sheathed her sword with calm precision and replied with a firm voice that Jiukwang had tried to kill the young lord several times. More importantly, he had seen Hwaran's strange chi with his own eyes. If he were allowed to live and spread rumors about it, it would bring trouble to them all. She lifted Hwaran onto her shoulder and began walking away, saying quietly, "There's no need for anyone else to dirty their hands. I'll handle it." Dukong watched her retreating figure and murmured that just as the young lord had changed, so too had she. Crossing his arms, he muttered under his breath that perhaps they all had. Clicking his tongue, he turned to Namwook and ordered him to hurry and find the antidote. To his irritation, Namwook was already drinking from a small vial. Jungwook shouted at him, asking how he could be sure it was not poison. Namwook smirked and explained that when one smelled an antidote, it created a dizzy, dry sensation because the poison inside one's body reacted defensively. In contrast, poisons gave off such a foul stench that it made one want to vomit. Once a person understood that difference, he said, finding an antidote became simple. Jungwook nodded, slightly impressed, and Namwook raised a pouch with a sly grin. Additionally, he said, alongside the antidote, I found something else. Something that looks really expensive. Sometime later, Hwaran slowly regained consciousness. He opened his eyes to find himself lying in a bed within an inn. Sitting up, he murmured softly that he was back at the inn. Crossing his legs into a lotus position, he began to circulate his chi. After a few moments, his eyes widened in surprise. His inner chi had not only returned, it had grown stronger. Reflecting on Jiukwang's attack and the uncontrollable power that had erupted within him, he sighed and lay back, covering his eyes with his arm. It had been a close call. He had nearly lost his body entirely when his chi went berserk. Sitting upright again, he muttered that if he could lose himself, or even die, before mastering the Taiji Depth Heaven Tome, then everything he had done would be meaningless. The power inside him, he realized, was not ordinary chi. It might even be something akin to an old man's soul. If that were true, then perhaps he, the presence inside him, knew something more. Elsewhere in the inn, Mo Byong and the twin rising ghost blades sat around a table discussing quietly when Hwaran entered the room. Jungwook immediately greeted him with relief, asking how he felt. Hwaran assured him he was fine, then glanced at Namwook, who was holding a small golden token. "What's that?" Hwaran asked. "Oh, this?" Namwook replied. "Jiukwang had it." It looked valuable, so I took it. As Hwarin studied the token, recognition dawned on his face. He murmured to himself that it was Cho Woo-hee's golden token, the proof that allowed one to meet the most beautiful woman in Hainan. He wondered aloud how Jeokwang could have possibly come to possess it. Then chuckling softly, he said, "Haha, I see." An awkward silence fell over the group. Hwarin cleared his throat and muttered that the atmosphere had suddenly become awkward. Mo Byung then spoke seriously, addressing him as young lord, but before she could continue, Hwarin interrupted her. He bowed his head slightly and apologized sincerely to her and the twin rising ghost blades, explaining that he had been completely unable to use his inner chi because of the poison, and that Jeokwang had already lost his sanity. He had only wanted to protect them, and in that desperate moment, he had no other choice. Mo Byung stood up, bowed deeply, and thanked him. Regardless of what had happened, she said, if he had not intervened, they all would have died. However, she insisted they needed to know the truth. What exactly had been that strange chi flowing through him? Hwarin hesitated for a moment, then agreed to explain. Before that, however, he asked what had happened to Jeokwang. Namwook tried to answer, stammering slightly, but Mo Byung cut him off and said flatly, "He'd disappeared." Hwarin raised his voice in alarm, exclaiming that if Jeokwang spoke to the Songchun clan about what had happened, it would bring disaster upon them all. Mo Byung interrupted again, assuring him that such a thing would not happen. She explained that when Jeokwang had forcibly drawn out his inner chi while possessed, he had lost complete control of himself. By now, he was likely a mindless fool, unable to even speak coherently. Turning to Namwook and Jungwook, she asked for their agreement, and they both nodded reluctantly. Hwarin finally relaxed, saying that if Master Mo claimed it, he would believe her. Clenching his fist, he began to speak, saying that there was something he needed to explain. But before he could continue, a man approached their table unexpectedly. Hwarin flinched at his sudden appearance. The man introduced himself as the owner of the inn and apologized, explaining that he needed them to leave. Jungwook stood up indignantly, asking why an innkeeper would ask his guests to leave so abruptly. The owner looked toward the door and explained that the Sky Ocean Merchant Union had rented out the entire building. As the group turned toward the entrance, Hwarin's gaze lingered on the name. He muttered under his breath in disbelief, recalling a distant memory. "The Sky Ocean Merchant Union," he said softly. "Isn't that the same place I joined as a son-in-law in my previous life?" The Sky Ocean Merchant Union stood as one of the most prosperous and influential merchant organizations in all of Hainan. Under its vast domain operated the Sky Ocean Escort Agency, the Sky Ocean Inn, and the Sky Ocean House, three major enterprises that brought both wealth and prestige to its name. Yet for Hwarin, the true reason he could never forget this union went far beyond its economic power. In his previous life, he had lived as its master. He remembered all too well how that life had ended, how she had tried to drag him down alongside that strange and twisted faction. His thoughts were interrupted when the innkeeper's uneasy voice broke the silence once again, asking them firmly to leave the premises. Hwarin, regaining his composure, thought to himself that if the Sky Ocean Merchant Union was truly behind this order, it was no surprise the innkeeper was acting so timidly. With a calm expression, he rose to his feet, gave the innkeeper a polite bow, and stated that although he respected the request, he could not simply comply with the demands of the Sky Ocean Merchant Union as a paying guest. At his side, Jungwook leaned closer and whispered into his ear, warning that the Sky Ocean Merchant Union was not an opponent the Tianzhong clan could afford to take lightly. They possessed not only vast wealth but also significant martial strength. Before Hwarin could reply, the inn's doors swung open. A man entered, his posture arrogant and his steps confident. Hwarin's expression darkened as he recognized the man. "That bastard," he thought bitterly. "To think I'd see that arrogant face here of all places." The man glanced around and then spoke with a tone dripping with superiority. He asked if Hwarin did not know who he was, and demanded to know where he had come from. Hwarin replied evenly that he was Yong Hwarin of the Tianzhong clan in Hainan. The man's eyes narrowed as he examined Hwarin from head to toe. After a moment, he remarked that he had heard the young master of the Tianzhong clan was too frail to ever leave his home. Hwarin met his gaze calmly and asked if he looked sickly to him now. The man fell silent, his arrogance faltering for a brief moment before he stepped closer, his shadow falling over Hwarin. Speaking in a firm, almost condescending tone, he said that the Sky Ocean Merchant Union's men were weary from a long journey and merely wished to rest in peace. Surely, he said, as fellow martial artists of Hainan, Hwarin could understand their hardship. Hwarin's lips curved slightly. "That sounded a lot like a threat to my ears," he replied. The man's composure snapped. "What did you just say?" he shouted. Hwarin smirked and raised a finger toward the ceiling. "If an orthodox sect uses its strength to impose its will upon others, Then tell me, how is it any different from the demonic or unorthodox factions? The man's face flushed red with fury as he gritted his teeth and yelled, calling Huaran an insolent wretch. Huaran laughed loudly, his voice echoing through the inn. Ha 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 ha! So the Sky Ocean Merchant Union really is as powerful as they say. To think a mere merchant union martial artist would dare raise his voice at the young lord of a martial sect. At those words, Mo Byung and the twin rising ghost blades immediately rose from their seats, their hands resting on their weapons. The man clenched his fists and prepared to fight. Huaran's hand moved to his sword hilt, gripping it with his left hand as he said coldly, "If you truly wish to rent out this entire inn," he tapped the sheath of his sword with his right hand and finished, "then how about we settle this according to the laws of the Jianghu?" The man's eyes flared with anger as he held his sword and shouted, "Fine, come outside." Moments later, the two stood facing each other in the courtyard. Mo Byung, standing behind Huaran, called out anxiously, asking if he truly intended to fight. Huaran replied firmly that if he backed down now, the world would see the Tianzhong clan as weak. If he allowed a mere martial artist from the Sky Ocean Merchant Union to intimidate him and walk away unchallenged, people would begin to believe the clan was weaker than a merchant organization. He said that the confrontation had become inevitable the moment both their names were spoken aloud. It was not something that could be avoided, nor something that should be avoided. As the two combatants took their stances, Huaran declared in a steady voice, "The loser stays silent. The winner's words become law." Without warning, the man lunged forward, thrusting his sword directly toward Huaran's chest. Huaran sidestepped the attack effortlessly, his movements fluid and precise. The man's eyes widened in disbelief. "He dodged?" he muttered. He planted his feet firmly and unleashed a rapid flurry of thrusts, each faster than the last. Huaran watched him carefully, evading every strike with graceful precision. As he moved, he analyzed his opponent's technique. His sword, he thought to himself, why does it look so slow? Then, leaping high into the air, Huaran drew his own sword mid-flight. His descent was swift, and before his opponent could react, Huaran's blade came down, stopping just a breath away from the man's neck. Nearby, members of the Sky Ocean Merchant Union whispered among themselves in disbelief. One of them murmured that no matter how hard their companion tried, his sword could not even graze the young lord. Another added that these could not be the movements of a sick man. The first agreed, saying that the rumor of the Tianzhong heir being too frail to move had clearly been a lie. As Huaran's blade hovered at the man's throat, a commanding female voice suddenly rang out across the courtyard. "Stop right there!" The man clenched his jaw, lifting his head slowly while staring down at the sword that rested against his neck. The surrounding attendants immediately bowed low as the door of a luxurious carriage opened. A woman stepped out gracefully, her presence commanding the attention of everyone present. As she approached, her sharp eyes took in the scene before her, Huaran standing tall beside her kneeling subordinate. Huaran's eyes widened in shock as recognition struck him. Hua Wunqiang, he thought, the daughter of the Sky Ocean Merchant Union's master, and my wife from my previous life. His mind reeled. Why is she here? The woman lifted a delicate fan to her face and spoke with poised elegance. "I am Hua Wunqiang," she said. "I did not expect to find a hidden dragon within the Tianzhong clan." Huaran turned his gaze away, composing himself before replying evenly, "I am Yong Huaran." Hua Wunqiang studied him for a moment, her eyes glinting with curiosity. She then stepped closer and said, "I would like to invite you to share a meal with me today. What do you say?" Huaran's breath caught as memories flooded his mind. Memories of their life together. The laughter, the arguments, the bitterness that had once defined their relationship. A bead of sweat rolled down his temple. Maintaining a polite tone, though his voice wavered slightly, he said, "I appreciate the invitation, but I have matters that require my attention. I must decline. I hope you understand." Hua Wunqiang's expression froze for a brief moment. She covered her face completely with her fan, her silence stretching uncomfortably. Then, closing the fan with a sharp flick, she replied with a faint trace of irritation, "It was a pleasure meeting you, Lord Yong Huaran." She turned gracefully and added, "Though, I have a feeling we will be seeing each other quite often." As she departed with her entourage, Huaran exhaled quietly, watching the Sky Ocean Merchant Union group disappear down the road. Mo Byung approached and said with clear admiration that he had impressed her once again, not only by defeating a skilled martial artist so easily, but also by refusing the invitation of the Sky Ocean Merchant Union's daughter. At the side, Namwalk and Jungwalk could not contain their amusement. Jungwalk sighed dreamily, muttering that if such a woman had offered wine, it must have been exquisite. Huaran ignored their remarks as he walked back toward the inn. Let's just eat something light and leave quickly, he said curtly. Getting involved with her won't end well. Later, as the group sat together for their meal inside the inn, Hua-rin ate quietly. His legs, however, trembled beneath the table. Mo Byung noticed his unease and asked gently if he was feeling unwell, mentioning that he had seemed unsettled ever since meeting Lady Hua Wung-kyung. Hua-rin forced a laugh and stammered that he was fine. Abruptly, he stood up and said that he simply needed to clear his mind through a bit of meditation and sword training. Mo Byung rose as well, offering to accompany him, but Hua-rin waved her off, saying he preferred to go alone. As he walked through the quiet streets under the fading light of dusk, his mind drifted back to the past, to the memories of his former life with Hua Wung-kyung. He remembered the times he had seen her waiting for him at street corners, her eyes bright with affection. He remembered their laughter, their arguments, the warmth and the bitterness, and the moments when she had looked at him with both love and hatred. Clicking his tongue, he muttered to himself, "Damn it, it's all in the past. It's over, Hua-rin." Just as he tried to shake off the memories, his attention was drawn to a commotion nearby. The sound of shouting reached his ears. "A fight?" he murmured, moving toward the noise. When he reached the crowd, his eyes widened in disbelief as he recognized one of the fighters. "That man," he thought, his pulse quickening. "Gocheok!" Gocheok stood in the middle of the street, gripping tightly the chain leash of a rabid black dog that growled and snapped beside him. In front of him was a man with his sword drawn, ready to fight. From a distance, Hua-rin observed the confrontation from the corner of a nearby building, his eyes narrowing as he thought to himself how Gocheok had managed to travel all the way there. His gaze shifted to the beast beside him, and he noted the strange aura emanating from it. Gocheok's voice thundered with authority as he shouted at the man before him. "I'll say it again. If you just hand over that thing, we'll leave quietly. But if you continue to deny it until the end, you'll die here." The man opposite him shouted back furiously, demanding how he could possibly hand over something that did not even exist. Crouching down, Gocheok stroked the black dog's head with an unsettling calm and said, "This dog can smell prey from 50 kilometers away. It's a black wolf. The fact that it came to you means you have that thing." From his hiding spot, Hua-rin's expression stiffened as he pieced the situation together. So that black dog followed the scent of the demonic poison stoneflower all the way here, he realized. He reached into his pocket, pulling out the very flower in question, and frowned. "But the flower is with me. Then why are they targeting that young man instead?" Meanwhile, Gocheok's patience ran thin. His teeth clenched as he glared at the man standing defiantly before him. "Do I really have to kill you to find it?" he growled. Then, raising his voice so that everyone around could hear, he announced, "Listen, everyone! I am Gocheok, the young sect leader of the Serpent Dragon sect of Hubei. Anyone who helps me capture that man will be handsomely rewarded by my sect." The crowd of martial artists nearby began to stir. Some exchanged glances, while others gripped their weapons, slowly surrounding the man Gocheok was threatening. The young man, however, did not waver. With defiant conviction, he shouted back, "When you meet the king of hell in the underworld, tell him you were killed by Jong Se-ok." At that name, Hua-rin's eyes widened slightly. Jong Se-ok, he thought. That name sounds familiar, yet this man looks like a vagabond. Still, he carries himself with a certain dignity. He must be from a reputable clan. Before Hua-rin could dwell further on his thoughts, Jong Se-ok lunged forward, his blade cutting through the air with deadly precision. The sound of clashing steel erupted as chaos consumed the street. Jong Se-ok moved with agility and power, overwhelming his opponents one by one. Watching from behind, Gocheok gritted his teeth and muttered in frustration, "Useless fools." As Jong Se-ok pressed forward to strike another attacker near Gocheok, the latter suddenly drew his own sword. With a vicious motion, he impaled his subordinate from behind, the blade piercing through the man's body and striking Jong Se-ok as well. Jong Se-ok stumbled backward, blood spilling from the wound as he shouted, "You stabbed your own subordinate? Even the demonic cult wouldn't stoop this low." Gocheok simply shrugged and replied coldly, "That's because we stand between the orthodox and the unorthodox factions." Jong Se-ok's expression darkened with fury. He gritted his teeth as blood dripped from his mouth, and a powerful surge of chi burst forth from his body. "You people have crossed the line!" he roared. From the corner, Hua-rin's eyes widened in shock as he felt the overwhelming energy radiating from Jong Se-ok. That chi, he thought. My God, how did I not recognize his name right away? He recalled what he knew of the man, Jong Se-ok, known as the hero amongst demons, the last disciple of the late hidden saint cult leader who had been destroyed by the three demonic heavens. Though Jong Se-ok had walked the path of demonic arts, he had upheld a chivalrous heart, earning his title through both honor and strength. In the years to come, he would grow powerful enough to rival Hei Chulryung himself for the title of the strongest under the heavens. Gripping the wooden wall beside him, Hua-rin crushed a plank in his hand, his knuckles tightening as he thought, for such a man to die here, in a foreign land, over something I took. At that moment, Gocheok roared and charged toward Jong Se-ok, his sword gleaming under the dim light. Die, he shouted. Before he could reach his target, a large chunk of wood came hurtling toward him. Gochiok barely managed to block it with his sword, sparks flying as the impact sent him stumbling back. His eyes darted toward the direction it came from, and he barked angrily. Who's there? Hwarin stepped out from the shadows, his hand resting on his sword as he said evenly, Stop right there. Gochiok's glare hardened. If you're just a passerby, I suggest you move along quietly, he warned. But then, recognition struck him, and his voice rose. Wait, you're the one who defeated Do Gyegong today, aren't you? Step aside. This has nothing to do with you? Hwarin's voice remained calm. It does concern me, Warrior Yong. You look exhausted, so allow me to lend you a hand. Gochiok's jaw tightened in fury as he raised his sword. Must people of rank truly draw blood among themselves? He sneered. The crowd that had gathered began to murmur. One onlooker pointed and whispered, Isn't that the young master of the Tianzhong clan, the one who dueled Do Gyegong earlier? Another nodded quickly. He's fighting again. The first shook his head. No, I've been watching from the start. Gochiok was about to kill that vagabond, and no one dared to step in. That young master intervened. Just then, Jungwook and Namwook arrived at the scene, pushing through the crowd. Jungwook scratched his head and muttered, Is that the young lord? He's fighting again, huh? That title sword demon is starting to suit him perfectly. Namwook smirked and replied, Well, it's better than standing around doing nothing. Jungwook glanced at him in confusion. What do you mean? Namwook crossed his arms and explained, Most people kept quiet because they feared the serpent dragon sect's background and influence. But he chose a different path. In the Jianghu, that path is called righteousness. In the center of the commotion, Jang Se-ok looked toward Hwarin and said, I appreciate your concern, but you shouldn't suffer humiliation on my behalf. Hwarin briefly examined the wound on Jang Se-ok's shoulder before stepping forward. His tone was resolute. This isn't for you. Not long ago, I made a promise to myself, to help those I can. I'm only walking the path I chose, so don't trouble yourself over it. Before Jang Se-ok could respond, Gochiok roared with rage and lunged forward, screaming, You brats! Their swords met with a resounding clash that echoed through the square. Sparks flew as the two forces of Qi collided. The crowd gasped as the battle erupted into chaos once more. Though both fought fiercely, Hwarin remained composed, his movements measured and precise. Gochiok, however, began to falter, struggling to match his opponent's rhythm. He gritted his teeth, muttering under his breath, This bastard! How is he this strong? Hwarin's chi flared brightly, surrounding him like a living flame as he advanced step by step. Gochiok's confidence broke. Damn it! He shouted. Seeing his men flee in panic, he clenched his teeth in frustration. Grabbing his dog's leash, he turned to run, shouting over his shoulder, You'll regret this, boy! If you're carrying that thing, we'll meet again soon enough. From behind, Jang Se-ok called out angrily, You coward! Running away? Hwarin narrowed his eyes as he watched the fleeing figure. We need to kill that black dog, he thought sharply. If it catches the scent of the demonic poison stoneflower again, it will lead them straight back to us. He gripped his sword tightly, chi swirling around him as his focus locked onto the escaping beast. In a single motion, he unleashed his weapon. The sword shot forward like lightning, aimed directly at the dog. The black wolf leaped aside at the last instant, narrowly dodging the strike. Behind him, Jang Se-ok muttered, You missed. But Hwarin was far from finished. His eyes narrowed as he concentrated, whispering the name of his technique. Soaring Dragon Emperor Sword, Flying Sword Technique. In an instant, the sword reversed direction mid-air and streaked upward with blinding speed before plunging back down toward the target. A sharp whistle cut through the air, followed by a brief yelp as the sword struck the dog cleanly. The crowd fell silent in astonishment at the display. Hwarin exhaled slowly, lowering his hand. Whew, he murmured. The crowd erupted in wild cheers, their voices echoing through the square as young Hwarin stood motionless in the center. He looked down at his hands, still trembling slightly, and thought in disbelief that his flying sword technique had finally succeeded. Though he had practiced the art hundreds of times, this was the first moment he had truly mastered it. Clenching his fist with quiet satisfaction, he tried to steady his breathing. Not far away, Jang Se-ok remained frozen in shock, his eyes wide as he recognized the sword technique Hwarin had just performed. He thought to himself that it was unmistakably the hidden saint cult's flying sword technique. But how could the young master of the Tianzhong clan possibly know a martial art belonging to a sect that had long vanished from the world? Around them, the onlookers began to murmur excitedly. One exclaimed that the movement of the sword resembled a soaring dragon, while another suggested that a swordsman whose blade danced like a dragon and who upheld the path of chivalry deserved a fitting name. Someone proposed calling him the Flying Dragon Sword Hero. The crowd instantly embraced the title, chanting together in unison, Flying Dragon Sword Hero. Huarin looked around at the roaring crowd, his lips curling into a faint smile. He repeated the words quietly to himself, "Flying Dragon Sword Hero," and chuckled softly before murmuring, "At last, even I have a nickname." Before he could savor the moment, a chilling presence appeared behind him. A cold hand gripped his shoulder, and a familiar voice spoke in a calm but intimidating tone, asking if he was pleased with his new title. Huarin froze instantly, sweat running down his forehead. When he turned, he saw that it was Mo Biang. She sighed with exasperation, and said she had taken her eyes off him for only a brief moment, yet he had already managed to get himself into another fight. Huarin stammered nervously, insisting that it was not what it looked like. Mo Biang ignored his excuses, and explained that since the Songchun clan belonged to the Orthodox faction, they could not freely use force. The Serpent Dragon sect, on the other hand, was under no such restriction, and could attack as they pleased. She paused for a moment, studying him intently. Then, her eyes softened and a small, amused smile formed on her lips. She remarked that Huarin had managed to defeat Gochiok without sustaining a single injury, and praised his remarkable improvement. As his master, she said, she was genuinely proud. Before Huarin could reply, their moment was interrupted by the sound of a groan. Zhang Seok, who had been badly wounded, collapsed to the ground, unable to endure any longer. Later that night, Zhang Seok awoke in a dimly lit room. Disoriented, he sat up quickly, and realized that his wounds had already been treated. Huarin, nearby, asked if he was awake. Zhang Seok looked at his bandaged body in disbelief, before expressing his gratitude, saying that not only had Huarin saved him, but he had also tended to his injuries. Bowing deeply, he declared that young Huarin was a true hero, and confessed that he had no idea how to repay such kindness. Huarin smiled slightly, and replied that if Seok wished to repay him, he could do so by forming a contract. During that period, he would serve as Huarin's bodyguard, and of course, he would be paid fairly. Pulling out a small pouch, Huarin placed it on the bed and opened it. Zhang Seok's eyes widened in astonishment at the sight of the large sum of silver inside. He stammered in disbelief, overwhelmed by the generosity. Huarin explained that someone as skilled as Seok must have his own reasons for living as a wandering swordsman. Hearing those words, Zhang Seok lowered his head and admitted the truth. He told Huarin that he had a younger sister, suffering from a rare and deadly illness, and that the medicine required for her recovery was incredibly expensive. Tears welled in his eyes, as he realized that with this money, she would finally begin to heal. Sobbing quietly, he thanked Huarin repeatedly. Huarin placed the pouch into his hand and told him to bring his sister to stay with them, as they would remain in town for a while. The room fell silent, broken only by Seok's quiet crying. After some time, Zhang Seok waves at them outside the inn, and left to fetch his sister. When he was gone, Mo Biang turned to Huarin with a skeptical look, and remarked that he had been far too generous for the sake of a mere bodyguard. She asked if there was a specific reason behind such kindness. Zheng Wook, standing beside her, cleared his throat and agreed, adding humorously that with that amount of money, one could easily buy several bottles of the finest wine. Huarin simply looked up at the night sky and smiled. He said that Zhang Seok was someone destined for greatness, and that befriending such a man for a few silver nyang was a bargain. He added that he admired the way Seok had stood tall and unyielding even when surrounded by the Serpent Dragon sect. Mo Biang still looked puzzled and tilted her head, asking if they would be returning to the Tianzhong clan with him. Huarin laughed, and replied that they would not be going back yet. Instead, their next destination was Zhengzhou. His words were met with immediate protest. Mo Biang shouted in disbelief, asking why they were suddenly heading to Zhengzhou, while Zheng Wook exclaimed in confusion, asking if they truly were not returning home. As Huarin continued walking ahead, they hurried to catch up. Mo Biang argued that they had already obtained the elixir and visited the Jaegal clan, so there was no reason to go elsewhere. Huarin paused for a moment but did not answer directly. Inwardly, he thought that if his qi went out of control again, it could completely consume his body. To prevent that, he needed to cultivate the Taiji Depth Heaven Tome, which required the help of a certain person, someone currently in Zhengzhou. Thus, he had no choice but to leave as soon as possible. Stopping at the inn's doorway, he cleared his throat and announced firmly that it was the young lord's command. Mo Biang raised her voice in protest, insisting that the clan lord would surely be worried. Huarin smiled faintly as he opened the door and replied that he had already sent a messenger pigeon, so there was nothing to worry about. He added that they would depart the next morning, then closed the door behind him. Outside, Zheng Wook placed his palm on his forehead in exasperation. Nam Wook shrugged helplessly, and Mo Biang clenched her fists in frustration, muttering that no one could ever predict what Huarin was thinking. The next morning, just as they were preparing to depart, Zhang Seok arrived with a horse. He dismounted quickly and bowed to Huarin, reporting that his preparations were complete. Introducing the girl beside him, he said that she was his younger sister, Zhang Munye. Munye bowed gracefully and thanked Huarin for helping her brother. Huarin returned the gesture politely and introduced himself as young Huarin of the Tianzhong clan. He then presented his companions, explaining that the twin rising Ghostblade were both his bodyguards and warriors of his clan. The twins, eager to impress, straightened their posture and acted coolly before Munye. Huarin smiled and added teasingly that they seemed to prefer guarding wine more than guarding people. Namwook immediately protested, saying that Huarin made them sound like villains. Mo Byung stood quietly to the side, observing the exchange with faint irritation. Huarin then pointed toward a nearby carriage, explaining that he had prepared it to make their journey easier. Zhang Seok seemed surprised and asked if the carriage was meant for his sister. When Munye was settled inside, Huarin turned to Namwook and asked him to handle the reins. Namwook scoffed and complained that he was not the only one capable of driving. In response, Huarin smirked and pulled something from his pocket, a bottle of golden wine. He declared that whoever served as coachman for the day would receive a cup of it as a reward. The moment the two swordsmen laid eyes on the golden wine, both gasped in astonishment. Namwook shouted in disbelief, and Jungwook echoed him, calling it that precious drink. In the next instant, the two charged toward the reins at full speed, each yelling over the other. Jungwook claimed that he would drive the carriage, while Namwook shouted that he was the one Huarin had chosen. The two immediately began to argue, clashing heads in their struggle to claim the role. Inside the carriage, Zhang Munye covered her mouth as she laughed softly, while Huarin and Zhang Seok chuckled beside her. Watching them from the side, Mo Byung frowned and crossed her arms, her expression sharp and slightly disdainful as her lips curled in quiet disapproval. As the group began their journey, Yang Huarin, Zhang Seok, and Zhang Munye sat together inside the carriage. During the ride, Zhang Seok turned toward Huarin and asked politely if he might pose a question that had long troubled his mind. He wanted to know whether the martial art Huarin had displayed during his duel with Gochek was a secret technique belonging to his clan. At once, Zhang Munye scolded her brother, reminding him that it was rude to ask someone directly about their martial arts. Realizing his mistake, Zhang Seok quickly apologized. Across from them, Huarin watched the siblings with a faint smile. Inwardly, he thought that since he had intentionally revealed his technique, it was only natural for Zhang Seok to be curious. He was well aware that Zhang Seok was a direct disciple of the Hidden Saint cult. Because the Tianzhong clan's swordsmanship had originated from that same cult, Zhang Seok must have recognized it immediately. After a moment, Huarin spoke, confirming aloud that it was indeed a secret clan technique. He explained that his ancestor had once learned it from a great martial master long ago. Zhang Seok bowed respectfully and expressed admiration, saying the technique had left a deep impression on him. He confessed that he had long desired to experience it firsthand, though he hoped his words would not be taken as rude. With a slight grin, Huarin suggested they have a friendly spar that evening after dinner. He added that during Zhang Seok's fight with Gochek, it seemed he had not fought at full strength, and he wished to see his true ability. Zhang Seok burst into hearty laughter and readily agreed, saying it would be an honor to spar with him. Later that evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, the group stopped at an open field to prepare for the duel. Without hesitation, both men drew their swords and lunged forward at the same moment. Their blades clashed repeatedly, each exchange ringing through the field. When they finally stepped back, catching their breath, Huarin exhaled deeply and proposed they stop for the night. As Zhang Seok sheathed his sword, he silently analyzed the duel. He thought that, as expected, Huarin's swordsmanship was elegant and refined. Though the form differed slightly from that of the Hidden Saint cult, the foundation was unmistakably the same. There was no doubt in his mind that Huarin's Soaring Dragon Emperor sword was a modified version of their cult's demonic Dragon Emperor sword. Yet, he wondered why the original's overwhelming power had been weakened when merged with another cultivation technique. Walking back toward the carriage, he contemplated this quietly. Behind him, Huarin watched his retreating figure with a sly smirk, thinking that if all went well, he might soon acquire one of Zhang Seok's chi cultivation methods. Later that night, as the group camped under the stars, Zhang Seok and his sister walked a short distance away to speak privately. Munye asked her brother how his spar with Huarin had gone. Zhang Seok replied that he was now convinced the Tianzhong clan must have some connection to the Hidden Saint cult. Surprised, Munye asked if he truly believed that. He nodded, explaining that when Huarin's sword technique combined with another form of cultivation, its power diminished significantly. As she knew, the martial arts of their cult were inherently potent. Munye looked at him knowingly and guessed that he was considering teaching Huarin their chi cultivation technique. Zhang Seok admitted that Huarin had done so much for them already. He placed his hand gently on his sister's shoulder and reminded her that, thanks to Huarin, she was now well enough to walk freely again. Munye then made a bold declaration. She said she would personally pass down the Hidden Saint cult's chi cultivation technique to Huarin. Startled, Zhang Seok asked if she was truly serious. Manhwa nodded firmly and added that her brother must never link Hwarin to their fallen cult. The hidden saint cult had long perished, and to attempt to revive it through Hwarin would be defying the will of the heavens. After their talk, they quietly returned to camp. The next day their journey continued. By afternoon they reached a wide field of flowers near a cascading waterfall. Hwarin suggested they rest there for the night. Later, as he stood alone among the flowers, enjoying the cool windy air, Jung Manhwa approached from a distance. She greeted him softly and asked if he was simply out for a walk. Hwarin turned to her with a smile and replied warmly, asking what brought her there. Lowering her gaze, Manhwa confessed that she had been troubled, unsure how to repay the great kindness he had shown her and her brother. Hwarin chuckled modestly and told her that it was nothing special, that he had merely done what was right. Manhwa shook her head and insisted that when one received a favor, it was proper to return it. She then revealed her intention to pass down her clan's chi cultivation technique to him, explaining that her brother believed his martial arts could become even stronger with its guidance. Hwarin cleared his throat, his tone measured and composed, and protested that he could not possibly accept such a profound gift in exchange for such a small favor. Suddenly, Manhwa raised her voice, stepped closer, and grabbed his hand tightly. Her eyes trembled as she begged him to accept it, saying that otherwise, she and her brother would never feel at peace. Hwarin froze, his face turning red as he struggled to meet her gaze. Stammering slightly, he pointed out that she was still holding his hand. Realizing it, Manhwa's cheeks flushed crimson. She quickly released him, turned away, and covered her face in embarrassment. Hwarin remained frozen for a moment, staring down at his hand before speaking again. After a long pause, he finally agreed, saying that if that was truly her wish, he would accept it gladly. From a distance, Mo Byung had been watching them in silence. As she observed their closeness, an unfamiliar tightness stirred in her chest. She pressed her hand against it and whispered to herself in confusion, wondering what the strange emotion she felt could be. She continued watching quietly as Hwarin and Manhwa walked side by side through the flower field. Nearby, Jungwook, Namwook, and Jung Seok were sitting together, laughing and drinking happily. Time passed peacefully as their journey continued. Eventually, as Jungwook held the reins of the carriage, he pointed ahead and called out that Jungjo was finally in sight. Upon arriving in the bustling town, the group stopped at an inn. Hwarin told everyone to rest while he went to look for someone. Mo Byung, standing nearby, insisted on accompanying him. After a brief pause, Hwarin nodded and agreed. The two walked together through the busy streets of Jungjo until they reached another inn. Outside, a boy was sweeping the ground. Hwarin approached him and asked if he knew where to find a man known as the Omniscient One. The boy's eyes lit up with excitement as he replied that he certainly knew of him, but if Hwarin had come looking for that man, he was already too late. Hwarin's expression darkened as he demanded to know what the boy meant. The boy gave no answer at first, merely whistling a short tune while grinning mischievously and holding out his hand to signal for money. Without hesitation, Hwarin tossed him a piece of silver, which the boy caught eagerly. Lowering his voice, the boy explained that rumors had spread all over town claiming that the Omniscient One had been captured by the Sangwon clan and was scheduled to be executed the next day. Startled, Hwarin shouted in disbelief, demanding clarification. The boy went on to say that the Omniscient One had read the fortune of the Sangwon clan's young lady, but after following that fortune's guidance, she lost her mind and drowned herself. Furious and grief-stricken, the Sangwon clan had blamed him for her death, captured him, and planned to behead him at dawn. Upon hearing this, Hwarin's jaw tightened, and his expression darkened further. He gritted his teeth, thinking grimly that matters had just grown far more complicated than he had anticipated. As they walked away from the inn, Hwarin began to recall what he knew of the Omniscient One, Nan Myung-guk. He thought to himself that Nan Myung-guk had built his reputation on fortune-telling and exorcism, but his true identity was the last envoy of the eradicated Bei cult. The Bei cult specialized in soul-related sorcery and had already collapsed before the three demonic, three orthodox era. Hwarin realized that if it was him, he would be able to remove the old man who was inside him. However, his thought was cut short by the realization that Nan Myung-guk was scheduled to be beheaded the next day. Mo Byung then spoke, asking if the young lord wanted to have him read his fortunes. Hwarin did not respond as his attention drifted to the far streets. Mo Byung called out to him again, addressing him as Young Master Yong. A familiar figure caught Hwarin's attention, and he called out to the person walking towards them, asking if it was Lady Jaegal. As Jaegal Yohei drew close to them, she bent forward, looked at Hwarin, and playfully asked if she was so unwelcome that he was so surprised. Both Hwarin and Mo Byung bowed to her, and Hwarin spoke, saying, "Of course not." He added that he did not know she was in Jeongju. Yohei chuckled, saying she did not even know he was there either. She then turned to the lady beside her and introduced Hwarin to her as young Hwarin of the Tianzhong clan. The lady then spoke with a soft tone, introducing herself as Sungwon Yusul. After hearing her name, Hwarin muttered to himself, the Sungwon clan, and grinned at the thought. Later, as they walked through the streets of Jeongju, Hwarin spoke to Yohei, asking if she was there on business in Jeongju. Yohei replied that she had hurried over because Sungwon Mijong, who treated her like a friend, had fallen ill. She then asked Hwarin about his purpose there. Before answering, Hwarin grinned and said that the Omniscient One had been entrusted with something important by his clan, and he had come to retrieve it. On the side, Mo Byung was confused by Hwarin's reply and whispered at his back, asking what he was up to now. Yohei observed them, narrowing her eyes. Suddenly, Yusul spoke shyly, asking about the Omniscient One, and hesitantly revealing that he was currently in her clan estate. Hwarin, maintaining a relaxed composure, chuckled and responded, "Ah, I see. Then, if we wait, he'll come soon." Yusul shyly replied that he could not come, explaining that he had committed a great crime at her clan and would be beheaded the next day. Hwarin's eyes narrowed, and he suddenly began to act up. He put his hand on his head as if frustrated and spoke with a loud, irritated tone, shouting, "What? Because of him, we had endured sleepless nights to get to Jeongju." He then turned towards Yusul and added, "What a disaster!" Without warning, he grabbed Yusul's hand and spoke with a soft, romantic voice. "Lady Sungwon, please excuse me, but is there no other way around this?" Nearby, both Mo Byung and Jaegal Yohei were shocked at his actions. Yusul's face instantly flushed red, her eyes widened, and her heart beat fast. Her face still red, she began to panic, and her breathing became heavy. She responded without looking at Hwarin, stammering, Then, you just need to meet him today. I will go straight to father. We should go right now. You took my hand and now you'll marry me right away." After she spoke, Hwarin was silent for a few moments. She leaned in closer, and with a bright smile he said, "Thank you so much for your help, Lady Sungwon." After Hwarin's dramatic act, Yohei began to nag Yusul, flicking her forehead. Hwarin approached Mo Byung and instructed her to return to the inn and tell their party they would stop by the Sungwon clan first. He also instructed Master Mo to wait at the inn as well. Mo Byung turned a side-eye and responded, "Understood." She then scoffed as she walked away. In the back, Yohei watched her reaction and chuckled at the sight. After some time, Hwarin, Yohei, and Yusul arrived at the Sungwon clan estate. Hwarin loudly exclaimed, "This is the Sungwon estate!" As they arrived at the entrance, Yusul started to run off, yelling that she would go tell her father first. Hwarin looked up at the ginormous building of the Sungwon clan and thought to himself that they were twice as big as the Tianzhong clan, but he resolved that the Tianzhong would one day grow to surpass it. His thoughts were cut off abruptly as Jaegal Yohei spoke to him, asking, "Young Master Yong, you're planning something else, aren't you?" Hwarin looked at her, and she was grinning at him with her arms crossed. Yohei added that he was not the sort to be so affectionate to a woman he just met, suggesting that there was surely another scheme afoot. Hwarin clicked his tongue and thought to himself that she was a sharp kid. He then cleared his throat and spoke out loud, confirming her suspicion. With a grin still on her face, Yohei pointed out that it was probably something related to the Sungwon clan's Omniscient One, and offered to make a prophecy. "The Sungwon clan won't let you meet the Omniscient One." Hwarin raised his voice, asking what she meant. Yohei explained that simply being a vice pavilion master of the Jaegal clan allowed her to hear all sorts of secret grievances of the Jianghu. She noted that there was history between the Sungwon and the Tianzhong clan, specifically Hwarin. She suggested it was past resentment or something similar, which meant they would absolutely refuse his request. Hwarin then responded, suggesting that she would not bring it up without reason, which meant she must know another way. Yohei then turned serious and suggested they make a deal. Hwarin immediately called her out, asking if she wanted something. Yohei laughed at his aging merchant-like air and confirmed that she had a favor. She began to walk closer towards Hwarin and added that soon, some of the next-generation disciples would visit the Sungwon clan. While they were there, she asked him to pretend to be her lover. Hwarin did not respond right away. He looked at Yohei and thought to himself, "Wait, the Sungwon clan, next-generation disciples, and Jaegal Yohei?" He wondered if the Sungwon clan had already set their plan in motion, concluding that it was faster than expected and too soon. But, given the current situation, he suddenly grabbed Yohei's hand and spoke out loud, "I'll help you." Yohei then smiled and said, "Good, then I'll tell you how you can move the Sungwon Patriarch." Later, inside the main hall of the Sungwon clan, Hwarin faced the Patriarch and his wife, who were sitting on the top of their throne. Hwarin bowed respectfully and said, "I, young Hwarin of the Tianzhong clan, pay my respects. It is an honor to meet you and your wife, Sungwon Patriarch." Sungwon Byokin remained unfazed at the sight, while his wife, Ha Yanggyu, was a bit surprised. The Patriarch clicked his tongue as he looked at Hwarin and began to speak with disgust, saying, "Tisk, you are the splitting image of your father." He then instantly looked at his wife, who was feeling uneasy about the situation. The Patriarch then continued, saying he had heard Hwarin wanted to meet Nan Myungguak. Hwarin, still bowing, responded that he had heard the man was currently at the Sungwon clan. The patriarch flatly refused. Hwarin went silent as he thought to himself that it was just as Yohei had said. He knew he had to address the past between the Sungwon clan and the Tianzhong clan. However, following the method Yohei had given him, instead of targeting the Sungwon patriarch directly, he looked directly at the patriarch's wife, Ha Yanggyu. After locking eyes, Hwarin started kneeling and shouted, "Please, hear me out." Ha Yanggyu instantly stood up from her seat. Hwarin continued, shouting, "Actually, I'm possessed by a ghost now." His tone then softened as he placed his hand on his chest and said, "Because of that, I was once unwell. I'm suppressing it now, but it could flare up again. He then began to cough violently, screaming, "Ah!" With that, the patriarch's wife Ha Yanggyu instantly turned towards her husband and shouted, "Dear, young Master Yong's condition looks grave. Quickly, let him meet the Omniscient One." The patriarch looked at her and responded, stuttering, "My lady, this is my jurisdiction. This is not something for you to get involved in." She then pressed in, getting closer towards him and shouting once more, "Are you going to refuse even my request?" The patriarch backed off, responding nervously, "No, but because of that man and my former wife." She then cut off his words as she began to shout with a chilling tone, "Sungwon Byokin, are you taking your anger out on his son over past affairs?" The patriarch stiffened after hearing her words. His wife then added, "You're supposed to be the patriarch of a reputable clan." She then began to hit him. The patriarch finally responded back, "All right, I will permit it. So cease your anger." He then raised his voice as he shouted, "Chief Yu, take young Master Yong to see Nan Myung-guak immediately." He then turned towards his wife, sacredly, who was still glaring at him angrily. Hwarin watched the sight as he grinned to himself. Later, Hwarin arrived at the prison dungeon. Chief Yu accompanied Hwarin as they went down to the prison cells. As they walked down the stairs, Hwarin began to think to himself, wondering what on earth had happened regarding the past between the Sungwon patriarch and his father. After a while, they arrived at the cell. Chief Yu spoke, saying, "He's here." He then faced the prison cell and spoke towards the Omniscient One. "Hey, Nan Myung-guak. A guest has come to see you." Nan Myung-guak, who was chained up from both hands and feet inside the prison cell, slowly lifted up his head and said, "I'm someone who will die tomorrow. Who's here for me?" As soon as he turned his head up and got a glance at Hwarin, his body began to tremble. His eyes filled with fear as they widened. He then hurriedly backed off towards the prison wall. He pointed toward Hwarin and spoke with a fearful tone. Who are you?" Hwarin looked at Chief Yu, who only shrugged at the situation. Then Nan Myung-guak screamed loudly, "Who on earth are you, coming here with such a thing in your body?" He then began to look Hwarin over from toe to head. What he saw was the immense presence of demonic energy that filled the entire area. In his eyes, the evil spirit loomed over Hwarin as its aura surrounded him completely. Myung-guak shouted, asking why Hwarin had come looking for him. Hwarin stood still in front of the cell, looking directly at Myung-guak, and then began to speak. He said that a ghost was attached to him and that he needed to speak with that ghost, so Myung-guak had to help him. Myung-guak immediately responded that this was nonsense, but before he could finish, Hwarin cut him off, shouting, "The Omniscient One, Nan Myung-guak." He then lowered his voice as he stepped closer to the cell and added that he knew Myung-guak was an emissary of the Bei cult, so awakening a soul and conversing with it should be possible for him. Upon hearing this, Myung-guak's eyes sharpened. He replied in a chilling tone, saying that Hwarin was clearly no ordinary brat. He remarked that Hwarin carried something extraordinary within his body, yet remained alive, and even knew Myung-guak's true identity. They looked at each other in silence for a moment. Then Myung-guak spoke again, asking if Hwarin truly sought a conversation with a soul. He said he could help, but only if Hwarin helped him in return. Hwarin replied that he understood what Myung-guak meant, but insisted it was impossible because the Sangwon patriarch had already decided. He added that tomorrow, Myung-guak would, but Myung-guak interrupted him, saying that if Hwarin helped him, he could live. He claimed that if it was Hwarin, then Sangwon Mijong could be awakened and save his life. Myung-guak then began to explain his situation in detail. After some time, Hwarin repeated what he had understood, that Sangwon Mijong had collapsed because her mind had split into two while she was learning the split-body sword art. Her persona had been divided, and the Sangwon clan, aware of this, had locked Myung-guak away to prevent rumors that their martial arts were dangerous. Myung-guak confirmed this, and added that through the soul inside Hwarin, they could eliminate Mijong's other persona. If she awakened, he would be freed as well. In return, he would allow Hwarin to converse with the soul within him. He emphasized that the being inside Hwarin was no ordinary man, and that if not for him, no one else could help. Hwarin acknowledged the gravity of the situation, saying that 3 lives, Sangwon Mijong's, Myungwak's, and his own, hung on this plan. Then, with a bright smile, he agreed to the deal. Myungwak responded with satisfaction, saying, "Good." But he quickly added that before anything else, they would first need to persuade the Sangwon patriarch, which he considered the hardest task. Warren turned to leave but looked back at Myungwak with the same confident smile, and assured him that he had a way to handle the patriarch. Myungwak simply watched him in confusion as Warren walked away. Later, outside the Sangwon courtyard, Warren began explaining the situation to the patriarch and his wife. In an instant, Myungwak was released from prison. Standing outside, utterly bewildered, he leaned toward Warren and asked in disbelief how he had managed to persuade that stubborn old fool. Warren did not answer. Myungwak then shook his hand and asked again for his name. Warren introduced himself as Yong Warren of the Tianzhong clan. At that moment, Patriarch Sangwon Byok-in coughed loudly to draw their attention. He approached them and warned that he had granted their request only because his wife had asked. But if anything went wrong, not only Warren but the entire Tianzhong clan would be held accountable. With that, the patriarch and his wife walked away angrily. However, his wife, Ha Yanggyo, turned back briefly to glance at Warren. Seeing her, Warren silently made a vow. Once the patriarch and his wife were gone, Warren and Myungwak turned toward the quarters behind them. Myungwak said it was time to go in as well. They opened the door and found Sangwon Mijong lying motionless in the center of the room, resting on a mattress with a blanket over her. As they entered, Myungwak pulled a knife from his pocket. He slit his palm, letting his blood drip onto the floor. The blood began to move on its own, quickly forming a ritual circle in the center of the room. He instructed Warren to enter the circle and sit cross-legged. Once Warren had done so, Myungwak placed his hand on Warren's head and explained that he would now open Warren's upper chi core to rouse the soul within. They would then place that soul into Sangwon Mijong's upper chi core to eliminate her other persona. Warren asked what he needed to do. Myungwak replied that there was nothing major required of him. The enchantment would suppress the soul's power, but the soul might try to speak to him. If it did, Warren was to ignore it. With that, Myungwak began the spell, declaring, "Let us begin." The room started to shake violently, and pressure built within the space. After a few moments, Myungwak shouted in alarm, saying something was wrong. The soul's power was far stronger than he had anticipated. He warned young Master Yong never to lose to the soul. Warren clenched his teeth in pain as he struggled against the overwhelming force. Suddenly, everything went black. When Warren opened his eyes again, he found himself in a different place. An open palace, saturated with demonic energy, bathed in the crimson glow of a fiery red moon. In the distance, a single figure sat upon a throne. The moment Warren saw him, he recognized him immediately. Frowning, he began to speak, saying, "You are..." But before he could finish, the man on the throne spoke first in a chilling tone. He said, "Young Warren, to think you'd try to make use of me." The man crushed the armrest of his throne and rose to his feet. He was the old demon who had possessed Warren in his past life. The very same man. He declared that Warren clearly underestimated him. The demonic master. Warren stood on a raised platform and thought to himself, "Demonic master, that's what he's called?" He clenched his fist and added inwardly that he finally knew who this being truly was. The demonic master pointed a finger at him. Instantly, Warren collapsed to his knees, cracking the stone beneath him. He thought in frustration that his body would not obey him. The demonic master slowly descended the stairs, his steps accompanied by condensed demonic chi that materialized beneath his feet, making it seem as though he floated through the air. He looked down at Warren and said that he vividly remembered the first time they met. He stepped right in front of Warren, still kneeling, and continued. He recalled how weak and pathetic Warren had been back then, how he had come crying, shouting, "Why are you fighting here?" His entire household had been slaughtered. The demonic master paused, trying to remember the name of the old woman who had raised him. After a moment, he said, "Manhwa, wasn't it?" At the mention of Manhwa's name, Warren's expression turned grim. The demonic master went on, recalling that she had never learned martial arts, was frail, and was ugly. His eyes then shifted down to Warren, who was struggling with all his might to rise. After a tense moment, Warren slowly pushed himself back onto his feet and stood face to face with the demonic master. He told him firmly to shut up. The demonic master grabbed Warren by the neck and glared at him with icy contempt, demanding how he dared speak to him in such a manner. Warren gripped the demonic master's wrist and declared with conviction that he would definitely kill him. The demonic master burst into laughter. First a chuckle, then a roar, and finally an uproarious, echoing cackle. But then his tone shifted. He leaned in close to Warren's face and asked mockingly if Warren truly believed he was capable of such a thing. He released Warren's neck and said he would wait for that day, but not yet, because the time was not right. He placed a hand on Warren's shoulder with a grin and added that he would be watching him. Suddenly, the entire world around them began to crack like glass. Within moments, it shattered completely into fragments. As the realm collapsed, the demonic master's voice echoed through the void, repeating, "I'll be watching you, young Warren." As the glass shattered, Warren returned to his senses. He gasped for air several times while remaining seated within the ritual circle. After a brief pause, he glanced over his shoulder and thought to himself that he had returned once more, and wondered what had become of Nan Myungwak. Behind him, Myungwak was coughing up blood heavily. Even so, he managed to speak, still struggling for breath, and said that he had believed young Master Yong's soul had been wholly consumed, and that his return would be impossible. Hwarin immediately rushed toward him, shouting in alarm, "Omniscient One! Are you all right?" But before he could draw near, Myungwak screamed for him to stop. "Don't! Come out!" and then narrowed his eyes, declaring that the ordeal was not yet over, that the technique had only just begun, and that they now had to enter Sangwon Mijong's consciousness. Hwarin hesitated, his voice thick with concern as he asked what they were to do given Myungwak's deteriorating condition. Myungwak shouted again, insisting they must proceed regardless, that both his life and Hwarin's future hinged on this moment. After a pause, Hwarin turned towards Sangwon Mijong and asked how they were to move forward. Myungwak instructed him to place his hand on her head. Hwarin complied. Once his palm made contact, Myungwak confirmed it was good and told him to guide his inner energy slowly toward her upper energy core. Hwarin began to channel his chi, and after a few seconds, a violent surge of dark energy erupted from Mijong. He groaned inwardly, thinking that the old man's energy was running wild again. From behind, Myungwak called out urgently, telling young Master Yong to use the energy as before, but this time, instead of entering her soul, he would be entering her mind. The dark chi intensified, shaking the entire chamber, and Myungwak continued shouting instructions. Hwarin must find the true Sangwon Mijong within her consciousness, identify the false one, and erase her. Then silence fell, and when Hwarin opened his eyes, he found himself standing in a completely different place. He recognized it instantly and thought to himself that this was the Sangwon clan. A child ran past him, and upon seeing the child's face, he realized it was Sangwon Mijong. Further off, he saw an adult Mijong sitting alone on a stair. Another Mijong walked by, arm in arm with Yusol, and when he turned forward, he saw yet another Mijong, this one surrounded by dark chi, her body splitting in half. He reflected that he was witnessing the full arc of her life, from childhood to the precise moment her mind had fractured into two. Then a voice rang out from behind him. "Oh my, a guest has come to visit?" A second voice followed, colder and more suspicious. "Guest?" More like an intruder. Hwarin turned and saw them, two identical Mijongs, standing side by side, staring at him without blinking. He stood frozen, thinking that they were truly indistinguishable, not just in appearance, but in every physical detail, exactly as Nan Myungwak had described. The divided self. The Mijong on the left spoke first, her tone playful and teasing. She asked if he was staring because they were pretty, or if he was trying to determine which of them was real. Hwarin remained silent, stunned. The two Mijongs then turned toward each other, drawing close and touching intimately. The left one chuckled and said, "Ha ha ha ha! Is that it? But tell me, can you really find out? We have the same face and body. Isn't that right?" The one on the right replied quietly, "Yes, that's right." Hwarin cleared his throat, looked away, and commented dryly that they seemed rather close for two halves of the same person. Then realization struck. Even if their appearances were identical, their personalities differed. If one were truly false, both should reflect the same core traits, unless... He stepped forward deliberately. The right Mijong tilted her head and asked, "Oh my, sir, don't tell me you've already figured out which one of us is real?" Hwarin said he had formed a rough idea. The left Mijong licked her fingers slowly, wrapped one arm around the other Mijong's waist, and cradled her face with her free hand before asking, "Then tell us, sir, which one of us is the real Sangwon Mijong?" The right one murmured, "Let go of me." Hwarin paused, then smiled. He explained that before arriving at the Sangwon clan, he had spoken with Yusol, who described her elder sister as both mischievous and lively, yet calm and detached at times. He said Sangwon Mijong harbored two opposing personalities within her. One reason she had become so obsessed with the split-body sword art. Therefore, there was no real or fake here. Only two halves of a single whole. The left Mijong brightened and said, "Ah, I've been found out." At once, the world began trembling violently. Hwarin thought to himself that her inner world was collapsing. The two Mijongs turned back to each other, clasped hands tightly, and spoke in unison, not to him, but to one another. "You're right, sir. There was never a fake. We're both the real me. But I suppose that is true for you as well, isn't it? Yong Hwarin, Sky Ocean Merchant Union leader?" At those words, Hwarin froze. One of the Mijongs approached him, touched his chest, and said that now their energy cores were linked. Their minds were connected, and just as he had witnessed her life, she had seen his. The Sky Ocean Merchant Union leader and the Flying Dragon sword hero, two lives folded into one body. She leaned in close to his face and added, "Yong Hwarin, you and I are more alike than I thought." He stepped back, trying to speak, but she cut him off, telling him not to worry. The her who would awaken would remember none of this. Then she rejoined her counterpart. They embraced tightly as the mindscape crumbled around them. A sound, blood dripping, broke through the silence. Hwarin opened his eyes to the real world. Myungwak shouted from behind, demanding to know what had happened, whether he had destroyed the false self and found the true one. Slowly, Hwarin rose to his feet and reflected, for the first time, that someone had truly understood his regression and his dual lives. The first, built on tragedy and despair. The second, forged in strength and hope. Between those two exists, which was the real him. Was he, like Sangwon Mijong, not one or the other, but both? He turned and looked at Mijong, who still lay on the mattress. After a few breaths, her eyelids fluttered, and then she opened her eyes. When Mijong sat upright, she began coughing blood violently. Both Hwarin and Myungwak shot to their feet in alarm and called out her formal title in unison. "Lady Sangwon!" Hwarin turned urgently to Myungwak and asked whether she would be all right, visibly shaken by the bleeding. Myungwak reassured him calmly that this was, in fact, a sign the ritual had succeeded, that stagnated blood needed to be expelled, and that not coughing would have been far more dangerous. Once the fit subsided, Mijong lifted her head and recognized Hwarin. Though her memory was hazy, she said she recalled his face faintly, but could not piece together what had transpired. Hwarin introduced himself formally as Yong Hwarin of the Tianzhong clan, and bowed, asking how she felt. She glanced down at her own body, then replied that she was fine, better even, than before she had collapsed. But her tone sharpened as she questioned why he, a member of a clan with no ties to hers, had gone to such lengths to save her. Did he want something in return? Hwarin stared at her a moment, silent, then turned toward the door. He said they would speak of that later and added, before opening it, "For now, we should let your family know that you have safely regained consciousness." Outside, Patriarch Sangwon Byukin and Lady Ha Yanggyo stood waiting. The moment Mijong saw them, tears welled in her eyes. Struggling to her feet, she called out, "Father! Mother!" After steadying herself, she walked unsteadily toward the threshold and paused just before stepping out. Over her shoulder, she said, "Yes, we'll talk in more detail next time." Then, with a slight turn of her head toward Hwarin, she added, "And thank you again, young Master Yong, an omniscient one." She rushed forward and flung herself into her parents' arms. Standing by the doorway, Myungwak let out a deep sigh and told Hwarin he had done exceptionally well, not only surviving direct interference with another soul, but saving Sangwon Mijong without lasting harm. He extended his hand and said, "That's quite an accomplishment." Hwarin hesitated only briefly before meeting the gesture with a firm fist bump, and replied, "You've worked hard too, omniscient one. Well then, it's about time you fulfilled my request." Myungwak agreed, but explained that first, a barrier needed to be erected to suppress the soul's volatile power. Preparation would take a day or two, and he asked for patience. Hwarin turned to leave, saying he would be summoned when ready. Just then, Myungwak called him back. "Oh, and, young Master Yong," he cleared his throat, his face flushing red, and stammered that when two souls interacted, even briefly, a temporary intimacy formed, especially between a man and a woman, and that he should keep that in mind. Then, mortified, he spun around and shouted, "You know what I'm saying! I don't want to talk about it anymore!" Hwarin blinked in confusion, watching him hurry away. That night, as Hwarin meditated in his guest quarters within the Sangwon estate, his focus shattered when the image of the demonic master surged into his mind. He gasped awake, hand clutched to his chest, and reflected how rapidly events had unfolded. The confrontation with the demonic master, the mind split caused by the split-body sword art, and then, a sudden insight struck him. Sangwon Mijong, her divided consciousness! He leapt up, seized pen and paper, and wrote feverishly. The Sangwon clan, Brilliant Manor, Soul Origin Sect, Ocean Lunar Temple, and Immortal Paradise House. Now I see it. All were places visited by Hachol Yong in his past life. All practiced martial arts of the same lineage. Sangwon clan, Split Body Sword Art, Li Wengzhang, Phantom Mind Soul, Soul Origin Sect, Harmony Fusion Art, Ocean Lunar Temple, Split Energy Mind Art, Immortal Paradise House, Left-Right Split Mind Art. Everyone involved dividing the mind, because the two energies of the Taiji Depth Heaven Tome clashed. Cheol Young split his psyche to avoid energy deviation. He stood, exhilarated, and shouted aloud, "Incredible! Truly incredible, Cheol Young!" Stepping outside, he resolved to first enlist Myungwak's aid to stabilize the demonic master's soul, then travel to the Immortal Paradise House to acquire the left-right split mind art, aided by Cho Woo-hee's golden plaque still in his possession. Nearby, Yohei and Yuseol spotted him pacing under the moonlight. Yohei muttered that she wondered what occupied his thoughts so late. Turning to Yuseol with a sly grin, she teased whether he might feel uneasy staying at the Sangwon clan. Yuseol's cheeks flushed instantly. She murmured that even in deep thought, he carried such dignity. Surely he was pondering something momentous. Perhaps even when to marry her. She added, dreamily, that she was fine with any timing. Yohei grimaced, smacked her arm, and reminded her sharply that young Master Shimin and young Master Pang would arrive the next day, meaning she likely wouldn't see young Master Yong for some time. With a shudder, Yohei turned away, saying, "I'll go ahead. Ugh, just thinking about that Pang guy's stare gives me goosebumps." Yuseol, suddenly noticing Hwarin standing not far off, flinched and scrambled after her. "Wait for me." Alone once more, Hwarin unsheathed his sword. Under the silver light, he executed a swift sequence, leaping high, cleaving the air, descending with precision, before sheathing the blade and exhaling. He reflected that since encountering the demonic master, he could now consciously draw upon a small portion of inner energy, roughly equivalent to 30 years of cultivation, but that doing so strained his body severely. Clenching his chest, he murmured that full control would only be possible with Non-Myungwak's assistance. Removing his shirt, he sighed aloud, "My head's a mess." A soft voice answered from the shadows, "So beautiful." Without thinking, he replied, "I agree, beautiful?" Then he froze, whirled, and fumbled to cover himself. Who is that?" Mijong stepped forward, chuckling as her gaze lingered on him. "What a magnificent physique you have, young Master Yong." Flustered, he stammered, Lady Sangwon?" Lady Sangwon moved closer to Hwarin and extended her hand toward his body. She touched him lightly and remarked that she wanted to see more of the man who had saved her life. Hwarin stepped back and attempted to explain something to her, addressing her formally, yet she interrupted before he could continue. She stated that it would be difficult to see him again after that day, since she would become quite busy beginning tomorrow. A sudden realization struck Hwarin, and he widened his eyes as he thought that tomorrow must be the day when they would come to the Sangwon clan. He asked aloud if this was information she wished to give in return for him saving her life. Mijong merely chuckled and insisted that this was not the case, claiming that the life of Sangwon Mijong was not so cheap. She bowed toward him and stated that she would repay her debt several times over one day. Hwarin paused in silence, before returning her bow and telling her to take care. Noting that it had already grown late, Mijong turned around to walk away, yet she halted and addressed him once more. She told him that he could take more pride in himself, and observed that it was never easy to risk one's life to save another person. She added that even if he had done it for another purpose, it did not change the fact that he had saved her life. She ended with the brief and pointed statement, "Flying Dragon Sword Hero." In an instant she leapt upward and disappeared into the night sky. A quiet moment settled over the area. Hwarin placed his hand against his chest and muttered the word hero, as a faint gust of wind rustled the leaves beneath the moonlight. The next day, Hwarin spent time with Myungwak on a bridge. Myungwak commented in disbelief that Hwarin had supposedly met an old man and lost his memory. Hwarin confirmed it. Myungwak then admitted that he had harbored suspicions from the very first moment he saw him. He explained that the immense invasion of qi and corruption, paired with the strange intent surrounding Hwarin, suggested that Hwarin had been afflicted by the Maoshan sect's spirit possession technique. When Hwarin turned toward him and asked about it, Myungwak explained that the technique, as its name implied, was a method of transferring the soul into another body. He added that the Maoshan sect's version destroyed the original body's soul and forcibly seized control, making it a cruel technique meant only for domination. Hwarin stepped forward and exclaimed that he was completely fine. Yet Myungwak staggered back and told him that while he had not lost his soul or control yet, the corruption was still slowly consuming him. Hwarin lowered his head and asked if there was a way to stop it. Myungwak answered that there was indeed a method, Though attempting it would be the most dangerous and least likely to succeed among all the techniques he had ever performed. Hwarin asked what would happen if things went wrong, and Myungwak placed a hand on his shoulder, telling him that this danger was nothing compared to risking one's life for someone met for the first time. Hwarin widened his eyes as memories of their first encounter returned to him. Myungwak smirked and stated that he had a trick prepared. Hwarin lowered his head again and tried to mention both Mijong and someone else, but his words were suddenly cut off by a loud voice calling out his title from behind. Without warning, Yo-hei appeared and wrapped her arms around him from behind. Hwarin was startled and asked what she was doing. Yo-hei, her face red, reminded him that he had made her a promise. Hwarin recalled her request that he pretend to be her lover until the visitors left, and he uttered a quiet acknowledgement. Yo-hei grabbed him by the shoulder and began dragging him away while insisting that he come with her. Myungwak simply waved his hand and told Hwarin that he would contact him once preparations were ready. Later that day, inside an extravagant inn furnished with partition dividers for privacy, Hwarin and Yo-hei sat together at a long table as food began to be served. Hwarin examined the surroundings and thought that the place felt vain, noting that even his quarters in the Sky Ocean Merchant Union had not been this luxurious. A loud rumble echoed outside the inn as a long convoy of carriages approached. One of the attendants noticed the incoming group and gave an order to a nearby servant. Observing this, Hwarin thought about how only a single servant had been assigned to him and wondered just how many the others commanded. He acknowledged that although the Tianzhong sect was not on the same level as the Seomun clan or the Peng clan, the contrast remained striking. His thoughts shifted to Peng Ji-ok and Seomun Yuan. He admitted to himself that he did not remember much about Seomun Yuan, but Peng Ji-ok was different. Peng Ji-ok, known as the Blade Tiger Dragon, was a member of the Peng clan who wielded the renowned five-tiger severing blade, a technique regarded as the greatest blade art in the entire Jianghu. Hwarin recalled that Peng Ji-ok had built his name with a single blade and would eventually gain great renown in the future, meaning his skills must already be formidable. Yo-hei tapped his shoulder and informed him that the guests were arriving. Moments later, footsteps sounded through the hall as the group entered. Hwarin turned his head and recognized them. Seomun Seo-sul, Peng Chel-ryon, Seomun Seo-yon, Peng Ji-ok, and Sangwon Jo-yong. They stared at Hwarin and Yo-hei until Sangwon Jo-yong spoke to the newcomers, explaining that the man before them was young Hwarin, the one who had saved his sister Mijong, and that Hwarin was heir to the Tianzhong clan. Seomun Seo-sul immediately covered her mouth, laughter bubbling forth. Beside her, Seomun Seo-yong grinned knowingly as her sister continued to chuckle, then turned to Hwarin with open mockery. The Tianzhong clan, never heard of them before in my life. What kind of country bumpkin clan are they? Sangwon Jo-young announced that he would leave them to talk, and then exited the building. As soon as he was gone, Yo-hei shouted at the remaining group, disparaging them as the country bumpkin clan. Hwarin, however, simply smiled and bowed, greeting her respectfully as Miss Seomun. He explained that their clan was not extremely active, so they were not very known. He assured her that her unfamiliarity with their name was not due to her ignorance or inexperience, and told her not to worry. Peng Chel-ryon chuckled at Hwarin's remark. Beside her, Seomun Seo-sul pointed at Hwarin with an annoyed look, shouting, "What? Ignorance?" She gritted her teeth and yelled at him. Her brother, Seomun Yuan, intervened to calm her down, suggesting that since they had gathered the geniuses of the new generation in one place, they should sit down and talk to one another instead. After some time, everyone was seated at the table. Peng Chel-ryon was the first to speak, introducing herself to Hwarin as Peng Chel-ryon. She commented that his tongue was quite sharp, and admitted she was rather fond of such witty people, noting that they tended to have keen blades as well. Hwarin stared at her, thinking to himself that she was Peng Giok's sister, a woman who brought forth the golden age of the Peng clan together with her brother. He mentally acknowledged that the big names had truly gathered. Seomun Seo-sul then spoke, addressing the Yong clan heir and noting his earlier closeness with Jaegal Yo-hei. She asked if the two of them might be in some sort of relationship. Peng Jiok narrowed his eyes after hearing the question. Yo-hei chuckled as she answered, explaining that the Yong clan heir had been interacting with their clan for quite a long time, but recently they had become closer than before. Seomun Yuan commented that he understood, recalling that Miss Cheong-young was set to marry the Yong clan heir, and wondering if this new closeness was relevant. Peng Giok suddenly stood up and slammed the table, shouting at Seomun. He demanded to know how Seomun Yuan could say such a thing, and asked if he was insulting Miss Jaegal Yo-hei's morality. They locked eyes for a few moments. Seomun Yuan responded with a polite, but insincere, apology if his comment was taken badly, explaining that he was merely worried. He pointed out that while both women were from the Jaegal clan, they were still two different women. Peng Giok went silent, gritting his teeth. On the side, Hwarin drank and thought that Pengyeok seemed to have feelings for Yohei. He wondered if that was why Yohei wanted him to act as her lover, but instantly dismissed the idea, realizing that the devilish girl surely had another scheme. Yohei then spoke with a smile, revealing that Cheongyang and Hwarin had recently broken their engagement. Thus, there was nothing wrong with her current relationship with him. Hearing this, Hwarin instantly spewed his drink onto the table. Pengyeok, visibly shocked at Yohei's words, and stuttered as he attempted to speak. Before he could continue, Seomun Yuan spoke with a smile, saying he understood. He added that considering how badly the Tianzhongyang clan had been doing recently, the broken engagement was probably appropriate. Silence fell over the table after Seomun Yuan's comment. Hwarin narrowed his eyes, recognizing the comment as an unapologetic taunt. He thought that Seomun Yuan was just an average young martial artist who had been unable to make a mark in the future, yet recalled one incident where Seomun Yuan had made his name known. Hwarin then smiled and spoke calmly, asking Seomun Yuan if he was not supposed to get engaged to Miss Huangbo Zhou-yang. Hwarin recalled that the engagement had fallen apart because Seomun Yuan cheated on her with another woman. Hwarin then added that he understood Seomun Yuan must have made that choice because he knew his own inferiority. Seomun Yuan's expression grew furious. He turned to his side and heard Peng Chil-rion remarking to her brother that she thought they were just there to hang out and eat. Seomun Yuan glared at Hwarin with an unsettling expression, and stated that what Hwarin had just said sounded like an insult to the Seomun clan. Hwarin smiled and responded by asking if Seomun Yuan's words had not been an insult to the Tianzhong clan. Seomun Yuan fell silent for a moment, then suddenly shoved the food away from the table. He responded that he heard Hwarin had the title of Flying Dragon Sword Hero. He grabbed his sword and shouted at Hwarin, demanding to see his skills. Silence descended upon everyone. After some time, they all arrived at the dueling grounds. On the side, Yohei thought to herself that she had been trying to anger Pengyeok for an incident in the future, but this worthless bastard Seomun Yuan was baited instead. She concluded he was an idiot for losing his temper after trying to mock the Yong clan heir, but noted that this would be a good chance to see the Yong clan heir's prowess anyway. On the other side, Peng Chil-rion, still holding a piece of meat in her hand, asked her brother, Pengyeok, who he thought would win. Pengyeok paused to think, then stated that the light vestige blade, Seomun Yuan, was born in a good clan and consumed numerous elixirs. However, he also believed the Yong clan heir seemed formidable, having recently defeated Jiukwang in a duel. He concluded that they were probably evenly matched. In the middle of the grounds, Seomun Yuan spoke to Hwarin, saying he heard Hwarin had won his last few duels. However, he then drew his sword and shouted that Hwarin could not match the legion-conquering blade of their clan. Seomun Yuan declared that his martial arts were the fastest of the fastest, and the fight would be over within a few attacks. Hwarin readied himself by grabbing his sword, and simply responded that Seomun Yuan was free to attack. A moment of silence filled the grounds as they stared at each other. In an instant, Seomun Yuan lunged forward. As he got close to Hwarin, he noticed Hwarin closing his eyes. Seomun Yuan grinned, thinking Hwarin was an idiot for closing his eyes and being unable to react, and resolved to put a hole in him to teach him his place. He thrust his sword, but just as the blade was about to reach Hwarin, Hwarin opened his eyes and blocked Seomun Yuan's sword with his own. Seomun Yuan was surprised, thinking that Hwarin had blocked his super speed attack. Hwarin clenched his left fist, and chi flared as he punched Seomun Yuan right on the gut with his fighting dragon fist technique. Seomun Yuan flew away a distance. Everyone's eyes widened in shock at Hwarin's display of prowess. Instantly, Seomun Seosul rushed toward her brother, who was unconscious after getting slammed into the wall. Peng Chil-rion thought to herself in shock that the duel had ended in a single exchange. She turned toward her brother and asked if he had been able to follow Seomun Yuan's blade. To her surprise, her brother was gone from his spot. She exclaimed his absence and then noticed him walking toward Hwarin. She shouted at him, demanding to know where he was going and ordering him to come back. Hwarin noticed Pengyeok approaching. Pengyeok bowed to him, and said with a wide grin, "I am Pengyeok of the Heibai Peng clan. I request a duel with the heir of the Tianzhong clan." After a moment of silent contemplation, Hwarin did not respond. Pengyeok broke the silence, adding with a smirk that he had been born into the Peng clan, and had swung a blade since he began to walk. He admitted that even with that background, he had only ever been able to track the Seomun sword style roughly, but Hwarin had seen through it perfectly. He acknowledged the rudeness of requesting a duel with someone who had just finished one, but he nevertheless pleaded for a chance to face Hwarin's sword. As Hwarin looked at him, he thought to himself that Pengyeok was a pure-hearted man. He sensed in him a true desire for martial arts, which was precisely what one needed to leave a mark in the world. Hwarin then smiled faintly and spoke out loud. accepting the request. He stated that he too wished to witness the blade of the Hebe Pong clan. More people gathered around the training grounds for this new duel. One spectator exclaimed in surprise at the match between Pong Giok and the Flying Dragon Sword hero, especially right after his duel with the Light Vestige blade. The crowd then roared in cheers. After some time, Pong Giok grabbed his blade and, as he unsheathed it, announced that the Peng clan's blade sought a path of dominance. He declared that in this duel, he wished to test a blade art his clan had been researching for some time, called the Five Tiger Severing Blade. Haran responded in kind as he unsheathed his own sword, naming it the Soaring Dragon Emperor Sword of the Tianzhong Yong clan. Peng Giok acknowledged the name as a good one and stated that he would begin. He then grabbed his sword with both hands, raised it high, and as qi enveloped the blade, he swung it down. A massive burst of qi erupted around him. Haran narrowed his eyes, observing the attack. He thought to himself that it was blade resonance, and it felt as if a lion was roaring. He took a stance, vowing internally that he would win this time as well. Planting his feet, Haran immediately rushed forward towards Peng Giok. Both readied themselves, and when their weapons clashed, a burst of qi erupted throughout the area. As they struggled, Haran thought that the power was amazing, and that if he had not received the heart method from the Zhong siblings, that first exchange would have decided the match. Gritting his teeth, he managed to shove Peng Giok's blade upward. Peng Giok, surprised, smirked and shouted, "Good." He then swung back and struck Haran's sword. On the sidelines, Peng Chilrion watched, amazed by the fight. She remarked that it was truly a battle between a tiger and a dragon, and that watching it had her fired up. She then turned to the Seomun siblings behind her and challenged Seomun Yuan to a fight, but he shook his head in horror. Back in the fight, Peng Giok jumped high towards Haran, who swung his sword to meet him. Peng Giok blocked the attack firmly, and as the sound of their clashing weapons rang out, they paused. With a satisfied smile, Peng Giok spoke, saying that if they continued, his wicked desire to see things to a true end might fire up. He then sheathed his blade, bowed, and said it had been a great duel. Haran bowed back, scoffing that he must say the same. Peng Giok then extended his hand and placed it on Haran's shoulder. His face flushed red, and with a wide smile, he asked excitedly, "How was my blade art? Was it sharp? How fast was it? Was the dominant aura clear?" Haran smiled awkwardly and thought to himself whether he should tell him or not. He had noticed that the Five Tiger Severing Blade had similarities to the Soaring Dragon Emperor Sword. From his knowledge of the future, he knew this blade art was created by combining the Peng clan's dominant power severing blade with a demonic blade art. Peng Giok had not yet fully combined the two styles. Haran then spoke out loud, stating that he had sensed the same flaw he had found in his own clan's martial arts, which they had been contemplating for some time. He suggested they continue to talk about it in a quiet place later. Peng Giok exclaimed excitedly, wondering if Haran had indeed noticed it. He expressed that he was truly impressed by Haran's insight and wished to have more discussions about martial arts with him, extending an open invitation to visit any time. As Haran exited the dueling grounds, Yohai shouted to him that the Yong clan heir had improved quite a bit. She leaned in and added that he hadn't been at that level when he dueled Jiak Guang before. Haran responded awkwardly that he learned things quickly. Yohei replied with a suspicious hum, stating that at this rate, she must bring him into the Union. After hearing her words, Haran thought to himself with surprise, "The Union?" He realized this was what the Jikal clan was plotting. Yohei then turned around and said she had some plotting, which she corrected to business, to do, so she would be on her way. Before turning the corner, she turned back around, waved at Haran, and told him to rest well. Once she was gone, Haran exhaled. Now that things have all been wrapped up, let's visit the Omniscient One. That afternoon, he met Myeongguak within a meticulously inscribed ritual circle. Myeongguak confirmed the preparations were complete, and when Haran remarked on the sheer complexity of the array, the older man admitted he had never performed this rite before. He warned that the consequences could be irreversible. Haran only smiled. "Let's begin." Myeongguak returned the smile, impressed by his resolve, but first handed him a bowl of thick red liquid. "Drink this. It will help you achieve what you wish." Haran drained it without hesitation, seated himself in lotus position and affirmed, "I'm ready." Myeongguak placed his hand atop Haran's head. This time, he explained, he would enter Haran's realm of consciousness directly, where they might finally meet that soul, and with quiet intensity, he added, "Yong clan heir, if we encounter that, do as you desire." Pressure surged. The spell activated. A moment later, Haran opened his eyes. He stood in a mist-laden forest, silent, ancient. Among the trees lay a shattered carriage. Recognition struck him instantly. The Sky Ocean Merchant Union's crest. Could this be? Then, a voice cut through the stillness. "You're here?" From the shadows emerged a figure, grinning, languid, utterly at ease. I was about to die from boredom. The demonic master stepped fully into the light, his smile widening, mocking, theatrical, yet razor-edged with intent. So, how do you like the location? His gaze locked onto Haren's, voice dropping to a velvet purr. Hog of the Sky Ocean Merchant Union, Yong Haren. Seok Jam-young studied Hwaren for a long moment, then spoke, acknowledging that Hwaren had changed considerably since their first encounter. When he had regressed, he had lost weight, and now at last, he looked like a man. Then, with a wide, mocking grin, Seok Jam-young added outward change did not guarantee inner transformation. A fat merchant pretending to be a martial artist? What? Now that he'd scraped together a bit of experience and draped himself in a flashy title, had he started to believe in it? That hollow, worthless fame. Hwaren cut in, voice firm and unwavering. Demonic Master Seok Jam-young, you talk too much. Did he truly believe he was still the same figure whose name alone once sent tremors through the entire Mirim? Seok Jam-young stiffened. You know of me? Hwaren replied that though he had once been only a merchant, it was hardly difficult to deduce the man's identity after repeatedly hearing him referred to as Demonic Master. His gaze sharpened. Yes. That astonishing demonic master from our first meeting was, if he recalled correctly, running for his life from a group of masked men. And now, Seok Jam-young couldn't even step an inch beyond the confines of Hwaren's own body. With a faint smirk, Hwaren concluded, just like a parasite. Seok Jam-young's grin returned, sharper now. Fine. You called me a parasite? Then he leaned in, voice low and taunting. Had Hwaren ever stopped to consider why a mere merchant could so suddenly learn martial arts as though divinely gifted, and grow so strong so fast? Surely he hadn't flattered himself into thinking it was his own talent? No. The Jinghu was not some poetic fable. It was because of him. Because of Seok Jam-young, the demonic master. Hwaren shouted. Lies! Seok Jam-young roared back, voice thundering. Because of me you learned quickly. All of it, every survival, every breakthrough, was because of me. Not your effort, not your will, just me. Exclusively. How many times had Hwaren lived solely due to his chi, and those eye techniques, the ability to peer into the mind? Did Hwaren truly believe he could erase Seok Jam-young's soul and steal his chi? Impossible. The spirit possession technique bound soul and chi inseparably. They were one. Didn't Hwaren finally see the arrogance of his assumption? Then he issued a final command. Hand over your body to me. Hwaren fell silent. After a long pause he spoke, not with defiance but with quiet finality. As Seok Jam-young had said, he had been just a merchant once, and merchants never made half-hearted choices. To gain something, one had to sacrifice something else. But I am no longer just a merchant. He drew his sword. I am the heir of the Tianzhongyong clan, and the soaring dragon hero, martial artist Yong Hwaren. His expression hardened as he locked eyes with Seok Jam-young. A martial artist does not claim what is theirs with words. A luminous symbol flared to life upon his forehead. Raise your sword, Seok Jam-young, he commanded, pointing his blade forward. Let us, old ghosts, dance with blades. Earlier, before the ritual began, as Myung-gwak prepared the incantations, Hwaren had asked, Omniscient One, what is the realm of consciousness like? I've stumbled into it a few times by accident, but I still don't truly understand what kind of place it is. Myung-gwak had turned to him and explained. Most martial artists did not even know such a realm existed. Casters, however, were more familiar with it. It was, quite literally, a space within a person's mind, a vast world constructed from their potential, emotions, memories, and latent will. Precisely because of that, it defied simple description. And yes, the spirit possessing Hwaren would almost certainly reside there as well. Before the ritual commenced, Myung-gwak extended a closed fist and added, if you drink this, then, as long as your will does not falter, you will be invincible within your own mind. That was the concoction Hwaren had consumed earlier. Now, as the emblem bloomed on his brow, Seok Jam-young's eyes flickered with mild surprise. A symbol on his forehead, secret arts of the Bei cult. He drew his sword and acknowledged aloud that Hwaren had clearly made thorough preparations for this confrontation. But then, with a surge of demonic chi erupting from his body, he sneered. How laughable. He slashed horizontally, unleashing a colossal wave of sword chi toward Hwaren. Hwaren did not move. Calmly he observed the oncoming assault, and narrowed his eyes reflecting. As the Omniscient One said, this is my mind's realm. All my potential resides here. Golden chi surged down his arm and into his blade. Here, I can defeat the demonic master. With a single swing, he dispersed Seok Jam-young's attack entirely. Seok Jam-young gritted his teeth. What? He shattered my sword chi with one strike? Even Hwaren appeared briefly taken aback. He glanced at his sword, realization dawning. That technique just now. The soaring dragon emperor sword and the Taiji depth heaven tome fused together. Was this what potential truly meant? Seok Jamyong bellowed in fury. You dare? Do not get so cocky, brat. And, teeth clenched, unleashed a rapid barrage of sword chi, pressing forward as he challenged. Try blocking this as well. Hwarin exhaled deeply, raised his sword, and let dense golden chi envelop him once more. Inwardly, he murmured. Imagine a fish swimming back up that towering wave of chi. Imagine the fish struggling against the torrent until it transforms into a dragon. Imagine climbing the waterfall, breaking the surface, and claiming the dragon's fate in the sky. The single dragon, my finished self, the one I will one day become. Then he lunged forward, calm and resolute, golden chi flowing like liquid light around him, and added, voice steady yet absolute, and wield it. After Seok Jamyong finished his assault, he gasped for breath, his mind racing with grim satisfaction. He challenged Hwarin inwardly. Let's see you block this one too. At this level of power, there was no conceivable way that Hwarin could emerge unscathed. But then his eyes widened in alarm as he noticed something amiss with his own body. He lifted his trembling hand and watched, horrified, as parts of it began crumbling away. A realization struck him. Did I use too much chi? If he exhausted his inner energy here, he would be gravely vulnerable. He needed to be more cautious. As he observed the clash between his technique and Hwarin's sword art, he saw, with rising disbelief, Hwarin begin to overpower him. His breath hitched. His life flashed before his eyes. Teeth clenched, he roared, "Be bastard! How dare you! How dare you!" His voice raw with fury and desperation. He stabbed a finger toward Hwarin and spat out a defiant declaration. He was no stranger to confrontation. Countless others had stood before him, those who blocked his path, who tried to catch him, who pursued him, and every single one had fallen beneath his blade. He had killed and killed and killed again, surviving through sheer brutality, and from that carnage he had earned the title Demonic Master. How could someone like him possibly lose to a mere merchant? Refusing to yield, he raised his sword once more, replicating the same sword art with a final, desperate shout. Die! Golden and crimson dragons of chi surged forward, colliding midair. For a fleeting moment, Seok Jamyong's strike pierced Hwarin's golden dragon formation, and triumph flickered across his face. That's right! But the victory was short-lived. Within seconds, his crimson dragon fractured under the overwhelming force of Hwarin's technique, shattering like brittle glass. His eyes bulged in disbelief. Hwarin lunged forward. Seok Jamyong gritted his teeth, bracing as the sword descended. The sheer pressure of the chi clash bore down on him, and he groaned under its weight. He's overpowering me with brute strength, he acknowledged. But still, he refused to break. With a sharp motion, he retracted his sword and shifted stance in an unexpected reversal. Hwarin, caught off guard, hesitated for a fatal half-beat. Seok Jamyong struck. Momentum strike! His mind screamed as he launched the technique, conviction blazing through him. My damned drawn-out fate with you ends here. Hwarin surged forward, sword raised, eyes locked on the incoming strike, when, in an instant, darkness swallowed his vision. A flash. Seok Jamyong's sword was torn from his grip, spinning wildly into the air. He staggered back, stunned, his thoughts unraveling. Taiji? Don't tell me! He's using the Taiji Depth Heaven Tome? The realm of consciousness residing in the upper Dantian, the aggregate of a human's latent potential, their boundless capacity. Could that truly be the reason Hwarin learned martial arts with such terrifying speed? Before he could recover, Hwarin closed the gap and commanded, "Clench your teeth, Seok Jamyong." Then, without hesitation, he delivered a devastating punch straight to Seok Jamyong's face. What followed was a brutal exchange of fists, blow after blow, each impact sending shockwaves rippling through the surroundings. Seok Jamyong landed a solid strike on Hwarin's jaw, sending him reeling. But Hwarin returned the favor instantly, forcing Seok Jamyong to block just in time. Another punch from Hwarin slipped past his guard, slamming into his face. Yet Seok Jamyong retaliated without pause, driving his fist into Hwarin's temple. Hwarin staggered, recovered, pressed forward again, only to be met by another strike. They traded blows like two storms colliding, neither yielding, neither falling, until, in a final synchronized burst of fury, they lunged at each other and struck simultaneously, fists crashing into each other's faces. Hwarin hurtled backward, crashing to the earth. Seok Jamyong collapsed to his knees, gasping, blood dripping from his split lip. He stared at Hwarin's motionless form and reflected grimly. This had become a battle of attrition, not of skill, but of endurance. His dwindling energy pitted against Hwarin's unyielding will. A vicious war of consumption. No matter how much one fortified the body with secret arts, no matter how steely one's resolve, they remained human, and in the face of violence, raw, bone-shattering, flesh-rending violence, no human could preserve their will intact. Then Hwarin stirred. Slowly, painfully, he pushed himself upright. Seok Jamyong, still on his knees, spoke aloud, voice hoarse. Yes, there absolutely should be none. But his tone trembled as he added, but why do you keep getting back up? Hwarin stood fully, paused, and looked down at his battered hands. After a long silence, he walked steadily toward Seok Jamyong, raised his fist, and halted. Still kneeling, Seok Jamyong asked, voice strained, what is it? What in the world is still making you move? Is it rage, driving you to kill me? Or is it some lingering attachment to the past? His voice rose, cracking with desperation. What on earth is it that makes you stand back up? Hwarin lowered his arm. For a moment, he said nothing. Then calmly, almost gently, he replied, both are wrong. It's neither rage nor the past. He met Seok Jamyong's gaze, and his voice carried quiet certainty. What makes me rise again is the future. My father, my mother, my younger sibling Yeonhwa, and the martial artists who follow me. I stand back up so that I can keep moving forward. Seok Jamyong paused, and an oppressive silence settled over the space. After a long moment, he spoke aloud. The future? Moving forward? And then, without warning, broke into uncontrollable laughter. How utterly ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. That was, without question, the funniest thing he had ever heard in his entire life. His mirth subsided, and his eyes narrowed sharply. Yet, he admitted, it was rational. Rather than clinging to something unchangeable, Hwarin had chosen to act upon what could be changed. As expected, the man was a merchant to his very core, despicable, yet calculating. Slowly, painfully, Seok Jamyong rose from his kneeling position, spitting blood from his mouth as he announced, Fine, Yong Hwarin. He would make an offer. Hwarin responded without hesitation. Say it. Seok Jamyong laid out his terms. Hwarin wanted to use his inner energy, did he not? For the time being, Seok Jamyong would remain within Hwarin's body, and should aid be needed, he would provide it. However, his voice rose, a wide, sinister grin spreading across his face. He demanded that if Hwarin found a suitable body for transfer, he assist in moving his consciousness into it. In return, upon his departure, he would grant Hwarin 1/3 of his inner energy. Hwarin replied bluntly, no. The rejection struck Seok Jamyong like a physical blow. Stunned, he shouted, what did he just say? He had yielded first, and this was Hwarin's answer? Hwarin smiled faintly and countered, if it were half his inner energy, then perhaps, just perhaps, it might be worth considering. Demonic master. Seok Jamyong's fists clenched. You little, he muttered, seething, before erupting again. What a vicious bastard. Fine. Hafi would stake half his inner energy, but Hwarin must honor the other condition. Find him a body to move into. The younger the better, strong bones and tendons preferable, but above all, the host must already be a lunatic, or at least mentally shattered. Such minds were easiest to dominate. Hwarin nodded slowly. If he encountered someone fitting that description, he would awaken Seok Jamyong, but he added, voice cold, he would choose only the dregs of humanity, people whose bodies would not matter, even if claimed. Seok Jamyong clicked his tongue, scoffing. What dramatics, brat! Then, turning away, he dismissed him. Now get lost. He was growing tired of looking at that face. As Hwarin watched Seok Jamyong walk away, the latter's figure gradually dissolved from the mindscape. The moment Hwarin vanished completely, Seok Jamyong clicked his tongue aloud. Tisk! 18 decades worth. Half his inner energy. What a waste. An utter, staggering waste. Yet his grin widened, gleaming with dark anticipation. For the more Hwarin used his inner energy, the more Seok Jamyong's own strength would gradually recover, coiling and regenerating within the vessel. He looked forward, with genuine eagerness, to the day they met again. Yong Hwarin. Back in the physical world, Hwarin slowly opened his eyes, groaning as he stared at his trembling hands. An overwhelming sense of loss surged through him. Was it due to the dissonance between his realm of consciousness and his current physical realm? One day, he vowed inwardly, he would return, once more, to that higher plane. Just then, Myung-hwak rushed toward him, shouting, Young Master Yong, what happened? As he helped Hwarin to his feet, Hwarin replied quietly. He had made a deal with the soul. Myung-hwak admitted he had been unable to erase it. It was, after all, an exceptionally powerful soul. Still, Hwarin was fortunate simply to have emerged intact. He added that while he could not eradicate the soul, he had discovered ways to weaken it during Hwarin's absence in the consciousness realm. Hwarin asked, ways to weaken it? Myung-hwak explained. The first method involved splitting the soul and dispersing its power, as Sangwon Mijong had once done. Alternatively, Huaren could confine the soul within another dantian inside his own body. Another dantian? Huaren repeated. Yes, Manhwa affirmed. Confining the soul within his current dantian would inevitably tangle his inner energy flow and induce energy deviation. But if he could create a second dantian and imprison the soul there, then it would work. That said, he had never heard of anyone possessing two dantians. In practice, it was impossible. Huaren's eyes widened in sudden realization. Impossible? No, it was not. In the future, Chelrong himself would split his dantian into two for the Taiji Depth Heaven Tome. He had not been mistaken. The path forward was now clear. Beside him, Myunghuak fell into deep thought, murmuring an ancient legend. If a practitioner's inner energy and spiritual energy ever truly merged as one, a true unrivaled martial master would be born. But it had never been more than myth, passed down in whispers, never witnessed. Suddenly, loud footsteps echoed from outside. Yohei burst into the courtyard, hauling an injured Jagal warrior, and shouted, "Young Master Yong!" Huaren turned. "Yohei! And a martial artist from the Jagal clan?" Yohei's voice was grave, trembling with urgency. "Young Master Yong, this is bad, and your group are in danger." Huaren froze, then shouted, "What do you mean? My group is in danger?" The wounded warrior stepped forward, grimacing in pain. "I'll explain. After visiting the Shaolin Temple with young Master Jagal Buke, they had paused at an inn, the same inn where young Master Young's group had been resting. Then, the demonic sects attacked. A massive battle erupted. The assailants showed no mercy, slaughtering even ordinary civilians with no martial training. They had tried to avoid entanglement, but the numbers were overwhelming. He was the only one who had barely escaped enough to bring word. Huaren cried out in horror. "So his group had been caught in that fight too?" The warrior nodded. "Yes," while trying to help them. Huaren gritted his teeth, then strode forward. "I need to go to them," Yohei called after him. "Young Master Yong! It's clearly a meticulously planned ambush. You can't go alone." Huaren pushed open the gate and stopped short, eyes widening in shock. There, standing before him, were the most prominent names of the orthodox sects, flanked by numerous martial artists. At their forefront, Peng Jiok declared firmly, "I'll go with you too." Huaren hesitated. "This is my matter." Peng Jiok shook his head, voice resolute. No, even if it were not for Huaren's sake, the Jagal clan was no stranger to him. Besides, with demonic sects running rampant, how could the heir of a prestigious clan stand by and do nothing? And he added, with a knowing glance, "You have something to tell me, don't you?" Huaren was taken aback. He looked at them, Peng Jiok, the Xiaomun warriors, the assembled talents, all waiting. After a long pause, he bowed deeply and spoke. "I, Yong Huaren, will never forget your help." Peng Jiok smirked, gesturing toward the Xiaomun clan. "Well, some don't like it, but what can we do? We are the rising stars of the orthodox sects. Let's go." Just as they prepared to depart, Myunghuak rushed forward shouting, "Young Master Yong!" He hurled a small bottle into Huaren's hands. "This will be useful." Huaren caught it, glanced at it briefly, then turned and nodded in silent gratitude before setting off. As he walked away, his thoughts burned with remorse. "This is my fault, because I lingered too long at the Sangwon clan. Just a little longer. Wait just a little longer. I will be there soon." As Huaren sprinted forward, a memory from his previous life surged into his mind. In that life, he had not been nearly as close to Master Mo as he was now. Burdened by a frail constitution that barred him from learning martial arts, and weighed down by a deeply warped state of mind, he had deliberately distanced himself from the martial artists of his own clan. Time had passed in that isolation, until, just as he was about to be sold off as a live-in son-in-law, effectively severed from the clan forever, catastrophe struck. The Tianzhong clan was annihilated. His clansmen were brutally murdered, and the majority of its martial artists either perished in battle or scattered in every direction, vanishing without a trace. Master Mo, however, had stood apart. She had taken the lead in hunting and slaughtering the perpetrators from the Dabi sect, her vengeance so fierce and unrelenting that she earned the fearsome title, Dragon Bloodflower. She had literally wept tears of blood while striving, against all odds, to rebuild the Tianzhong clan. Yet in the end, she too had fallen. The two rising Ghostblades had suffered similarly tragic fates. Still running, Huaren's thoughts darkened. He gritted his teeth, if the same thing happens again. Peng Jiok, noticing the grim fixation in Huaren's eyes, called out as they raced onward, "Young Master Yong, your group will be safe." After all, they were the loyal subordinates of Yong Huaren. He urged him to trust them. Huaren remained silent, pressing forward without reply. Beside him, Sangwon Joyoung interjected. There was critical intelligence he needed to know. It appeared the three demonic heavens had been behind the attack on the inn. Peng Jiok's voice cracked with alarm. The three demonic heavens? Huaren's mind raced. If it truly was the three demonic heavens, then forces from the Blood Demon Castle, the Holy Heaven cult, and the Darkness Valley were all involved. Last time, it had been Jaegal Yohei who was targeted, and now even Jaegal Byuk was under siege. The demonic martial artists were launching coordinated, relentless assaults against the Jaegal clan. Demonic sects, Jaegal clan, repeated attacks. The pattern was unmistakable. The cause was the Union. In his previous life, the Union had never fully coalesced. If it was forming now, then their interference, whoever they were, had succeeded. He halted abruptly, fist clenched, and bent low to the ground before murmuring, "We should probably hurry." Then, in a flash of motion, he launched himself forward. Elsewhere, at the inn where Hwarin's group had taken refuge, the defenders were locked in desperate combat against the demonic martial artists. Another assailant collapsed beneath Mo Byung's blade. She exhaled shakily, pressing a hand to her wound, and spoke. Up until now, thanks to the protective enchantments laid by the Jaegal clan, the enemy had been unable to breach the inn's inner defenses. A nearby warrior added grimly, if one of their Jaegal martial artists had managed to break out, reinforcements would soon arrive. Mo Byung scanned the wounded fighters around her. Her jaw tightened, and inwardly, she groaned. With so many injured, she had no idea how much longer they could hold. She looked up. Above them, the enchantment flickered violently, its golden light dimming. It was collapsing. Before long those bastards would. Just then, several Jaegal warriors approached her slowly. They bowed deeply and spoke. If not for the aid of all the honored guests, they would never have endured this long. They vowed, solemnly, to repay this debt. The lead warrior hesitated, teeth clenched, and added, if they fell, please, take care of young Master Jaegal Byuk. A heavy silence fell over the group. Then, from the forest ahead, a loud rustling erupted. One of the forward scouts shouted urgently, "Everyone, assume the sword formation!" The noise swelled, leaves thrashed, branches snapped. Mo Byung narrowed her eyes, ready until a voice rang out, clear and strong, echoing through the trees. "Master Mo, 2 rising ghost blades, Seok, Munhye." Mo Byung stiffened in shock. "Young clan heir?" Hwarin's reply followed instantly. "Just wait a little longer." At that moment, demonic warriors surged from the woods, encircling him, weapons flashing. As they lunged, Hwarin drew his sword, clicked his tongue in disdain, and struck, not once, but in a single relentless sweep, slicing through multiple attackers before declaring, "You're not going anywhere." From the flank, Peng Jiok shouted, "Young Master Yong, go! The Peng clan will clear a path." Hwarin mid-strike, called back, "Young Master Peng." Nearby, Seo Munyuan readied his stance and cried out, "I will repay this debt, no matter what, young Hwarin!" Before charging forward and cutting down several more demonic warriors, Hwarin leapt onto a bamboo stalk, springing high, and shouted his gratitude. "Thank you!" He landed lightly atop a bent bamboo pole, inhaling deeply. After a brief pause, he launched himself toward the inn, executing a technique known as bamboo forest flying dragon stride. As he soared, movement flickered in the shadows. A demonic warrior lunged from concealment. Hwarin twisted midair, evading the strike, spun his body with lethal precision, and countered with a devastating slash, roaring, "Don't get in my way!" His gaze locked onto the inn in the distance. "I need to go faster!" Nearer now, he vaulted upward, gaining full sight of the inn's courtyard. Mo Byung and the others spotted him instantly. "Young clan heir!" they cried in unison. Far away, atop a high cliff overlooking the battlefield, a tall woman and an old man stood in quiet observation. The old man murmured, Those people had not been part of their original plan. The woman gazed down below and replied, "They were rising talents from the Peng clan, the Sangwon clan, and the Seomun clan, and that last one, most likely affiliated with the group aiding the Jaegal clan at the inn. In that case, they could be disregarded. After all, a spider's web did not catch only the prey it intended." The old man's tone shifted, sharp, decisive. "Good, then let us begin. Send the Blood Dragon Corps." Instantly, more warriors emerged from the shadows behind them. A sudden gust of wind swept past, just as the old man turned his head slightly. His expression transformed, eyes alight, lips curling into an exhilarated grin as he murmured, "This is going to be an interesting sight." That old man was none other than the Blood Demon. As Hwarin arrived before the inn where his group had gathered, Jung Wok shouted out in relief and urgency, "Young clan heir!" Hwarin's eyes immediately narrowed as he took in the sight of his wounded comrades. Before he could speak, Mo Byung rushed toward him, her voice tense with alarm as she demanded why he had come. This place was dangerous. Without warning, Hwarin pulled her into a tight embrace and murmured that he was glad she was unharmed. His arms tightened around her, and Mo Byung's face flushed crimson. She lowered her gaze and whispered softly that she had missed him. Young clan heir, Jungwook, still catching his breath, hurried over and affirmed it was good to see Hwarin, but stressed that the situation was dire. They could not possibly handle what lay ahead alone. Hwarin simply smiled and asked when he had ever claimed he had come alone. At that moment, as if summoned by his words, a contingent of geniuses and warriors emerged from the forest in perfect synchronization. Hwarin began to speak again. "Don't worry. Now," but his body abruptly stiffened. An overwhelming, suffocating force pressed down upon him, and he froze, his mind racing. His gaze shot toward the distant cliff. There, radiating from the heights, loomed a presence both immense and terrifying. It carried an intent to kill, vast and absolute. Great, an overwhelming intent to kill, he thought, his brow furrowed. Why from there? He continued to stare, jaw clenched, teeth grinding, as realization struck him like ice water. It's a trap, and a very thorough one too. His eyes swept over the assembled warriors at his side. The Jaegul clan, the Songwon clan, even the Peng clan, all present, all gathered here. A cold certainty settled in his chest. A drive hunt, he understood at once. The Jaegul clan had been used as bait, luring the others into a single location. The goal was not mere confrontation, it was annihilation. To eradicate them all in one stroke, and thereby prevent the formation of the Union. This place, he realized grimly, is a giant grave. Without breaking his outward composure, he addressed the young geniuses through the frequency whispering technique, instructing them to listen carefully and show no emotion. Peng Gi-ok, hearing the subtle transmission, muttered in recognition. The frequency whispering technique. Hwarin continued mentally. "We are in a trap. Do not look, but try to feel the presence atop that hill." Peng Gi-ok's eyes widened. Presence? The geniuses silently circulated their inner energy, extending their senses toward the source of the crushing aura. The instant they brushed against it, they froze. Horror etched onto their faces. High above, a woman standing on the cliff observed their reaction and spoke aloud, her voice calm and amused. "It seems like they've noticed us." One of the warriors at her back stepped forward and urged her. "Guardian Joe, this is the perfect timing. We can eliminate them all at once right now." Guardian Joe gave a simple affirmation. "Yes," but then her lips curled into a wide, predatory grin. "But," she added, "that would be no fun." She spread her arms expansively, her tone gleeful. "I want to see what they'll try first," dancing like jesters on top of their own graves. The warrior fell silent for a moment, then leaned closer and insisted. Even so, they should strike while the enemy was grouped. Any delay risked unforeseen action. Guardian Joe's voice shifted abruptly, sharp, condescending, as she cut him off. "Blood Dragon Corps leader, it's been a while since we walked the Jianghu. Don't you think we should enjoy our time?" Shivering in fear because of some children, the title of Blood Dragon Corps leader doesn't suit you right now. The Blood Dragon Corps leader gritted his teeth inwardly, seething. "Bullshit! She just likes to play with weaklings. Disgusting woman." Unfazed, Guardian Joe continued. "Don't worry, the Blood Demon tasked us with this mission personally, so I will accomplish it." Her gaze dropped to Hwarin's group below, her eyes narrowing. "But I'll do it in my own way." To herself she thought with dark anticipation. "Try and struggle. The more you do, the more pleasure it brings me." Back at the inn, Hwarin raised his voice and commanded everyone to listen and form a formation. A Jaegul warrior reassured him not to worry. Their clan's formations were unmatched. Hwarin shook his head. No. He acknowledged the Jaegul clan's mastery, but emphasized that the enemy had likely studied and anticipated their signature tactics. A wounded Jaegul warrior nodded grimly, agreeing. He's right. Their formations were no secret to skilled opponents. The fact that the enemy had allowed them to deploy so easily confirmed their suspicion. The entire scenario had been engineered to draw every faction into one place. Hwarin affirmed this, then issued precise instructions. Warriors were to establish a defensive perimeter along the outer walls, while others were to embed bamboo stakes at specific points he indicated inside the building. A Jaegul warrior considered this, and murmured to himself, a double-layer formation. But he voiced his doubt. Facing the three demonic heavens, even layered defenses would struggle to hold. What kind of formation did Hwarin intend? Hwarin answered without hesitation. A poison one. Inwardly he clarified. Bamboo Garden's soul-shattering formation, a variation of his family's ancestral art, refined over generations. It was widely regarded as the most effective formation for enduring assaults from foes of vastly superior strength. Its legendary resilience had, in fact, single-handedly resurrected the Sky Ocean Escort Agency in the past. He did not expect to repel the entire enemy force, but survival, even temporary, was within reach. Peng Gi-ok, however, raised a practical concern. "But young clan heir, where are we getting poison?" Hwarin turned and pointed directly at the Seomun siblings. Peng Gi-ok was bewildered. The Seomun clan? They possess the poison for the formation? Seo Mun-yun waved his hands frantically, his voice rising in protest. What are you talking about? Us? The Seomun clan? Carrying poison? We're not the Tang clan. Hwarin's demeanor remained calm, but his tone hardened as he addressed Seo Mun-yun directly. Mr. Seo Mun, then, with quiet finality, if you do not surrender the poison right now, we will all die here. Inwardly he resolved, that is something I do not intend to do. Whether it's my knowledge of the past or your secrets, I'm going to use them all to survive. The other young heirs turned their attention to Seo Mun-yun, their gazes heavy with expectation. He shrank under their collective scrutiny, sputtering in panic. What? Before finally pausing, overwhelmed by the silent pressure from the Peng and Sangwon clans glaring down at him. After a tense moment, he yanked a small pouch from his robes and shouted in exasperation. Damn it! All right, it's poison. I just had it for research purposes. He hurled the pouch at Hwarin, who caught it with a faint smile and declared, everyone will remember your contribution here. His expression then sharpened, and he issued the final command. Then, get into formation. As the warriors swiftly moved to execute his orders, Guardian Zhou, still watching from atop the cliff, crossed her arms and observed their actions in silence. After a few moments, she uncrossed her arms and spoke aloud, her voice ringing with theatrical delight. All right, let's get going. The Blood Dragon Corps leader drew his sword, his voice booming with lethal intent. Make sure that not a single one of them makes it out alive. Blood Dragon Corps, attack!